dele, do Betinho!
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. We are back for day number 7. And, of course, the players are out there in beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil, enjoying the barbecue, the sun, and obviously the competition. 16 incredible teams have converged together to play each other across 15 different days. And I must say, competition is, starting to get a bit heated up, especially 3rd through 8th place, where anything goes. Today is Thursday, which means double points have returned. And Group A, FURIA, iNCO, E7, and Hyper will once again have their chance to escalate themselves up that leaderboard. Will they make it to the top 8? Will they make it to the top 3? Well, only they can answer that question. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, your host, joined by Hot Jukes at Enigma once again. It's a fresh day, a fresh start. Double points is back, Hot Jukes, and I know we're pumped up for that.
I am so stoked, baby. It's Hyper's time to shine. I mean, well, as well as everybody else in Group A, but that's one team in particular I got my eyes on right here. I mean, it's the day we've all been waiting for, and it starts now.
Hey, it starts now, man. In Hyper, what can they do? Their last double points day was okay. Will today be even better? Enigma, love the analysis. As I always say, man, you as a previous competitor, you're going to be hammering home what these guys are doing right and what they're doing wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I do like being the negative Nancy, but you got to give credit where credit's due. We saw a lot of positives coming out of NA yesterday, and for today, this is kind of the unknown, so because I've never competed when there was double points and stuff like that going on, so this is completely foreign in my eyes, and I'm not really too sure what these players' kind of stress levels are looking like coming into today.
Well, hopefully stress levels are actually dropping a little bit. Granted, the competition's still heating up and players might not be as happy where they are on the standings, right, the leaderboard, but they do have 7 days or at least 6 full days under them now to where they've been able to play with their teams. Communication should be getting a little bit better, right? The nerves should be out of the way. It should be business as usual for everyone involved in the tournament, and especially since the second day once again returning this week. But 16 teams. Let's see how well they'll do today. And let's talk about one of those teams that did very, very well yesterday, and that's good old NA's NRG Galaxy, who ended up tearing it up. In fact, they had their strongest performance yet, earning 3 top 4 placings and 44 total points. Now, to put that into perspective, everyone, if you remove all the other days and just have yesterday, right? Just yesterday, they would have been in 5th place at this point. So, Hot Juice, NRG Galaxy, showing some life.
Let's go. It's about time, baby. I mean, we know that this squad has what it takes when it comes to just individual player skill. I mean, Spec, I think, has won almost every single 1v1 he's actually had so far this tournament. It's just, you don't get those opportunities anymore. I mean, the meta has changed so much. These top squads, they do not fight fair. They're fighting 3v1, 4v1, whatever it takes. So it's good to see some improvement from the squad.
Definitely is. NRG, so where did they place yesterday? Well, Miramar, they got 2nd place with 6 total eliminations. You go down to another Miramar, they get 2nd place again with 5 eliminations. Outside of that, they do place in 4th place. 14.8 average eliminations, 20.7 average points. So is that enough going from day to day? Well, it's not enough to be in top 2, Enigma, but it's enough to at least be competitive.
Yeah, I mean, it's some sort of science of life, and for the most part, I got to really give credit to the dynamic duo of J7 and Spec. Looking at the player stats before the broadcast today, J7 actually was the top-performing player of this squad, finishing in that, I believe, 8th place out of all the players in the lobby. Spec was just below that, around that 15-16 mark. So the 2 players with the most experience stepping up when it mattered most.
That's it. Titan Gaming, though, another NA team that's been on the come-up, now playing with Wancho, regarded as NA's best player, the coach who fills in for Lim, who unfortunately hurt his head. We'll see when he's going to be back, but until then, it's Wancho. Well, we got Zarpatch, who was on site to have an interview with Titan Gaming's Inactive. Let's hear what he had to say.
And finally, we got a victory from North America. Let's go. Inactive, congrats. Tell me about the match.
Thank you. It was good, actually. We just keep taking the fights even though we were not winning them. we still had to take them at the moment that we have to. So in this game, it was actually good. We made the right decisions, and at the end, it actually worth it. Hard work pays off.
For sure, for sure. And having your coach in the game, your now coach, did it help out? Is it helping out?
Yes, he actually do. It does help out, especially when our fourth player couldn't play.
Sure.
And our coach was forced to play for us this week, or today actually.
But is it good to have him in the game? Is he telling you what to do? Is he being an in-game leader, or?
Not at all. Actually, our game players individually roles are the same. He's just actually doing the same role as Salim was doing.
Okay.
But nothing has changed at all. It's the same.
Well, everything has changed and nothing has changed. So let's go back to you guys.
All right, Zarpatch with the savagery, right? A lot has changed, but nothing has changed. I guess he's referencing they're still in 14th place going into today. But, hey, Titan Gaming show life yesterday, Hot Jukes. They get their first winner chicken dinner on Miramar. 8 eliminations. They had to battle through the likes of Death Wolves. They had to battle through, I believe at one point, Team Liquid, right? At least had 1 or 2 players alive. And good on them for doing so, man. They finally get a winner chicken dinner.
Day long. Good to see Coach Juancho step on in. You know what I'm saying? It's not easy. It's not easy for a coach to take off that coaching hat, put the player hat on, and step up. But he did, baby. He took and he's been wearing that coach hat for a long time. Right? So for him to be able to step in right now has just been incredible to watch. So proud of him.
Hey, I had both of you guys going nuts yesterday. I remember Enigma, Juancho was in tough spots, but he was getting headshots. You guys were losing your minds, right? Juancho was like, came out of that coaching spot, and he was ready to go.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, it's also him missing that first week of experience playing Atlanta. I believe this is his first event, actually, in person and stuff like that. So amazing experience for him. And that, I mean, the first game speaks volumes. He was coming out of the smoke, hitting headshots on players moving in vehicles. He's really showing promising signs for me, with this being his first event.
That's right. First event, man, you know, the rookie amateur coach, right, then comes back in as the professional player and starts tearing up the competition. Who would have thought? We'll see how well he does today. Alim, though, wishing you the best of luck on your recovery.
Yes.
Of course, though, second interview of the day. We had Zarpatch on site yesterday with E7's Hate talking about their epic battle versus A7 taking the victory. Let's see what Hate had to say.
Hey guys, Double Day starts today, second day of the second week. I'm here with Hate from NTT. Hate, how are you? You guys had a great match yesterday, the last match. You guys beat Alpha7. That's great. I asked you yesterday, he was like, yeah, I mean, we won one, but we wanna improve. Today's the best day to improve, double points. How are you guys feeling?
¿Puedo responder en español?
Puedes responder en español.
Bien. Nos sentimos bien, puede haber sido un impulso de confianza esa partida de ayer para arrancar el día de hoy bien. Sí, hoy un día más importante porque tenemos puntos dobles. Obviamente venimos trabajando, mentalizándonos también como para arrancar el día de hoy bien, partida tras partida. Así que vamos a ver qué sale.
It was a confidence booster yesterday, no doubt. They're trying to work and trying to improve the things that have to get improved, but they know this is an important day because it's the double point day, so they're gonna try and face it. You want to say something to the fans at home, maybe in NA? Let everybody know. You speak English. Go.
Well, I think thank for all the people are supporting us in their house, in social media. Say to the people they have the patience of the because the Entity 7 is training, is working every day, and have patience. Que va a salir, ya vamos a ir agarrando confianza, vamos a ir agarrando el ritmo y nada.
It'll work out. Be patient. It'll work out. We'll do better. Hey, good luck today. Let's go Latam. Go NA2. Go Latam. Let's go.
Be patient, it all work out. Well, the patience ran out yesterday, Game 6 on Erangel, where they had the epic battle against Alpha7, the top dogs in the scene, only bested by Team Liquid so far. Hey, and it was E7 getting their first winner chicken dinner following Titan Gaming's first. It was an impressive sight. E7 going into their double points today. Hot Jukes. I'm excited to see how far they can go up the leaderboard.
That's right. It's Entity 7's time to shine, baby. The comeback starts now, okay? I mean, look, I've joked on this team for a long time, and the reason why I've been joking on them is because, you know, it's frustrating to see them lose games that they should win, you know? And the 2 times I've really seen that happened to be against Alpha7, right? Where Alpha7 kind of ran wide out in the open, and I'm looking at that, and I'm like, oh, how does this happen? Just throw nades, shoot a pre-fire in the smoke. But you know what? You know, progress starts at least with one winner chicken dinner, and that's exactly what happened yesterday.
Hey, Enigma, yesterday's fight showed me, especially these stats showed me, that E7 can do anything, and any team can lose if they can battle against Alpha7. Those stats were very different, yet E7 still won, okay? As a competitor, I know you know. Doesn't matter who you're going against, you're aiming to beat them, and I think E7 got a little bit more confident yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's got the same HP in the lobby. Hopefully you try to keep the same amount of players up in that sort of regard. But, you know, when you're Entity 7 and stuff like that, whether you're Alpha 7, the leaderboard, you're wanting to make sure that you yourself are improving. Now, if you're already at the top, everyone's already looking at you. They're digesting, they're dissecting, I guess you could say, all of your sort of game plan. You really got to start worrying about those lower teams adapting to your play style.
All right, well, let's talk about our standings going into today, because we've got a lot to discuss when it comes to Group A. 2 teams, number 8 and number 7, FURIA, iNCO Gaming, looking to work their way up. And I tell you what, if you're everyone, maybe besides Alpha7 and Team Liquid, Hot Jukes, I would be a little bit worried about iNCO and FURIA. Might even be basing my gameplay about shutting them down today.
That could totally be possible, you know, and that's one thing I want to see. Because nothing frustrates me more than seeing IGLs and teams not make adjustments according to the lobby. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine this is the last game of the tournament. You need 20 points to win, right? You got to go crazy, right? You have to get 10 eliminations and a chicken dinner to even be possible, right? So what are you going to do, right? Are you going to go and hide the whole match and just do something silly? No, that's not going to make it happen. You got to change up your play style and go aggressive. And with this new point system, at a certain point, you're going to have to start focusing on these team with double points. And now that it's the second week, I don't see why you wouldn't want to do that, right?
Well, yeah, that's right. And remember, iNCO Gaming on their double points had one of the highest scoring, I believe the highest scoring day for double points. iNCO Gaming, if they can replicate that, they could very well be in 3rd place by the end of the day. Now, we go to 9 through 16. We're about to hop into our first game on Erangel. Just to break this down, All Glory Gaming sits at the top. They're looking to break that. They're looking to break into top 8, go onto the first page. The potential is there. Of course, we are looking at Hyper and E7 from this list, Enigma. Hyper, the team from NA, looking to prove everybody, or make everybody proud, I should say, and break into top 8. They were there before. They need to get there again.
Yeah, this is the day to do it. And Hyper, they had a solid, you know, day 1 performance with their bonus points, but this week's a new week. You got to do it again today. And for these squads, if we're really kind of putting the proof in the pudding, if Hyper has some sort of 50-point pop-off day, that's 100 points total day. That would be shooting them up close to that 3rd place ranking if no one else in that top 8 gets points. Now, we know they're going to get some, but this double points day is allowing these teams where even if you're 50, 100 points back even, if you're able to have 2 pop-off bonus days in a row, you're right back up there in top 4.
Top 4 would be special, wouldn't it? And top 4 is what gets you to the next stage, right? That World Cup. Granted, 4th place goes to the qualifier spot, but top 3 get to play for the millions of dollars, which is really, really impressive. And also the money, too, that's up for grabs when it comes to America's spring season, right? We're talking about $244,000 to earn. That is a lot of money. Now, I do want to say we looked at the standings and noticed Team Liquid does sit at 401 points. That is accurate and correct. They got 2 compensation points, so they did break the 400 mark yesterday. We were talking about it being at 399, so good on them for being the first team to do so. and now 500 is the new goal for them to meet. Alpha7, though, is looking to catch them before it ends up happening. We'll see if it does. Last team, though, as we hop into map number 1, we have to discuss very quickly, Hot Jukes, is FURIA, a team that you were hot on just a little bit ago. Do you think they have a good day today?
I think they need to have a good day today. I think they need to have a good day every day because these top 2 teams are just running with this lobby. And you talk about the difference between 4th and 3rd place, right? Going to the qualifiers versus automatically to the big show. That is massive.
Massive indeed. Well, here it is for day number 7, starting off hot. Group A, double points. That's FURIA, iNCO Gaming, E7, and Hyper. How well can they do? We'll find out shortly. Hot Jukes, Enigma, take it away for the start of the day.
Thank you so much, Big Papa Taylor. Oh, boy. First match of the day, and we're heading into Erangel. Enigma, double points. It starts now. I kind of want to get into some hypotheticals, right? Because you've been a competitor. You know what it's like to have to adjust strategies on the fly, right?
Yeah.
Today's an interesting day, right? Because we're about that halfway point in the tournament, right?
Yeah, we're getting up to it.
We're pretty much there, right? So it's interesting because I can see that a lot of these teams kind of want to keep doing the same thing they've been doing, you know?
Yeah.
And the odds of seeing some crazy adjustments are low. Do you think that could be advantageous for Group A today?
I mean, for the most part, it kind of is a little worrisome because you're the first group that has to play early on in the week. And we obviously saw in Hyper, they didn't mind the pressure of that too much, but the rest of week 1, they didn't perform that well. I'm hoping today that they're able to come into it and have even a better performance for these double points days. But the rest of these squads, I mean, I'm looking at them like FURIA and stuff. iNCO Gaming, of course, that was a 7th to 8th place mark. I'm kind of worried that Team Liquid or even Alpha7 might really turn their eyes on you because at this point, you're only really worrying about the double points teams with such a big gap.
Yeah, that's what you're really trying to keep an eye on right now. And, you know, I talked to Stars a little bit about, you know, how you felt about the double points. He would rather be in Alpha7's position to where, you know, getting the double points on the last day.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you know exactly what you need to do. And I could totally understand that. You know, at the same time, you know, from what I'm looking at, is if teams decide to play the same game they've been playing, this could open the door for Hyper to rocket launch up the leaderboards. Stars actually got in trouble right there. Was able to skate away just in time. Very fortunate for him.
Yeah, must have been going for a vehicle, but, you know, back to the point you were talking about, and Hyper, my only, you know, worrisome point is, like, you know, you come into this tournament, I expect a team like Hyper, one of our partnered squads and stuff like that, especially with having someone like Starlight, they're able to really adapt, even with maybe getting, in their eyes, the short end of the stick, having the early on bonus point days. You got to be able to adapt. Someone's going to have to go before you. Why not it be you and set an example for the rest?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, you got to figure out what to do in this at this time here because there's just too much on the line. So much money, not to mention those golden tickets to the big show. That's the big prize right there. So that's what you're trying to hunt down. And the problem is, you know, Team Liquid and Alpha7 have such a lead right now. It's going to be hard to catch them. But like you said, I think the goal, the metric, the standard, right, is about 50 points on the day, right? Yeah. And if you get that doubled up, that's 100 points. So, like, let's say you're in Hyper, you're able to do that. That'll put you up to 297, okay?
Yeah.
As of right now, that'd be 3rd place, but all these other teams are going to be putting up points as well, you know? If you're able to do that, then I think if you're a team like in Hyper, in the future days, you have to try to deny those double points, right? And go crazy at the same time.
You got to focus the other squads. And I mean, we can even use NRG for an example as well. They had a 44-point day yesterday. And Hyper is a little bit more of the question mark in my mind because they didn't have any top 3 finishes coming into the day yesterday in terms of those 6 matches they played. So for all these squads, you're wanting to have minimum maybe 40-point days, making it 40 bonus points. You get 80 total. And then for these other teams that you're elbow to elbow with now, you need to make sure that you deny them as much as possible.
Yeah, and you know what? And the thing, I think the big reason why a lot of people, and I think you can testify to this, right?
Yeah.
A lot of teams don't want to do these hot drops or try to camp people out. You know, is you can definitely create some bad blood with another team, right?
I think it's kind of more like we're just still in this mindset of this passiveness, you know, when it comes to not just fully committing to an early fight, trying to play solo. I think it's just a bad mindset, almost like a nervous tick we have as NA or even just teams in general at the moment. I think as this format keeps going on, especially going into the next split and stuff like that, of course, I think we're going to be able to see a lot of teams really start hunting down those bonus point squads, because if you're near that bottom of the leaderboard, even in the middle, if you get focused, it could be a disaster on the day.
Yeah, definitely can. Definitely can. And that is not a position that you want to put yourself in. But I'll tell you what, if you do create that kind of animosity between another team, it could totally affect your gameplay.
Yeah.
If a team on the bottom realizes that, oh, there's no way we could make it into the tournament, like this is like last days of the tournament, then they can hunt you down, you know, and that could be a good and bad thing, right? It could be a good thing is that if you take them out, then it's just more points for you, right?
Yeah.
But majority of the time, it could be bad because they could hold you on a rotation, they could camp you out, and they could decide that, oh, you know what? We just want to make sure these guys don't qualify. And,
yeah, and we've seen a lot of these teams, though, where, you know, outside of, I guess, Team Liquid and Alpha7, if they lose a player early on, you can see that sort of morale, that mental change early on. When it gets to that late game zones, it doesn't affect players too much because most teams are going to have one or two players, you know, eliminated. But in the early game, people's mindsets just instantly go on the back foot. And that's really what separates the good from the great in a lot of these matches where they're playing loud, they're playing big. And even if you hit your shots, all it takes is you getting the first knock to even up the fight.
That's a good point. That is a good point. Dragon popping a little shot there, right there. Uh-oh, it looks like Entity 7. Okay, this Chaco needs to go ahead and start taking off as fast as possible here because Be Bold was chasing him for a second, but now they decide to back off there. Very fortunate for him.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of teams do this kind of two-stack on the vehicles early on. If you're not prepared for it, all it takes is one buggy tire getting shot out or something. Thankfully, he had the coupe, but right in the garage.
Wow. Perfectly placed. Perfectly placed. Beautiful. So Entity 7 setting up here. We got a nice little eastern zone, so nothing atypical in Erangel. And this is where it looks like Entity 7 is going to hunt it down. I'll tell you what. I think a lot of teams should study Entity 7. And the reason why is because their rotations are on point. They really are. You know,
they're making it to that late game, and
they always are. And there's a lot of teams in that mid pack that if they were able to be in Entity 7's position, they could really capitalize on it. So I think if I was like an IGL, I'd be looking at these guys, knowing that hey, they're having trouble fighting. You know what I'm saying? If you're able to find out what they're most likely going to rotate to, you get into an early fight with them. I mean, the odds are, I think, you're going to be in your favor. But at the same time, they came off a chicken dinner yesterday. You know what I'm saying? So they could definitely, you know, fight it out today. Yeah. So that's what I'm really looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, I think it's just more the center play style. We talked about Titan Gaming as well yesterday. They were playing a lot more center. They were getting into the late games more, resulting in them obviously picking up a few more eliminations than other teams. So I think it's just the lobby. You got to really be able to read the room. We know Team Liquid and stuff like that. If they get a center spot, they know how to play it. But they're also a team that's not afraid to fight on edge. And if you're not good in gun skill-wise, why not play for that late game and try to win the 4v4s when it matters most? So Entity 7, they have one of the central spots in zone. A lot of teams are starting to kind of congest around them. I think today's going to be the real tried and true test of if they're able to get that cohesiveness going in these team fights.
Good point. That is a good point. Today is going to be that test for sure. So getting started here. The first zone is about to close, and we're going to see where it heads off to. We're going to get another shelter zone. That'd be crazy. We've seen them quite a bit so far.
I'm hoping it goes to Lipovka. I always like those Eastern. It shifted that way. It's still in. Okay. A lot of these teams are centered up more towards, I guess, east of school and stuff like that, Jukes, but everyone's starting to make the rotation in, and this is always kind of the issue is if everyone's congested on this west side, the south side, really going to start to get focused on rotations, and if it does go to shelter, I mean, we saw the disaster it was yesterday with the last match. A lot of these teams just forced to just play either under a team or in the same building even. It's not something you really enjoy having to experience.
Yeah, it definitely is. You can see the Mythic on the move right now with Team Liquid. They're going to be finding a spot here, and one of the fortunate things about having a very similar zone back to back to back is you got a good idea where teams like to go to, right?
Yeah.
And it's fresh in your mind for sure as Team Queso are now getting into it with iNCO. And oh, look at that silence getting taken out right there from the side. They're going to battle it out here. It's all or nothing. Nenebete with that mini was popping some shots off from the distance. Hops in the vehicle. Oh, that was too close for comfort. Looks like Death Wolves are getting into it. Actually, so many squads. We got 3 team fights going on at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, Titan Gaming is what we're going to switch to. This is all the way on the east side towards Milta Power and stuff like that. Titan Gaming has one knocked. Actually, it's going to be Juancho, but Red Ox getting the return nade. It's still going to be just an even fight for these squads. I mean, he's taking the aggression towards them. They might be able to get the reset. I'm hopeful that Titan Gaming wins this fight. This is a squad that desperately needs every single fight they can win, or if not, I mean, it's just they're instantly wiped.
Yeah, that was a really tough place. You had to know the nade was coming in that direction. And they tried to get the res on Juancho, but it was a really obvious position for the res. So now Red Ox gonna try to get this nade off.
Ooh.
Death Wolves protected themselves a lot better, and they were able to get that full reset.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, 2v3. How are they gonna make it happen?
I mean, they needed to aggress on it. I like Dorn's idea of getting on the roof, but just not hitting the movement. Death Wolves now getting the full reset. And Red Ox, I mean, he's not having zero support from his teammate. No damage done. And Titan Gaming, they got 1 elimination, but great win for the Death Wolves squad. And now we can't really see it too much, but no one around them. They'll be able to loot and get into the next zone as a 3-man.
Yeah, interesting play. I mean, there's a lot you could do, especially on that east side. They had the opportunity to back off, but you could just see Titan Gaming still trying to get that cohesion together. Meanwhile, we're going to watch Potro, Team Queso. Oh, get taken out there by Diego. Diego, I'll tell you what, when that man has a shotgun, you got to watch out, because he hits those.
Yeah, the Miramar yesterday was a sight to see, to say the least. What was that, a 1v3 on Hyper? And, you know, I'm kind of surprised Team Queso actually was eliminated here. They were winning that fight with, I believe it was iNCO Gaming, and then they rotated and instantly got wiped. So, really unfortunate game 1 from them. And we're kind of seeing the same zone, Jukes. It shifts directly towards Shelter in the north. A lot of open playing field. I'm more looking at Hyper, I'm looking at NRG, and I'm looking at TL on what they choose to do in this zone.
All right, well, let's see what the play is going to be, as we do have that beautiful circle just north of Shelter. Nenebete going to be holding that OP dip position, trying to get some shots towards Entity 7. Just popping some off by himself, making a lot of noise. I think he's trying to make so much noise because he's trying to kind of pretend he's like an entire squad, so that way a whole team just doesn't send it on him.
Yeah, that's the idea, but with the sort of car meta and stuff like that, I'm looking to the north of him and stuff like that. Influence Rage. It just takes one player doing that sort of TPP scouting in a vehicle, and you realize, oh, this is just one player. Even if it's 2 or 3, a lot of these teams are comfortable setting those sort of vehicle fights, whether it's nading and stuff like that. But for the most part, it seems like no one's making the move like that just yet, and everyone kind of just griefing cars right now, so a little unfortunate if you're SLR and stuff like that, and you didn't really position your vehicles in the best of spots.
Yeah, that's tough right there, especially because this circle could still go in any direction right now. You want to have those vehicles just in case. But Alpha7 in a good spot. They're going to be holding that ridge line right there next to prison. So they're all set up. Kennedy 7, dead center. Dead center once again. I'm telling you, these guys always put themselves in the right position rotationally. It's just their fight game they got to get up. And once they really get it down, they're going to be good. And after that win yesterday, you know, their confidence should be up for sure.
Yeah.
So hopefully they could utilize that and just get that momentum going here.
Yeah, and since we've talked about it a bit, Jukes, I think I've really kind of pinpointed this squad as they're having those early game sort of spreads a bit. They're not too far from each other, but they're able to instantly recognize when they should just be a 4-man together. We talked about TL being 4-man and compounds and stuff like that. It's just you being able to recognize when you should be split and when you should be grouped. And as we're saying that, FURIA Kowski, he's kind of the solo player. If TL chooses to take the bunker, he might be in for a world of hurt, but we'll have to wait and see if that happens. The zone is still closed. Oh, man.
He hit a couple headshots, though.
I wouldn't be messing with them.
Yeah, he hit a couple of headshots, though, so he definitely hit those. Just got shot at in return. Not something you want to be doing when you only have a level 1 helmet and level 2 vest, I'll say that. So, but FURIA, they're going to be holding that complex just next to Shelter. It's a great complex to hold if the zone goes in that direction. Yeah. But if it goes away, it's really difficult to drive away from that place. So We'll see what they have. Looks like Kayovski's going to be on a little bit of a 3-1 split. Let's see what happens, though. 6 seconds left on the clock. Where is the zone going to go? Will it go north? Will it center up once again? You know Entity 7 wants that. Let's see.
I mean, they're wanting everything. Oh, Furia!
Wow.
Dead center.
Worked out.
This is where you got to have Kayowski regroup, though. You can't leave him there. You just got a chance that, you know, the compound's in the next shift. And, oh, look at this on the map. Nenabete is trying to rotate to the power, I guess, dip to the west. If he's able to kind of scare everyone away, he might be able to get a few more placements going as the solo, but that's pretty wishful thinking. A lot of these teams are going to have to be fighting for little to nothing on the map. And, I mean, my eyes are set on everyone on the north and on the east.
Well, you called it, right? Kayovski took off immediately and was able to group up with his squad right on time. Now we're going to see Alpha7 going up against NRG here. Fate got that nade locked and loaded. Carrillo's going to be trying to throw one in return. Who's going to get it off first? Looks like Fate gets it. Carrillo pops on out, but he gets him right on the money. That's how you do it right there. Carrillo at a complete disadvantage, but you can just see he does this. He's been in this situation so many times. And he just bodied Fate right there. And again, like, if the entire team would have just sent it onto that wizard tower, there's no way Carrillo would have survived, right?
I mean, the issue is, you know, you had Mafioso up the hill and stuff like that. I understand the play from NRG. They're looking to take an early fight before the zone closes and play on this eastern side. But you got to start getting knocks. If you just kind of get isolated in the 1v1, Carrillo, anyone on that squad, we saw it. A little bit of a pre-nade. He instantly pre-fires the tree, and it doesn't matter if the nade does no damage. It's nothing.
Run over there from Melgar. All Glory Gaming.
Oh, again!
Oh, the vehicle plays so strong. 9Z didn't stand a chance right there. 13 teams remaining. All Glory Gaming are on the south side of the zone. So, yeah, they're hugging that blue. They're going to go for this res here. And I don't know. It's going to be close. The zone is closing here.
I think they got it.
Yeah, he should be able to get back in and run in pretty easily. So,
yeah, one thing I want to note is AGG, 2 of their players were slotted 1 and 2 on top players of day number 6. So yesterday, AGG had a tremendous performance, even though we didn't really say their names that much. The squad itself looking like they're having a good start to today. Hopefully they're able to keep it into the late game because we can see it right now. I mean, everyone's kind of right next to each other, and Revo's not going to see it. Rattle Boy, he's pulling the rat things left and right still. A7, though, they have him surrounded. Are you going to be able to hit the shots, though, or not?
Rider Boy throws a nade. Oh, that does it. Oh, actually, it's Chief from Team Liquid. Catches McGrellin on top of the hill. Deathwolves are going to be able to get this res off, and now Alpha7 is hurting bad. But you just see Alpha7 are so quick with the smokes. That's something that a lot of these teams need to learn. Second that player gets knocked, smokes are out on him instantly, and they're able to get these reses. And look at that nade. That one hurt him. He's trying to protect that Lambo. Actually, he may even be going for a vehicle play.
I think he's got to stay out there because his teammates are already forced into the bunker. If he gets knocked or even just goes back to his teammates, the rest of his team just gets stuck in shelter. They get stuck in the bunker. So I think he kind of realizes that. Team Liquid, though, thankfully being this Guardian Angel squad for him, it's going to be up to if Mafioso can maybe hit a few sort of Hail Mary nades onto the team and try to salvage this.
Yeah, and driving around on the Lambo, he's still able to get those bandages off. But hold on, watch this. Reyes with Be Bold going up against Influence Rage. And they are getting beat up right now. This Reyes is, sandwiched in between 2 teams. And Hyper's on the other side. And Hyper has to win this. This is their double points day. And Hyper still currently with all 4 up. Baton catches Federal. Gets that finish. And now you're going to see all 3 players of Influence Rage hitting the deck. Oh, it's like a red zone over here. Nades popping all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, Influence Rage, I like this idea, but if the fight gets stalled like this, I'm really expecting Hyper to make this a sort of mini red zone. And, I mean, you see it, all the nades flying in. Now Hyper, they're in the power position. They're closer to the zone. Can you find the knocks on a little boy in law? Or are you going to maybe give the openings and maybe start losing these positions in zone?
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because, I mean, Hyper has to have that coin flip, right? Do they prioritize zone or do they go for the fight? It looks like this is the problem, right? When you need double points so bad, it can make you second guess yourself. So you can see them kind of doing a little bit of both. Stars is still up here. trying to pop some shots. Not able to catch little boy just yet. Oh, but he's actually getting beat up by SLR. So Influence Rage, I think, are pretty stuck no matter where they go.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of Stars being this player. He has the most experience, and, you know, I like it that he goes for these sort of in and out sort of plays. Luckily, though, for them, SLR is getting a lot of shots down, like you said. So Influence Rage now trying to just turtle up, maybe get a bit more placement going on. They actually sent it, a duo of Influence Rage into zone, so it's actually just a solo here now on the north side. I'm hoping Hyper maybe recognizes this and starts trying to clear the edge.
Wide Elegy gets taken out there from SLR, and it looks like Hyper's on the drive up. They're ready to get into the action, but as a two-man, the rest of the team is too far away, and now it's just Stars. Oh, but it's just Koi. Oh, the nade. Oh, the nade, like a laser beam from Koi. The rest of the team needs to get here fast, because they can still take out SLR here, but Koi's going to run up to try to get these confirms. Oh, never mind. He was actually challenging Baton.
I was getting worried too. Entity 7 was about to just pull straight up on Koi, but now Hyper, they have a chance. If they can eliminate Koi, they could potentially get the full reset on the squad, but we just saw him hit an absolute nade shot with it.
Oh,
overcooked. He's going for it, though. He got the reset,
wow.
But it doesn't matter. Where's the fourth player on the Overwatch?
Where is the fourth player? Baton, take the shots. What is going on? How do you not see him?
I mean, we're talking 1v3 right there. A nade, 2 beam shots out of Koi. This is the player you don't want to be last alive for SLR if you're going against him. And Baton now, I mean, not sure what's going on for the most part. But Entity 7, I'm surprised they didn't make a rotation on this either. They were driving back and forth for the longest time, Jukes, going in and out.
Dude, they're all looking at Baton.
Capitalize. Yeah.
The entire roster is just looking at Baton, be like, bro, where are you right now? Not sure what happened. Not sure what the idea was. But that is a misplay right there, folks. By all means necessary. So let's see what happens as Nenebeta from iNCO Gaming is going to be holding the shack right here on the edge of the zone. Oh, and it's little plays like that that destroy your squad. I mean, literally, if they were able to stay up, who knows how many points they would have gotten in this game. But things are not looking good. This is the calm before the storm. There's NRG Galaxy gone. 10 teams still remaining here in this circle. FURIA, dead center. This could be a huge game for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's double points and stuff like that. I'm not sure how many eliminations. It looks like 0 still for the squad. Looks like Hyper was wiped as well, but AGG, I mean, they're stuck in the shack. They played this outside, but unfortunately, I don't see them ever making it in. No vehicles, having to get resets. I honestly wonder if you just drop your meds to one player and see if they can catch out a Team Liquid player in zone or stuff like that. But we're seeing it. Someone trying to make it in. Koi, he's trying to just snake it in, and I think he's just going to, blue zone. Don't give him the points. Now we're down to just top 8, and for the most part, this zone, I'm looking at Team Liquid. I'm looking at FURIA, loving their positions.
All right, well, let's see what happens here. As Cardosen has got his eyes on All Glory Gaming. FURIA are now starting to get active. This is their time to shine. You don't get circles like this very often. You have to utilize it. So you can see FURIA now just standing up straight, shooting at everything in their way, because it's time for them to start racking up some eliminations here. They don't have any yet, but they have the position, and that's sometimes all you need.
Yeah, and we were seeing the FURIA players getting on roofs and stuff like that. They were spreading out just for the one Team Liquid player on the vehicle. So you're really going to start noticing the squad make plays. But Alpha7's making a play, a full send on an Influence Rage. Carrillo instantly knocked. It's a shotgun battle, and A7 wiping Influence Rage, looking like a reset possibility. Entity 7, though, looking to maybe make a move.
And Alpha7, I'll tell you what, they have no problem risking it to get the biscuit, and it pays off this time. And FURIA now in a little bit of trouble here because Royals of War was able to push up on them. So now Royals of War is in the mix. This is actually a really rough fight between both these teams. They shouldn't even want a battle, because the longer this battle goes, they're going to get third-partied.
Yeah, I think the saving grace is Team Liquid was kind of whittled down in terms of players. FURIA could potentially take this fight, but I'm really kind of questioning how you even allow Royals of War to get into your compound. There should have been everyone watching a direction. You know, there's north, south, east, and west, Jukes. That's one person every direction, and it just seems like maybe they got a little too overzealous focusing certain teams.
That's the problem, though. Is like this kind of building. It's hard to be able to hold every single direction.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to have just commit to one building, and if another team takes it, hey, let them just partner up. You know what I'm saying? And then fight them once the game's over. And it looks like FURIA is going to do that now, but they're going to do it as a 2-man.
Yeah, we can see it on the map too in the top right. A lot of these teams still just being able to find nooks and crannies to live at. 6 teams alive with 15 players. And for the most part, it's only Royals of War actually with the full 4-man. So they are in the prime compound. They have the most players. Is looking promising for them. And the zone shift happens, we can see, onto the compound as well. So these teams that made the sense into the dips, whether it was on the north, on the west side, they got to make moves now.
Nenebete with some beautiful shots. Got to give it up to the observers right now. They are putting in work. I see you guys. And Nenebete has got his eyes right in the middle of this zone. He's got his eyes towards Royals of War because he's just trying to get any elimination he can. He knows that he's going to go out. It's only a matter of time. At this point, it's just trying to survive.
Yeah, I mean, I think he kind of figured a lot of teams would be setting the compound, not just Royals of War and FURIA. If there was a lot more sense, he could have picked them off. But Team Liquid, they held that south side. Cardozo, though, not having enough room to really kind of relax and be comfortable down to just Ayala. But we've seen what solos can do on Team Liquid, and for the most part, I'd still be worried leaving him alive in the late game.
Dude, it's so crazy, right? I mean, Team Liquid and Alpha7, even though it's not their double points day, they're still putting up points. And Alpha7 goes for the push-up. Oh, with the shotgun, Carrillo in the mix. Jump shot hits it. Are you kidding me? Revo. Carrillo. These guys are almost unstoppable as they refuse to go down. Revo's in the building, though. He's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 of them up. FURIA, they are a duo, but it's like, how are you really going to stop the Alpha7 squad if they just start hitting the shots? A little bit of a pre-nade going down, and they're making the push in. It looks like just a solo of Royals of War jumping right over the DPS shot.
Are you kidding me? Alpha7 straight up deleting Royals of War. That one is going to haunt you right there, as this team is refusing to go down, even though they're just a duo. They're now in the best position on this map.
Yeah, I mean, FURIA, they opted not to push it while that was going on. Entity 7 took that north side of this graveyard compound with the Team Liquid solo still on that south side. So a lot of these teams, looks like they're trying to stabilize a bit longer, but Jaco might be able to shake things up in the compound.
Hey, big day as well for Entity 7. I mean, he's in the mix right here.
Yeah.
Let's see if he can take out Alpha7, because Entity 7 did it yesterday in the last match. He's going to be throwing that nade toward FURIA, though. Did he spot Adrian? See if he's able to hit it just a little bit off the mark. Ayala from Team Liquid still up. You were talking about wanting to take him out, and it makes sense because these top 2 teams, it's so crazy to see just how resilient they are. No matter what the situation, they still survive.
I mean, it's like they're cockroaches. They just can survive anything. A nuclear bomb, you know, like radiation. They don't need water for months, whatever the heck it is. And for the most part, I mean, he's still in zone. The zone shifted so much to the south in these late shifts that he's actually still has a bit of a ridge now. Hopefully
he has the dominant position, actually. I mean, are you kidding me?
If Revo doesn't see him, like it still could be, you know, if the zone shifts on him, it could still be his game.
It really could, because FURIA is going to have to end up in a fight with Alpha7, and then Ayala could just stand up and clean everybody up. So this could be a Team Liquid win.
Jeez.
Yeah, Entity 7, even though they have 3 players up, they're in a really bad spot. They got to start pushing. It's 47 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, you got to go left or right. It's either Alpha7 or FURIA. You fight. Afterwards, you got to deal with teams left and right of you coming into the next zone. And this is stage 8. As soon as this closes, it's going to go into nothingness, Jukes. And a lot of these players still haven't really been making ground.
It's going to be an all-out war on this side of the map. Meanwhile, Ayala is just, you know, hands behind his head, just watching this happen. And he's laughing because this is looking really good. He just needs to lay down. Yep, stay safe.
Oh, look at that, though. The FURIA players, both of them, just trying to spot Ayala on the south side. And I mean, at some point, though, the zone, it might push him enough on the ridge, Jukes, for them to be able to see him. But the issue is if Entity 7 pushes up on you like how it looks like right now, you got to look away from him. You got to worry about the players right next to you.
Let's see if Franco might just see Ayala here. He's looking for him.
Wow.
Or it depends if Ayala sees him first. But now you got Hate shooting through the door. That's exactly what you need to do. Just pressure. Pressure. Don't let Alpha7 just run out in the open. Oh, beautiful smoke, though. Alpha7 with the heads-up play, knowing what they got to do. It's going to be an all-out battle. This is the final zone, folks. This zone is going to close down to nothing, and it's anyone's game.
Yeah, it's going to come down to that utility usage. Alpha7, they're still making the moves, trying to get a roof angle. Not going to be the case. And ND7, I like the idea of sending the player outwards, maybe holding that wall, but at some point, you're going to have to start moving in, and if you get caught in the open, Ayala could shoot you. We're looking at Alpha7, and FURIA is actually opting to just rat in the roof, so one nade could be a double kill. Bang!
Revo is unreal. Oh, my gosh. One? Call it two right there. Oh, it doesn't get him.
Either.
Oh, but he gets caught. Jaco Sensei, calm down, baby. Don't worry, you go and Mafioso with the sidelines. Are you kidding me? The synergy is ridiculous, but FURIA ends up catching him out. So now this is a very close game, and like we called it, Ayala, all by his lonesome. It's ND7 versus Team Liquid. Who's gonna win it? Ayala saw him. The nade. Oh, he's 1 HP.
He's got another though. He's gonna see him at some point. The blue zone's either gonna tick him or he's gonna be in the open, and he's not even gonna shoot his gun. That should be it right there.
See ya later.
I don't know how they do it. Team Liquid with a winner chicken dinner, of course, for game one, Chiefs.
Are you kidding me? How did it play out exactly like that? Team Liquid are just on another level, folks. I mean, what can I say? What can I say, right? Tough position, only one player up. Yeah, they got some favorable zones, but you still got to clutch it up, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, I think it's just teams really kind of overlooking that south side. Yeah, you know, someone else will wipe Team Liquid, and then they just completely left it open. And Taylor, I mean, you know, I like to call them cockroaches for the most part in that game, but I mean, they're gods in my eyes now.
I'm so pumped up after that game, bro. That was nutty. Carrillo. Come on, how incredible is he's so good looking. That's the only way to put it. That was just such a good performance. When I'm seeing him jump over the buildings, can't jump over a building, but jump over the wall, bro, and like hit those shots, like it really just it blows me away. Alpha7 had an incredible performance, and the Team Liquid's like, hold up a sec, take a back seat. We're gonna show you what we're made of, and then they get the winner chicken dinner. That's how good 1 and 2 are, right? That's how good Alpha7 and Team Liquid are. And it's just going to consistently be that way each and every day. They're reaching new heights. They're reaching new levels. They already have their minds not only on first and second place, so both of them first place, and you guarantee that, but also the international stage. That's where their mind is at, and that's what they're preparing for. Let's start off, though. We had Titan Gaming going against Deathwolves, our first big fight, Enigma. Titan Gaming, what happened? What went wrong?
I mean, for the most part, they had it down to a 2v2 situation. Even with you losing Juancho early on, you just waited back. You try to nade the same spots over and over. You need to get aggressive and take the 2v2 fight. But unfortunately, playing too passive, allowing Deathwolves to get the upper hand, and ultimately costing them an early game fight.
There he is. There's my guy, A7. Here we go, though. Another fight to talk about. 9Z, excuse me, falling. We start getting to this point. SLR starts to push up Hot Jukes. Or excuse me, in Hyper, I should say. Aggressively pushes into SLR, and it just all falls apart. Koi was the man of the hour, the man with the power. Now, granted, both teams, SLR and Hyper, they cannibalize each other, right? Both end up, one in Hyper's finished off, SLR only with 1. But in Hyper, the aggression was just a bit too much.
Yeah, it was just a bit too much. You know what? I just can't stop watching this play. You know what I'm saying? I have to talk about it. Are you kidding me? This is just unreal right here. I mean, Alpha7, the resiliency is just at another level. It's so crazy to see what these guys can do no matter what the situation calls for.
And that right there would have been the cherry on top, right? If he's able to hit those. But even like the off angles, Mafioso, like picking up those two, Trigger Discipline waiting, right? You know they're trying to get that thirst on a Revo, and he just waits. He gets finished off. But then here is the true cherry on top, right? Team Liquid. You got a distinct 1v1v1, and it's got E7 in that 1v1 at the very end, and Ayala just, as he typically does, right, with the nades, the utilities. I mean, hitting, the nade when it matters most. Just such a good game all around. It really shows the caliber of players we have in this lobby. Team Liquid will take 18 total points. E7, though, double points today. Big for them. They go up 22. E7 is on the come up yesterday, beating Alpha7 in game number 6 on Erangel. Gave them a ton of confidence. FURIA as well, right? Double points. They get 18 for their good effort. And then you go down the list, right? It's like Hyper's going to be on the next page. I know why you guys are giggling. It's not lost on me. It's like, wow, double points. Team Liquid Alpha7 still get 18 and 16, Hot Jukes.
Oh, I'm going to call it right now, dude. I'm officially putting the nail in the coffin for the rest of this lobby, guys. It's a battle for third place at this point. I mean, I don't see it being called any other way. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
It's going to take a meteoric double points day for a certain roster, and it could very well be in Hyper today. Let's keep an eye out for them. 12 points, not the biggest, not the greatest, but remember, they're still trying to break into top 8. I do think if they didn't get so aggressive and hungry for SLR in that moment, they would think it through and slow it down a little bit, which, I don't typically say about in Hyper, but slow it down a little bit. I think they'll be all right. FURIA will move up now into 6th place. Team Queso will drop down to 8th. Those are the two big movers on page 1. iNCO Gaming still right there, 1 point behind that of FURIA. So, Enigma, we talk about it's a battle for third place. FURIA, iNCO Gaming, still a very real chance to overtake Death Rules, Rules of War, and Influence Rage up the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to, I think, these bonus points. Obviously, you want to have good days when it's not your sort of double points day. But FURIA, iNCO Gaming, you really got to look at the idea of getting your bonus points into that 50 range on the day. You got to have a good day. And then on top of that, we talked about it in that game 1. Jukes and I talked about it in terms of you got to start preventing other teams when it's their bonus point days.
I'm trying to see in Hyper, how far do they have to go? So from 10th place at 209, in order to break into top 8, they got to dethrone Team Queso at 266. I didn't realize the point spread was that severe, going from 9th all the way up to 8th place. But it really is. They still got to get 20 more points, absolutely, or more. Excuse me, a lot more points than 20. But still, I'm really at a loss for words. That first game was just genuinely that good. I think one of the most exciting games we have had from a fundamental perspective. Alpha7 put on an absolute clinic. So did Team Liquid. There were mistakes from other teams, but just overshadowed by the fundamental plays from A7 and Team Liquid. Hot Jukes, again, just to highlight them, man. That was some good PUBG Mobile.
It's the best of the best, literally.
Mm-hmm.
What can I say? They're just a cut above the rest. I will admit, what Alpha7 did was way harder than what Team Liquid had to do.
I agree.
100%. It was so crazy. Yet Team Liquid won the game, and that's why they're in first place. It's just, I don't know. My brain's just like, what do you even say?
It's mind blowing because Alpha7 I think put on the best performance in a lot, but Team Liquid did win. So exactly. 2 different ways to go about it, baby. But both of them are making it work in first and second, and we still got 5 more games to go. I hope you're enjoying it. If you are, make sure you hit that subscribe button. If you're going to be tweeting out, man, hashtag PMSL Americas. Get involved on socials. We would love to hear from you, and I'm going to love hearing from Zarpatch. He's actually on site with an interview with FURIA's Kowalski. Let's hear what he had to say.
All right, guys, I'm here with Kowalski from FURIA. Kowalski, double points today. What are you planning to do? You're going to change something or play us every day? Double ponto para vocês. Se estão planejando mudar alguma coisa ou jogar como sempre?
Salve, galera. Bom, o dia de hoje pra gente vai ser um dia normal, um dia comum. E igual da semana passada, que a gente, querendo ou não, colocou uma pressão em cima disso. Era novo pra gente, nosso primeiro dia, o primeiro grupo, então ninguém sabe como iria funcionar. Então, a gente colocou uma pressãozinha por ser pontos dobrados, a gente talvez ali quis fazer coisas que a gente não fazia e acabou dando ruim. Então, no dia de hoje, a gente vai ser um dia normal pra gente. Consequentemente, a gente vai pontuar dobrado pelo desempenho que a gente vem tendo.
It's a lot. Let me translate. Okay, so he says that last week it wasn't a good day because they put some extra pressure on themselves, being a double point. But he says that they have to play as they normally do, not apply that pressure for double points, just play as they normally do, and try to maintain that gameplay. So you're not going to play more aggressive, just as normal, or you're going to try to get for more kills, or no? Vocês vão procurar mais kills? Ou simplesmente jogar como sempre?
Bom, se houver oportunidade de pegar kill, a gente vai pegar sempre, né? A gente não vai, forçar uma coisa, forçar a pegar kill. Aqui tem que ser uma consequência ali da partida. E se tiver a oportunidade de pegar kill, sim, a gente vai pegar.
He says that if they get the opportunity, they're gonna get the kills. They're not gonna force anything. Just wait for the opportunities to come. So that's Kajoski from FURIA. Let's see how the day goes. Let's go.
Valeu.
The PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There is a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. We're off to a hot start here on Day 7, Alpha7, putting on an absolute clinic. Team Liquid taking the victory, but all four teams doing relatively well on their double points day. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Enigma. Can't wait to get into it, boys. Hot Jukes, Day 7 is great. I mean, Erangel was incredible. Miramar is going to be even better. And you know what excites me about Miramar? The last team to win on it was Titan Gaming. Slow start today, but I tell you what, Miramar is their home turf. They're going back on it.
Let's go. Let's see it happen. We need to, that's for sure. All these teams that are in that mid-pack, lower end of the leaderboards need to be performing no matter what, you know? And I know we kind of want to talk about trying to hunt down teams and, you know, trying to stop these double point stuff. I get it. It's just after that performance, though, my mind has shifted. I'm like, yeah, first and second are lock. There's like nothing you can do against these squads. Even if you have the dominant position, they're going to take it away from you and win the game somehow, right? So at this point, you got to be like hunting down third. I think that's the eyes on the prize. It's like, all right, this is third place on down. What can we do to at least secure that last slot?
Well, it makes things, I think it really elevates things, or it should, at least in the competitor's mind. It's like, look, 1 and 2, we can't really overtake that. Like, we're going to shoot for it. And trust me, they're going to continue to try. It's not like 1 and 2 is like out of their mind. They want that position. But now it's like there's one guaranteed spot for global finals, and then there's a qualifying spot. Who's going to get that last one? There's now, 14 teams up for grabs to get the third spot to go to global finals, who's it going to be? I mean, the odds are now no longer in their favor. They've really got to work hard, and with the point spread being as close as it is, 8th through 3rd, it makes things that, in my mind, that much more dire for the competitors on that first page, which makes double points day even more important, whether it be FURIA, iNCO, E7, or in Hyper. Miramar, Enigma, we go into it, right? So what are we expecting here? Because we've learned a lot from teams in the past, specifically on Miramar. I'm looking at, I believe it was in Hyper yesterday. They made this play trying to hold iNCO in blue. It didn't, it didn't work out. It got messy, right? In Hyper, hopefully learns a lesson from that.
Yeah, I mean, you're both kind of on that bonus points day. I'm expecting you guys kind of just do that sort of handshake with each other and go separate ways. We talk about it when it gets to the late game of kind of just letting each team rotate. But with that Hyper, you really got to focus. We saw them. They had 6 eliminations in the first match today, but 0 placement points. You got to get every point you can get. And if you're losing 1v3s, obviously it's coin and stuff like that, the star player of SLR, but that cannot be happening on your day. Going into the Miramar, I'm expecting this squad on top of all the other teams in the double points, FURIA, NND7. I want to see them in the late game for it to correlate into more elimination points.
Well, one name you said there, E7. I love E7's positioning, even on Erangel, you know, and that's why I think in large part they were able to get 5 eliminations and ultimately 2nd place. I know, Hotchix, you were commenting on E7 and their central zone placements. More specifically from Stage 3, I know Stage 4 and onwards was kind of dominated by FURIA. Ultimately, they end up finishing in 3rd place. So both teams prioritizing center zone. E7, they continue to do that. Any map could be theirs.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way to do it. I mean, you got to be focusing on central position at this point. It's just so dominant. I mean, back in the day, I think Edge was a little bit easier because there was teams utilizing a more like split up play style. And if they are more split up, like FURIA was, right? FURIA was playing split up. You open the door to just get full sent on by a squad. Royals of War did that early, you know? And then Alpha7 did that right after. So now that meta has shifted to playing a lot tighter, you want to be able to just kind of play it out in the center. You know what I'm saying? Just playing out. I mean, look at what happened to Team Liquid, right? Team Liquid got that zone towards the end, and they won it. So if you get that zone, you got to be able to maximize it. And the teams at the top are doing it. The teams in the middle and the bottom aren't.
I love teams that play the edge of zone. Alpha7 was a big narrative for that towards the start of America Spring Season. We were talking about them being the gatekeepers, and that was kind of their play style, and they did that incredibly well, and they absolutely still can. Team Liquid is more of a team that I started to notice that would prioritize zone, which definitely benefited them when it came to placements, and might be why, in large, they're the first team to break 400 points in total on the standings and still have the lead over Alpha7, who tends to be a bit more aggressive and more riskier play, but it does work out for them. But then you look at teams who try to play that edge role, like in Hyper, whether it be against iNCO yesterday on Miramar, or even just a little bit earlier against SLR, trying to full send against Papa Blue. Now they're in a fight against Blue, as well as SLR. Koi takes advantage of that fight and ends up punishing them. Both teams cannibalize each other. They probably get a placing they're not happy with, specifically SLR, you know, finishing off in 9th place. But regardless, though, those fights are risky, and if you're a team that's not confident, or maybe you're a team that plays too individualistically, you cannot be taking those edge fights. It's just simply not going to work out. Now, I've been talking a lot about in Hyper, and Hotchix, I know you talk a lot to Stars. Well, let's talk to Zarpatch. He's on site to do an interview with Stars from in Hyper. Let's see what he had to say.
Guys, I'm here with Stars. Double point day for you today. We found some shares. You comfy?
Of course. I love sitting down.
I love sitting down too. Isn't that a coincidence? So, bro, double points today. How you guys feeling? How did you guys prepare?
Another normal day. Nothing special. Ready to play today.
That's interesting. So, no, you're not going to be more aggressive, just play as you normally do.
Yeah, pretty much. We had a rough day yesterday, so today, as long as we play to our normal capabilities, should be a good day.
Absolutely, absolutely. Hoping it is. Tell me about yesterday. What do you think happened yesterday that you have that rough day?
Well, it's a lot of rather lower level mistakes. It's just we need to be I guess more disciplined and pay more attention to our details. It wasn't anything complicated. Therefore, I think it's also easy to fix.
Awesome. Okay, good to hear. Well, guys, double points today. We're starting really soon. let's go back to you guys.
So, interesting interview there from Zarpatch, and I'll actually pass it over to you, Enigma. You know, Stars is very convinced, you know, we're just going to continue to play our normal game. It's a normal day. And then counteracts that with, well, yesterday we were disappointed. Speaking of yesterday, right, we were disappointed with our performance. We weren't happy with it. So what are we getting at here, right? What is normal for Hyper?
I mean, it's kind of rough to see. We've only seen them with this roster at PMGO and stuff like that. They didn't play qualifiers. They said it was too easy to play qualifiers and stuff like that. That's why they're here now. But the squad itself, if Starlight's saying that the mistakes are minimal and he thinks they're easy to fix, why hasn't that changed from week 1 to week 2? I'm wanting to see everything almost get thrown out of the window. Oh, Jigs, what do you got to say about this? Come on.
Hold on. Yeah,
Come on.
Look. This interview had to be before that first match. All right.
Okay.
because yeah, after that, I know his mind had to change. It ain't no normal day no more. Because, I mean, Alpha7 and Team Liquid are on a whole different level. So you got to step up. And, you know, it was really hard to see that last game. I'm not sure what happened to Baton. I don't see him just laying down and just not doing anything. So I think something must have happened. It's tough regardless. But hopefully they can just bounce back in this Miramar match because they really need to.
I hope so as well. I mean, but even still, before, right, that first match, I know they're not happy with that. They've got to improve on it for sure, because I think Erangel should have been a stellar map from them, especially with how they started 4 eliminations off the start. I was like, okay, and Hyper's doing something special. And then to finish so abruptly, and you mentioned, right, Baton, like, you know, some issues there, but even still, no top 3s yesterday for Hyper. So to come in and say in the interview, you know, hey, it's business as usual, we're going to continue to do what we do, I don't think that's good enough, at least for me, and I hate to be so critical. I believe in Stars, and I love that energy he had off of the first couple of days, right? Remember the battle against E7 in Ruins, right? That was really impressive. But no, I think there's more that needs to be done from Hyper, and I hope Game 1 was a wake-up call for those boys, because I know today could be a big day for them, but they've just got to continue to push harder and harder, and if they want to get aggressive and be more aggressive, then so be it. If that's what they want to do, it can't hurt. After all, we talked about it yesterday. There's no point in finishing 9 through 16. There's just not, right? You there for participation points, like maybe a little bit of money in your pocket, but you got to go for gold. You've got to go for top 4. That's your main objective here. We go in to game number 2, though, obviously, as we've been speaking about on Miramar. Hotchicks, I'm liking E7, though. E7, man, second place, total of, 22 points, the highest amount of points that we see. 5 eliminations. We talked about the performance yesterday. I'm feeling an E7 come up.
Hey, it's totally possible. I mean, when it comes to E7, I'll say it once and I'll say it again. When it comes to their position, right, they know what they're doing. They always seem to put themselves in the right spot. We see them in last until the end game so many times. It's just for the first part of this tournament, they would get in that position and just get ran over. Like literally just get full senton wide on the open and lose. So that's why it was just so hard to watch them. But if they're finally able to be like, hey, you know what, we can fight this. We know what to do, right?
Yep.
We could actually see them climb the leaderboards, and maybe it just took that one win, right? They got that one win under their belt, and maybe that was the confidence boost that they need to finally just relax and start playing their game.
Relax, start playing your game. E7 was doing that, taking zones. That was, again, the important thing to take note of, whether it was Team Liquid in the final zones, whether it's E7 in Zone 3 or FURIA in Zone 4. The players are now starting to think ahead, which is important. No more individual plays from what I'm seeing so far. I was actually watching a qualifier, not a qualifier, but one of the other PMSL broadcasts just a little bit earlier, and I was very impressed with the analysis, even though it was a watch party, which shout out to them for doing the watch parties. I think they're absolutely cool. Neptura was on one of them. Nice to hear from her, man, and you know, her analysis is great. Maxman also was breaking it down. You know, first time hearing from him, and I tell you what, he can speak. I like
legend.
Max.
Yeah.
Hey, he's good. His analysis was great. The way he was breaking things down was also elegant. I think he gets the point across very concisely. So, you know, a guy that I hope to work with in the future. But One thing I was impressed with Hotchooks was just, one thing they talked about was like gun skill over brains. Which one's more important? I know that was kind of a question in chat. And it was like, you can't have one without the other at this level. Gun skill is to be expected. Now it comes down to the brains. And there are some teams that are clearly more developed strategically than others. And that could be team chemistry and team staying together. In fact, I think we only had 2 rosters, right, Hotchooks, that stayed together coming into this PMSL America Spring season?
Yeah, and like Maxman would say, I think the thing that these teams are missing is they're missing that one piece, okay? And that piece is team synergy, And we could just see the difference between, Team Liquid and Alpha7 at the end, still playing that split, holding angles for each other. Yeah, right. They didn't win that game, but it was so beautiful to watch, right? And we see a huge disconnect from these teams in the middle on down. And I'm gonna be real with you. Alpha7 and Team Liquid are so above everybody else. Oh, yeah. And there's still a high chance that they go on to the next stage and just get destroyed by some Mongolians, That's how crazy, right, the next stage is going to be, all right? So, if these teams in the middle are thinking they're just going to do a regular day, it's not okay, right? You need to develop past these squads if you want to be the best on the planet. That should be the goal, right?
Hey, like my buddy, my duo, another game says, Blaze, right? There's levels to this, okay? There's levels to competition on the international stage. And again, that's where I want these competitors to put their mind. That's what they're shooting for. That's where their mindset needs to be the best in the world, not just the best in their respective region. We're hopping into map number 2. It's going to be Miramar. Let's see who's going to have success and who isn't. Hotchooks Enigma, take it away.
Let's get it going, baby. Double points day for Group A, match number 2. And you know what? I will say this. Stars said it. The mistakes they're making are low-level ones, right? Yeah. Just real simple mistakes. And I'm glad that they recognize it because I think both of us watching see that, right? We're like, dude, these guys are just making the simplest mistakes that we've seen, So if he is right that I think if they're able to fix those, they could absolutely give anybody here a run for their money, Yeah. It's just, but like you said, when is it going to happen, right?
Yeah, and I feel like we could say that for a lot of these teams, especially around that 6 to 8 range, anyone on the bottom 8. A lot of it comes down to this. In my eyes, it's still a team cohesiveness, and it's just individual players making those mistakes one after another, resulting in your whole team getting wiped. So I'm hoping that with Starlight and stuff like that, he is the most experienced player on that roster. He's kind of able to rally the troops together and keep things moving as they should be. But obviously there's only 5 games left for them on the bonus points, I guess you could say. They did get, 12. They had 6 eliminations in that first match. They're that team that they're good at getting early eliminations, but they don't ever correlate it to a late game position.
Yeah, that's going to be the problem. And speaking of problems, first circle goes on up, and it's all the way down south. Oh, look at that. Crazy shots from down the way. As SLR. This is what I want to see from SLR, though. I want to see them, even if they're going to do the kind of scavenger loot strategy, do it together. Why not? It takes longer, but it's way safer, right? You avoid losing those players early on. So I will say, that's a little bit of progress from SLR right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about just staying as a squad. Everyone, this NA mindset of doing crazy splits, just throw that out the window, please. We've seen it time and time again. People just getting absolutely steamrolled, thinking they're going to beam a player out of a car, and they get knocked by the Overwatch. So hopefully this Miramar, obviously with the zone, a lot of these teams are making the rotation, especially Titan Gaming. This is a squad, too, where the first game was a little bit rough from them. They lost that first 4v4 engagement, which is never too nice of a feeling. But with Juancho being in, of course, I expect them to have that sort of mental reset early on and being prepared for this Miramar match.
Yeah, let's see what the preparation was like. Because, I mean, these teams already had a week under their belt, right? And they had 2 days off to kind of reset, eat some Brazilian steakhouse dinners, get a haircut, start putting in some work. So there's no excuses right now. This is that thick part of the tournament, right? I sometimes give players and teams, a little bit of an excuse on the first match because, the nerves, new teams, and I'll give Juancho one for yesterday because you know what? That was kind of crazy is that Coach Juancho comes in, all right? I talked to him. He's like, dude, that was my first time flying on a plane. You know what I'm saying? And there's a big story about that. I don't want to spoil it here. I'll leave it for him to say. You know, hopefully we can get him an interview giving his played story because it's legendary, right?
Yeah.
But first time I want to play, let's put it this way. The boy was woo, he was nervous, you know?
He was
so
stressing.
he said, I've been up for 2 days straight. I hop on the tournament, and he's like, I didn't do too bad. I actually put in some work, you know? Which I have to say I agree. So, you know, I want to see what he's able to do when they're fully rested up. Also, obviously, he had a rough match number 1. You know, but Miramar has been the map that they've been putting up some big points on, and the game where they actually won a chicken dinner on for the first time. So hopefully they can make it happen here.
Yeah, I think Miramar's got the least stress level, I guess you could say, because it's a lot more long range. It's more so kind of just positioning. Let's move around a bit. You're never really forcing yourself into an early game engagement like we saw at Milta Power last game. These teams are really able to work around, and we can see it right now, of course. They're on this northern side, just outside of El Pozo. They're just doing a little looty-dooty kind of stuff, and the squad, they're going to have a spot potentially of getting into the next zone. But unfortunately, with the playing path, I'm interested in seeing if any of these teams like AGG or Team Liquid opt to maybe try to rotate in front of Titan Game.
Oh boy, all right. Well, let's see if that's what's going to end up happening here. Man, oh, look at that. Yeah, Entity 7 in 14th place now. So Titan Gaming and SLR on the bottom right now. That is gotta hurt. So Titan Gaming, SLR, you need to start putting in some work because, hey, Entity 7, they're coming back, right? They've already had 2 matches back-to-back, really good games. So this is their double points day. They had the most points in the last game, pretty much, you know? Anything's possible here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I was with the double points, but I mean, if you throw out Alpha7 and Team Liquid, they were essentially in that top 2 positioning for the match. So for a squad that, you know, had that sort of placement, that sort of late game spots, not winning the gunfights, it's a really great sign for us to see if on the double points day, they're making it into that top 4 range. That's guaranteed points for the most part, and every point's possible in my eyes now.
Yes, sir, indeed. Well, let's see if a miracle is possible, Enigma, right? Because I think a lot of these teams are going to need that. Oh, what'd you see?
I mean, it's not. I was more so thinking, you know, it's not a Christmas miracle at all.
True.
That is completely a few months away. So these teams, and I was kind of looking at it. FURIA was a little bit close to fate. I thought we were going to have another crazy NRG split go to a disaster.
Oh boy. Well, I'm looking at the map right now, trying to see what stands out. 9C's dead center and Hyper are in a good position because they do land south, right? So land Valle del Mar, and they're going to be in a good spot for this circle. FURIA is in the same spot. NRG's in a very similar position here. Teams that still are rotating. Alpha7, right? Alpha7 are fully on that north side.
Yeah.
Still in zone, so they're going to be late to the party. But, you know, when it comes to edge play, if anybody could do it, it's them.
Yeah, we literally saw them do, what was it, 2, if not 3 back-to-back fights of full sending as a squad, even a 3-man. And I was talking about it earlier, Jukes. Titan Gaming, they rotated a little bit too late. AGG now full swarming the squad of Titan Gaming trying to salvage it. Oh, man.
Uh-oh. What can they do? They're going to need to salvage it somehow. That nade, almost got a lucky bounce there. Just short. Pedrino gets pieced up a little bit. Cardi C going up to try to finish him off, though. Can he do it? Juancho with a shotgun. Gets the gun switch. No, he does it with the pump. So he is holding it down. That's how you turn around a fight there. Pedrino, though, had his eyes set on Red Hawk. 1v1. Oh, he hasn't even gotten touched yet. Wow. And he gets the knock. Oh, Doran gets one, though, too. That is huge. It's Pedrino against the world. What can he do?
I mean, for the most part, it was just all about Juancho hitting that 1v2 situation. Now, AGG, they thought they had the upper hand, but it's all going to come down to how these fights played out. They were playing a little bit too passive from Titan Gaming, trying to use utility in the last match. Now it's going to be a matter of all about gun skill. Can the UMP come in clutch?
Got him.
Huge win for the Titan Gaming squad, Jukes.
Massive win. Massive win. He's going to be able to get 2 of his players up, so they only lose inactive. And it's Juancho and Doran with 2 eliminations each person. So, man, I'll tell you what. It's like they have a little bit of a Miramar buff, right? They seem to just, you know, win out these fights. And that was a big one against All Glory Gaming because that is one of the teams that they need to pass up if they want to have that, you know, that miracle run towards 3rd place. And this is how you do it. On your off days, you got to put up some serious points. And not a bad start to the game.
Yeah, it can't be just the bonus points you get all of your sort of accumulated points on. But Titan Gaming, I really can't stress enough. Juancho driving away essentially at 1 HP with 2 players, trailing him, no support from the squad. And I mean, the pump shotgun, I questioned it a lot before, but Juancho making it look good out there and ultimately salvaging the fight for his team.
Alrighty, well, yeah, that salvage was very, very nice.
Oh, this is it right here.
Yeah, let's watch it.
Oh, yeah.
Juancho. Pump shotgun. Bop.
Boom. One.
Bop.
No
He hit every
damage
shot.
taken. Yeah.
Yeah, he hit
for
every
3.
single one. Beautifully done. And then he gets just
Yep.
straight up shot right in the ear. But man, this is a big 1v1 right here. And Doran gets it. So that's what we like to see. That's what we like to see, you know,
Yeah.
is progress. And that was a little close, that's for sure. But they were able to make it out alive.
Yeah, and I think it's a big confidence boost for Juancho as well, with this being his 2nd day on stage and stuff like that. Obviously, he was the coach for that squad, but I mean,
Coach
the squads
Juancho, dude.
themselves, I mean, they're coming together. A team, though, that definitely needs to come together still is NRG. Actually taking a bit of a forced engagement with Death Wolves. Fate getting one, unfortunately getting immediately traded. Where's the rest of the team, Jukes?
Oh, there they are. There they are, right? But just a second too late, right? A second too late. If they would have been there just a second earlier, he would have gotten that knock and would have been able to support his teammate. Oh, what a headshot.
Yeah, but, I mean, we're still looking at just Malaz here. J7 and Spec are all the way off, and Narnia Death Wolves getting a reset going on. Obviously, that's going to be a thirst on one of the players, but it's like Fate should have no right been thirsted in any way. If Spec loses this 1v1 as well, it could be disaster, but he's won them all day for the last few days. Now down to just the solo. NRG picking up 4, but still just really unfortunate seeing Fate get eliminated like that.
Yeah, and that's why, you know, we're saying this, guys, because, you know, at this point, if you want to see NRG and teams like them, right, make it into that top 3, they need to start playing perfect starting down, you know?
Yeah.
And it's just little tiny mistakes. Like, literally, if the team was just a little closer, they should all 4 be up, right?
Yeah.
And they could still make something happen with 3. It's just, like, how are you going to be able to get to top 3 when we see so many teams having crazy games, right? You need to be just having awesome performances, every single one. All the bad games that you could afford, you've already spent them at this point, right?
And one thing I like to note as well is it looks like Team Liquid's almost never in an early game engagement. They focus that rotation so much. And I mean, they're 4 players up center zone. I feel like it's just a repeat of yesterday of these top squads. If you're playing Edge, you're winning those fights like NRG just had with all 4 players up. Or you play like Team Liquid where you get an actual power central spot in zone and then play for that late game.
Yep, that's either one or the other, right? Alpha7 looking to do the former here as they're starting to press up onto SLR. Oh, wow. I think Titan Gaming could be here for a third party. That could make things interesting as the next zone heads towards Minas del Valle. Boy on the run. He said, I'm out of here. That's Alpha7, baby. I don't want none of that.
Yeah, I mean, he's completely separated from his squad. Now Alpha7 sees Titan Gaming. They're actually trying to surround it. Titan Gaming maybe biting off too much that they could chew because you don't know which squad is SLR and which one's Alpha7. And if you're almost getting beamed like that one bullet needed, and I don't even know if he's boosted yet, getting knocked to the zone. So,
oh my goodness.
I mean, Alpha7, they understand that player was 1 HP. They are just full aggression.
And now if you're the rest of Titan Gaming, you need to say see you later because you know for a fact it's Alpha7. Yeah, Juancho saying I don't want none of this, and a quick player lost. That's one thing that you have to do too. In a position like that, when you realize, okay, the third party's not going to happen, you got to just take off as safe as possible. But let's watch this. Influence Rage versus Be Bold in the blue zone. Federal tries to get a first aid off. Ooh, gets shot by David. Be Bold. Coming in strong here. Law just out of this fight. Forced to just watch here. Oh, actually just gets some good shots from the outside. And he catches Reyes. That was a big one.
Yeah, but the issue is he's still separated. Diego in the 1v1, and we did see him. It was Miramar. It was in one of these buildings against Hyper hitting the clutch shots. He was able to get the reset. It's not going to be enough. Too many angles. The Overwatch can't help him at all, Jukes. And maybe it must have been Influence Rage on rotation, getting caught out by Be Bold. I'm not too sure what happened, but unfortunately, a squad that seemed to have a decent game one fall in trouble to Be Bold.
And if they hear this nade, they're going to send it on him. Law needs to leave. Like, Law needs to just turn around and run. I mean, but at the end of the day, what can you do, right? Maybe he's trying to make a play. his squad. Here he goes with a pop out. Uh-oh, he needs to wait. Lorenz needs to wait just a couple seconds for his squad mates. They're here, and now, yeah, he gets knocked. But great teamwork there from Be Bold, able to take down Influence Rage.
Yeah, hopefully they'll be able to get the reset, get at least their 3 players alive and into the next zone. The issue, of course, is with this getting into the later stages, we're talking stage 3 now, going into stage 4. The zone's only going to go up in terms of damage. So you got to start working in. Oh, wow. I'm kind of liking that spot. You don't see too many players up on top of the, what is that, like the water tower? But, I mean, they're trying to rain down on Team Liquid with it.
Yes, they are up on top of that little silo right there. Choco going to be pushing up onto Team Liquid.
Wow.
Bold decision here. Bold decision. And I think this is the reason why 9Z is in 12 versus Team Liquid in first. Because you want to avoid this fight. Like, this isn't too much meta. At the same time, this is a very dominant position. The zone's already shifted. See, and now you got to move. So you either commit to this fight or leave. And what is going to be their decision?
I mean, they're looking to fight. Unfortunately, Simple is never going to be coming down on that tower anytime soon. So if Team Liquid, I mean, if they catch you off guard like this, it's still just a 3v3 at the end of the day. Elite baiting his teammates, and with the zone shift, I'm completely agreeing with you, Jukes. They should have just backed up and just let Team Liquid be forced to rotate into you. But now, if you're giving them the 1v1s, it's not even a 1v1, it's 3 versus 1. Simple, not even going to get a shot off for the squad.
He just has to sit there and watch as his team just gets picked off one by one. And he's about to go down to the blue zone if he ain't careful.
Yeah.
Nice shot there from Elite from across the way. Catches Ayala. And Be Bold. Yep, what did I say? Right, you take this fight, you're going to get third party. Be Bold here, ready to take everybody out. Team Liquid's upset because they're like, why did 9Z even push us at this point? You know? Yeah. But, I mean, or it could be a dedicated play, right, from 9Z to try to take out Team Liquid. See what happens, though, is Cheap. Oh, my gosh. Guess one. Put him down to 1 HP. Gun switch. Are you kidding me? I was like, how is he still up?
Yeah, that was way too long of a fight, but now it's just Cardozo, and unfortunately, they kind of have an idea as well. A few nades already primed. 1 second left. He's not in it, though. Gotta throw it on the outside, but, I mean, it's only a matter of time. They're still Simple on top of the silo and stuff like that. We're actually seeing, I believe it's a FURIA player down below on this east side as well. So all these players, they're kind of just holding each other in blue zone, hoping for, what is that, 1 or 2 points? I'm not liking the spot at all.
Yeah, Cardozo, last player up for Team Liquid. Just try to hang on here. I don't know if, yeah, he's got good coverage, but yeah, it's only a matter of time. Simple still up on top. That little silo right there. He's big, chilling. Keeping an eye on everything. Sees FURIA moving. He's got tons of sightlines, but what are you going to do? How are you even going to get down? Then I bet they're getting caught. And he actually goes down to the play zone there. So, no points there. And Hyper getting eliminated. So, they are done for. Another rough game for their double points day. And we're going to keep an eye on Simple right here. He's looking down sights, but the zone is closing. The zone is starting to close. He's got to get moving here.
Yeah, I think he gets knocked if he tries jumping off from the whole top side. There are the, I guess, pilings that connect to the ground. That's how he got up there in the first place. But Cardozo, I mean, he's staring at every single one. He's got nothing else to look at. There's no way you get this player in. But Be Bold, they opted to rotate completely around. And unfortunately, they're going to have to start working into Alpha7 of all teams.
Let's see what happens here as Titan Gaming get eliminated. Ooh, yeah, 5 eliminations, but they ended up going out early. So that's going to be all the points they're going to get there. Meanwhile, Cardozo is still up. And I think he took down, yes, he actually gets the confirmation onto Simple. This is revenge play at its best.
Yeah, and I mean, he's the player where he could pull a 1v2 like this. Elite's giving him way too much breathing room. Obviously, no frag grenades, but he sees it coming. It's not going to do any good, any harm for him. But for 9Z, I mean, you're almost just hoping FURIA takes him out because I don't see him ever winning this 1v1, unfortunately.
The only way I would allow this is if 9Z just said, you know what, we just want to stop Team Liquid.
Yeah.
I mean, that's literally the only thing that makes sense. If they thought that that was the best thing to do for them, they were just completely wrong. It was just a bad fight to take in general. Meanwhile, Alpha7, all 4 up on the west side of the map, looking good. Energy 7 still up as well. These guys, I'm telling you, when it comes to position, They know what they're doing. They always seem to last with all 4 up in the end game. 20 seconds left on the clock. Zone about to pop. This is stage 5, so the zone is going to definitely sting here. And Cardosen, I'm telling you, this Team Liquid team, they just don't go out easy. They just do not go out easy.
Yeah, I'm expecting him if 9Z was to, take that fight. I see him winning it, but stop in the open. And this is kind of one of those plays, too. Like, why even stop?
No way.
Here? You gotta just keep driving.
No way he's going to take those shots.
Oh,
that would have been crazy.
He's looking for him. He's trying to take that 1v1, but Cardoso, I mean, he's kind of one of those players where he can hit a 90 on you. Oh, 1v1 situation, a little bit of pre-fire, but nice shots. But if he got headshot, Jukes.
He's just better. That's all he wanted to do. That's all he wanted to do. He don't care if he goes out. He's going to go out to blue zone. He's going to go out to blue zone 100%.
I wish we had the player cam. I would have loved to see him just stand up and just stare down on him. Like, there's nothing else you could do.
Oh, my gosh. Utter domination right there. That's what I'm talking about. I think at this point, at lunchtime, 9Z has to make Team Liquid's plates. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, you're cleaning up after me. You're making the beds. I mean, you're doing it all out of game at this point because he just absolutely made you his, his pet for the day, I guess you could say. Hitting a 90-degree double headshot dink. I mean,
was
what
brutal.
do you even say to that?
What do you say? What do you say? All you got to say is ouch if you're on the side of 9Z. But, man, that's how you do it right there. Energy 7 on top of the hill side. They're going to have a lot of sight lines here. So let's see what they could do. As NRG, you're going to be crossing up this hill as well. Deblim, full lay down. Trying to get... Oh, he's going to take these shots. Oh, not able to hit them, though. Meanwhile, Revo putting in some work on FURIA. Gajovski getting knocked out as well.
Ooh.
Alpha7, this is on that west side, northern west side, and that is going to be it, just like that. So Revo taking out another player, and FURIA gone. Team Queso in the mix here. Alpha7 going to have to continue this fight. Oh, and the sight line, tight peaks, but nice trade there from Silence.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it was just a dismemberment on FURIA, but it was a 4v4 situation with Team Queso now, and getting the opening knock. Silence really saving it for the squad. Now it looks like losing a player, but all these teams now, they're just on the edge of render for Entity 7 and stuff to start getting pod shotted down. If you lose a lot of HP here, Jukes, you're going to be getting thirsted immediately.
Carrillo throwing some nades, trying to buy some time. And look at this, right? Even though they're down, they're not out completely yet. Oh, but that shot right there is going to knock down Carrillo. Mafioso's too far away to help out. I just want to see him hit that AWM shot one time. We need to see a bolt action headshot at least once in this tournament here.
Yeah. I mean, we got to see it. We've talked about Winchesters. We've seen throwing melees. Like, just bring out the bolt action again. Something old school, easy going. And I know you're always a fan of snipers and stuff like that.
My favorite thing to watch.
And the big thing, which I loved, your recommendation for this, was the idea of any bolt action. If it's a knock player, it should be an immediate thirst.
I agree. It
shouldn't be. We're talking a big bullet. Like, come on, it's a sniper. Just give me the full knock at that point.
It should be, because the thing is, behind trees, if you get a knock with a bolt, they have enough time to actually get back behind cover. And that's why so many of these players opt for that M4, because they can confirm that thirst before he goes back behind cover, And I think it definitely needs to happen because we don't see enough bolt actions here. But Entity 7 getting knocked out. Here we go, Rolls of War on the push now. Gonna go ahead and get that first aid off first. Buy a little bit of time. Oh, maybe a little miscommunication. Erangel runs out by himself. Maybe they called the push and they stayed back healing. Little mistakes like that, little miscommunications could cost you big time.
Yeah, and that's the difference between these squads around that end part of the leaderboard and stuff like that. A little too over-aggressive for the most part. And Entity 7, I think the main key component is going to be Franco here on that off angle. Royals of War, their back is to the zone. All they have to do is hit the shots at this point. But we're seeing a lot of these vehicles, Jukes. A lot of them aren't blown up. They're already smoking. If you're hugging it, I mean, you don't even have to hit the player at that point. You could just be blowing up the buses left and right.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. Is this going to be a battle on the edge? Franco is looking in this direction. Rolls of War have the high ground. Be Bold look like they're here, but they are not. They're way too far away. They're all the way down. Oh, but Tonko ran out in the open.
Wow.
And even from down in the valley, another player taken out, and that is just going to hurt big time. So Cold Goat going to be running through some smokes here, going to challenge Franco. Can he hit the shots?
He's feeling the
does
pressure.
a turn, gets one. Gun swaps through the smoke and had the sightline looking pretty good here, but Franco, just hitting those crouches, get that nice headshot. Can he get one? He goes for one. Can he get two? Oh, 1 HP. Cold Goat survives.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, I like the idea of Rolls of War, but with all that happening, Be Bold was able to just full sprint up the mountainside. 9 eliminations to the squad. David actually having, 6 eliminations to his name alone. NRG holding the south side as well, now taking pod shots at Be Bold. These teams, they all opted to fight on the mountain, and unfortunately looks like no one's going to be winning that fight.
Yeah, you can see Silence there, just laying down, just trying to put some pop shots and take somebody out. You know, they have a good position. At this point, it's just trying to get some eliminations. Mafioso still alive for Alpha7. 9 eliminations this team has. I mean, I'm telling you, these guys just somehow always stay up no matter what. Hey, NRG still alive here. I'm telling you, when it comes to Miramar, they could definitely put up some points here. They had a good game against Titan Gaming yesterday. Maybe they could try to replicate that, you know, maybe with a top 3 finish. They're in a top 5 position, but they only have 2 players up. They're going to have to make something happen here.
Yeah, I mean, 7 eliminations in the squad. They're looking to maybe at least pin down Team Queso for the time being, but the main issue is going to be this Be Bold solo. He could be peeking over at any time and just raining disaster. Malaz is actually going to be kind of trying to eye that, but in terms of best spots, I'm loving SLR's position. They kind of just full sent this shack and got zone blessed a bit, Juke. So with them being a 3-man, all these teams have lost players early on, and with these kind of spread of the map, the lay of the land, a lot of these teams could still be losing 1 or 2 players in the next zone.
Yeah, it's totally possible. Let's see what happens. Who's going to win this game? Like you mentioned, SLR dead center. This next circle will be the last shift that we'll see. And Koi, man, put in some work in that last game. He's got his eyes set on Team Queso. And that's the thing is that, you know, NRG and Team Queso, they have their eyes set on each other. They can't even really look down. They can't cross that mountain enough to really see them. So it's going to be tough. Actually, I think Milos may have seen them. So they have some sight lines. But SLR under full coverage right now. It's anyone's game. Oh, the nades. The long nades all the way from the mountaintop. Team Queso throwing out those smokes just enough to do it. No way. They are full sending this. Here they go. M2M. They get the bold push. And they get there. SLR gonna have to make something happen.
It's just the one, though. And I mean, White Elegy hears the pull-up. It's just a matter if you actually go for the shots. The molly comes in, but unfortunately, M2M getting knocked immediately. And it looks like the Overwatch as well if Team Queso got knocked. So even though it's just the solo jukes, SLR is still hanging on at the shack.
They might be able to get into a top 2 position because now it's only 1 player. It's just Milos, but the nades are coming out. You got to watch out for being in the shack. But he doesn't have much of a choice.
Yeah, I mean, you got to pick your battles at some point, Chicks. And for the most part, it looks like NRG is still supporting the other NA squad. Team Queso fully pinned down. But the Be Bold player, he's still up. I mean, he has an opening side of the shack on his end. So a lot of these players could still get caught out. But, oh, my goodness. 1 HP. Team Queso not being able to connect it fully. But, I mean, the damage is done at that point.
Yeah, Milos needs to be very careful here. It's going to be hard for him to survive this because he does not have a position at all. The zone is going to start closing any second now. The zone's going to go down to nothing. I mean, this could be even an SLR win. But NRG is going to have to make something happen. But don't count on Be Bold just yet. David is a problem by himself. 6 eliminations.
Jeez.
This man's been a one-man army. Oh, and did he have... What did he have? Okay, I thought I saw something else for a second. Oh yeah, down south. You see that AWM in the. Can we see a last second snipe? That'd be insane.
I mean, he's got the angle, but Milos isn't really giving SLR the time to peek. He's just taking pod shots, and I'm not even sure if Milos will be able to make it into the next zone. He's just outside of it. And for the most part, if you're either duo of SLR or NRG, you're praying to God that either of these solos gets eliminated, because the push onto the shack, it's going to be a task to deal with itself. You don't want any sort of side shots coming at you.
Right, you are. You don't want none of that work right now. And I'm looking at the map as we see Team Queso eliminated. So that angle is gone. David should have a good sight line now. Let's see what happens as Malaz is trying to find some more angles. Maybe he was even looking for some loot. Throws a smoke out. Does he see that? He does.
Oh.
Sees him wide on the open. Got to hit those shots. David hitting the salsa. Ooh. Able to get that lay down and gets the knock. Are you kidding me?
Oh, that's an absolute throw. David, I mean, he's just putting on a clinic right now at the M4. And if you're NRG, I really question why you're stopping in the open, but you're having to have J7 peek over. You're in the dead sight lines of SLR. 1 HP. Amazing win out of SLR, but you really got to question what NRG is doing in that situation, because B-Bold should not have had that knock and kill whatsoever.
That was crazy. David, got to give it up to him though, man.
Yeah.
What a play towards the end. He was outclassing so many teams. I mean, the guy almost took out 2 squads all by himself.
And that's the whole idea is, you know, any player in this lobby, if they're feeling it, they're able to really have those pop-off performances. We're talking Malaz in a buggy, fully smoked, getting essentially triple headshotted out of it. Taylor, I really got to get your kind of mind around it, because I'm still kind of baffled why NRG in the first place even went over there.
It's confusing getting it. I think this was a game of bad positioning as a whole, man. And you can even go all the way back to the very start, or even a little bit further than that, excuse me. But it's like 9Z pushing at one point, right? Pushing a compound.
Yeah.
Doing so, they leave Simple on the tower, who should have had an impact, but at that point, Team Liquid, they just don't take the bait. They don't push out. They understand there's an Overwatch. And by the way, before I even get too deep into that, Wancho, Hot Juice. Wancho in this play, perfect plays, perfect shots, ultimately shut down, but Titan Gaming still wins that early fight. And that was very early against AGG. All 3 survived, so they end up pushing out. Wancho hitting shots like that gives me great faith. Titan Gaming, they can be cool, they can be serious. They don't get the best placing, but that was still good to see.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you what, man. He's the best coach. The best coach that can play, you know, out of all the coaches in this game. So I'm telling you, Juancho, he definitely hits those. And I'll tell you another person that hit those. David from Be Bold, right, Taylor?
Yes, Be Bold was on fire. David at the end especially was incredible. And Be Bold started showing their great teamwork against Influence Rage. This is the Team Liquid fight, though. I cannot believe Chief even had a chance in this fight against Be Bold. He switches to a secondary. He still almost wins, just a sliver of health. I think if he connects shots, Be Bold is dead to rights in that engagement. Team Liquid would survive. But that's where the Be Bold kind of rally started there, and ultimately ended up finishing incredibly strong. Be Bold was just on fire. The long shots. This shot, though, had you guys losing your mind, Enigma.
I mean, if you're losing the 1v1, you had the first, what was it, 15 shots out of the clip on him. He's not even looking at you, and then he just holds the spray down and just puts you down. So if you're losing it like that, that's a real mental blow. And I'd honestly be kind of questioning what you even do as a team after that, seeing your teammate kind of just get bodied in the open.
That was Cardozo, by the way, getting the last laugh against 9Z. I know they were pissed they were being held, or at least that push even started that allowed them to get third party ultimately by Be Bold a little bit later. Team Liquid not happy with that, although still finishing okay. 9th place, 5 eliminations, but they always want to do better than that of Alpha7, who had a stellar game, 5th place, 9 eliminations for themselves. That was David. Now, this play, you know, Alpha7 is chilling in the shack. They're taken down. Now, this was when SLR gets pushed once again. Hot Jukes, Team Queso pushes aggressively and ultimately ends up being their demise. Winner team's going to learn you can't push SLR. It was in Hyper earlier, and then Team Queso.
SLR's just too good. You got to learn your lesson at this point, right? When they're center zone, don't come knocking, right? I don't know what to say. Now, you know what? I will give it up to Team Queso. I think considering where they're at, you know, on the leaderboards, they needed to do something bold. So I like the fact that we see something, even though it's not like the safest play, I like to see some little craziness. You know what I'm saying?
Aggression's all right. I mean, just like in Hyper pushing onto SLR just last game right an Erangel. I thought it was an okay play. It just wasn't executed the best. Team Queso, though, made an attempt, and you got to respect that. SLR getting a rare W over there in first place. Granted, only 2 eliminations, but still taking home those 12 points. I know they're happy with that. NRG Galaxy, second place. Consistency was the key, and we talked about in pre-show, right? 55 points yesterday. They're looking to replicate that success today, continue to move up the standings. Be Bold had a stellar performance, finishing off in third with 15 eliminations. Love their fights. It started with Influence Rage, moved on to Team Liquid, and then continued even further. David, though, hitting those wonderful shots. You got to give him credit where credit is due. 9 through 16, though, not looking too pretty. Titan Gaming, really the game of what could have been. Wancho hits 2 wonderful pump shots. He doesn't miss, but ultimately Titan Gaming would fall earlier than they wanted. We look at overall, Team Liquid will gain some more points along with Alpha7. I tell you what, Nigma, that gap between TL and Alpha7 is starting to close a bit.
Hey, I mean, it's only, you know, under 20 points and stuff like that now, but it's like we said at the top of the broadcast. Both of those teams are in a class of their own. It's just a battle of, you know, which of the Goliaths are really going to come out on top. But at the end of the day, I still see both of them making on to that next portion, I guess you could say, of these tournaments. But we're seeing it near the bottom of that leaderboard. FURIA and iNCO, both of the squads that are having sort of those double points, that bonus points day, actually moving down the leaderboard.
Yeah, tough to see, Hot Jukes, because FURIA moved up right above that of Team Queso. They were just behind Influence Rage. Now they are back down where they started the day in 7th place, just above that of iNCO Gaming. They've kind of been neck and neck, whether it be 1.3 points, but Team Queso will move on up, looking like a front runner to break into top 3.
Yeah, it's totally possible, but I'm telling you, FURIA and iNCO need to have a crazy day today. Like, they really do, because this is their opportunity. This is their double points day. All the teams above them have been very consistent here, and if they want to get that last 3rd place spot, you know, they're gonna need to do it here and now, because I'm starting to get a little bit nervous for them, because we're already 2 games in, and every single one of these games they don't put up points. Oh, it hurts big time.
Be Bold and NRG Galaxy will move up a couple of spots. Well done from them. It makes sense that Be Bold and NRG Galaxy continue to move up. Their consistency is there, more so for NRG Galaxy, but that last game for Be Bold was very impressive and showcasing again why Be Bold is in conversation from time to time, from map to map, right? And I just want to put something in the ear of everybody out there in chat. When it comes to double points, it's highly impactful. We see a total of 4 days of double points, right? 4 out of the 5 days of competition, week in and week out. But realistically and truthfully, the teams themselves, each individual team only has 3 double points days throughout this tournament, okay? And 1 double point day has already been burned through. And I know there are many teams who were not happy with their double points. Today is the 2nd double point day for Group A. They only have 1 more remaining after this. This is where you have to cover ground on the standings. So if you're iNCO, FURIA, E7 in Hyper, you've got 4 more maps to make a difference. Let's see you do it, because you're only going to get 1 more opportunity next week, and that is it. But 2 maps down, we've seen an Erangel, we've seen a Miramar. We're about to head back into Erangel, where we started off the day. Maybe a chance for FURIA and E7 to showcase what they're made of. And I would love to see Team Liquid and Alpha7 perform as they did in map 1, because if they do, I'm going to lose my mind once again. Well, we got Zarpatch on site with Cardozan from Team Liquid to break down their Game 1 win. Zarpatch, what did Cardozan have to say?
Match 1 has come and gone. I'm here with Cardozan from E7. They are the winners of the match. I need a stare. This guy is... Anyways, right, Cardozan. Again, you guys are playing amazing. Ajala is beating every Latam team whenever he sees one. And you guys are in the top of the lead. Vocês estão batendo todo mundo. A Ajala está jogando muito bem. Vocês estão em primeiro topo na lista. Como você está se sentindo?
Estou me sentindo muito bem, a nossa equipe está muito bem também, a gente está confiante e é isso.
We're feeling good, we're feeling confident, that's it. There's not much else to say. Bro, after this match, how do you feel? I mean, it looks like you're going for the championship. I know that's your objective, but how do you feel about it? Como vocês acham que vocês vão ficar campeões? Eu sei que esse é o objetivo de vocês, mas com esse desempenho que vocês estão tendo, como você acha que são a oportunidade de você ficar de primeiro?
Se continuar nessa pegada, dá sim para ser campeão, que é o nosso objetivo. Mas a gente é muito pés no chão, vamos jogar queda após queda, dia após dia, até o último dia.
feet on the ground, and we are doing well. That's our objective, to be the champions, but day after day. Let's go day after day. They are doing great. Please stop killing Latin America. Let's go back to you guys.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflections, double joined by Hot Jukes and Enigma. Hot Jukes were moving back into Erangel, and I couldn't be more excited. And I'm even looking forward to the game number 6 tonight, right? Going back into Erangel once again. That first map of the day was incredible. It typically is each and every day, which is funny because we usually see, right, some hot action at the beginning. Teams are ready to fight, and they do, and it's like incredible. But map 1, let's go back to it, right? Erangel, Alpha7 put on one of the best performances I have seen to date. They were looking so good, ready for the international stage.
I mean, they're just on fire here, and they're still putting up points, even though they didn't have like the chicken dinners at all that we see. It's just beautiful to watch. And Team Liquid, yeah, they got counted out by 9Z in the last match, but they punished them still. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they went out. And that's kind of like what I was talking about. Like, you don't want to create bad blood between teams, no matter where they're at on the leaderboards, because they could do exactly what 9Z did to them, right? They could just make a kind of crazy push that doesn't really make sense for 9Z, but it took out Team Liquid. And that's going to be hard to deal with if teams start doing that to them.
Yeah, so this is an interesting conversation, Enigma, because 9Z, they're on the battlefield. They can do as they please as a team. They can push any team that they want to push, right? So they decide to push, or at least hold for a while, Team Liquid. And I think they're really waiting for their player on tower to get an opening pick or some opening damage, right? So Team Liquid can kind of make a mistake. That doesn't happen, so 9Z's like, okay, well, we got to push the building. I mean, you think Team Liquid actually gets upset about that, 9Z trying to fight them on the battlefield, or is that in poor taste from 9Z's perspective?
I think for the most part, I got to see why 9Z pushed it for the most part. They actually had the opening knock and thirst onto the Team Liquid squad. That's why they were a 3-man in that building. But the issue is afterwards, if every player stands like ducks in the water in their same exact spots, Team Liquid doesn't have to move anywhere. And then you see 9Z start to struggle. They start to really kind of squirm around the building. And all it takes is a few smoke grenades. We saw Cardozo hitting those shots around the building in the smokes. You're going to really get caught out if you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, I think, 9Z just stagnant. They didn't really know what to do in that play, and that's something we've been talking about hot jukes from some of the teams in the, some of the 16 teams competing is they get into these moments where they just kind of freeze up, and maybe that's a lack of IGL leadership, maybe that's a lack of experience, but just tough to see. I really hope 9Z fixes that going into game number 3. Watch out for Alpha7. They're about to be on fire. Hey, the PMSL pass is active today to the 30th of June. There's a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arch Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. Chat, let us know. Who is going to take the victory in map number 3? Erangel, will it be the usual suspects, or will another team rise up from the depths of the leaderboard? Hot Jukes Enigma, take it away.
Let's get it going. We're back at Erangel. All right, things should be business as usual here for these teams. It's a battle for third place, like I said, at this point, unless I see something just unreal, and it has to be something unreal from these other teams, Enigma.
Yeah.
And you got to see Team Liquid and Alpha7 just completely fall off. And
I mean,
with how they're playing today, that don't look like it's gonna happen.
Yeah, we would have kind of seen signs of that if maybe they did poorly yesterday, but both those squads still had good eliminations. They had a few good placements and stuff like that. So for the most part, it's third and fourth place you're gunning for, especially that third place. You noted it. That is a direct invite to the finals and stuff like that. That fourth place spot, especially if we're an NA team and stuff like that, if we reach that fourth place position, I know for a fact our qualifier kind of history in terms of these tournaments is not great.
Yeah, it's not the best. And even if this is a rebuild season, I want to see at least a lot more cohesion, right? At the end of this tournament. So, we heard from Stars, right? We heard from him himself. They're making simple mistakes, and when are we going to see those mistakes get fixed? That's going to be the question. As the first zone goes on up, and it's going to be very similar to the past few ones we've seen, right? We've seen a lot of these Eastern circles here lately.
Yeah, and I really do enjoy seeing Be Bold kind of be this only team on the eastern side. They're actually going to have no contests on the vehicle spawn, so there's essentially 3 or 4 of them guaranteed on that road. So I expect them just to go, straight to Gas Naya, loot up, and get their power spot. But all these teams, we're looking at Royals of War, we're looking at Hyper, even Entity 7, forced on this far western side. They got to make the biggest rotation, I think, of the tournament almost, especially with Hypers being bonus points for the day.
All right, well, let's see what happens here. Is Influence Rage on the move very quickly. See that spoiler popping up. This guy is full sending it. Tonka's got his eyes. Stars caught out, and Colgoat knows exactly where he is. Yeah, what a loss.
Bonus points there. We're talking the first 2 games. We saw glimpses of maybe greatness, and it falls apart. That's not the way you want to start the Erangel. And for the most part, it just comes down to maybe he got just a little too egotistical with going for vehicle spawns, and he just gets caught out on a tree.
It's just this roaming thing. It's just they're continuing to roam. They don't have a dedicated drop spot. And, it's unfortunate. I long for the day where we get dedicated vehicle spawns in esports.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You kind of have to deal with a little bit of luck, right? To make sure you get the right vehicle in the right spot. And it's really made things a lot harder for these teams. And Now you see Stars trying to hunt down a vehicle, doesn't get there in time, and gets punished for it.
Yeah, I also wonder too, because we see, other teammates of his squad had vehicles. It wasn't like he was forced. Like, it wasn't like it was a whole 4-man on just this one spot. He just decided to go for it. Even if seeing more than one player dropping for it, the rest of your team should kind of just be like, why are we doing this? This is kind of just like a silly play in my mind. And I do agree with you on the guaranteed car spawns. A lot of these parts of the maps, I mean, garage spawns and stuff like that, almost even remove like trikes and stuff like that out of the game. Let's keep it the competitiveness like we like to see. But I mean, for the most part, I can't really blame it too much on the guaranteed vehicle spawns. He just made a bad play.
Yeah, and to be fair too, like at this level, you got to be on point with those with that drop. You got to make sure that you're perfectly on time, fastest possible drop. Otherwise, you're gonna get beat out and taken out, especially if you're one of those teams that roam. So it just hurts to watch because I don't know why. I mean, I remember game number 1 of the tournament, right? They challenged, I think it was Team Queso, right?
Yeah.
Over there by Ferry Pier, and they ended up beating him out for the most part, just leaving, I think, one player up. And since then, it's just been them roaming around getting punished. So I long for the day where they actually challenge a team. I think they need to at this point.
Yeah.
But you know what? At the end of the day, they got to make their decisions and they got to live with them.
I think at the end of week 1 as well, they were dropping Severny at one point. Why not just drive up there? That's free still, even though it was off the plane path. No one's even looting it for the most part. So it's, it's always just kind of question marks that go through our heads. And a lot of these teams, it looks like they're starting to figure it out, especially Be Bold. They're centered up. Obviously, Influence Rage is starting to come towards them. And Hyper, with it being your second double points day, you're only going to have one more after this. You're needing to have that 50, 60 point day. And unfortunately, I don't even know if they've broken double digits yet for bonus points.
No, boy. Well, yeah, that's going to have to get started here and now. We are now officially in match number 3. From here on out, no excuses. Got to put in the work here. And 9Z just holding down this spot. I'd rather see them do that because, just that last game, they just made a bad decision of a fight. It wasn't necessarily like how they executed it. It was just a terrible fight to take in general. Like, you have to have awareness of when it's time to engage, when it's time to stay, versus just leave them, right?
Yeah.
Reposition, let them come to you, and then deal with them later.
Always will be question marks. And, in game and stuff like that, I mean, you and I have been in the game and stuff like that before. We know in those situations, it's not as complicated as people make it seem to be. It's, it's black and white for the most part. So it really is kind of just troublesome for us to see. But one team that has kind of been a little bit on the back burner too, because I'd like to talk about them a little bit now while we're showing them, is iNCO Gaming. Kind of just slumbering, it seems, almost on their bonus point day.
Yeah, they had the best bonus point day of week 1, right, out of everybody. And then today, it just haven't been able to see that happen. I mean, there's still plenty of matches left, right? I mean, 3 good games, and then boom, they are doing a record number. So
yeah,
it's not over yet. We just want to see it sooner rather than later. Entity 7 doing what they do best, getting to center zone. Oh, that was a little bit close. Now it looks like they might have to deal with 9Z because 9Z is set up for this vehicle rotation. And they were able to just be able to get away from this one. So very fortunate rotation. Oh, they're going to see this vehicle smoking. They might take these shots.
Yeah, but the issue is Koi's behind him as well. It's going to be 2 vehicles just full smoking out. Entity 7 really kind of struggling to keep their vehicles healthy such early on. We're still only in the stage 1 of the match, so losing vehicle is not a prime position at the moment. With AGG as well behind them, there's every single squad seeming to rotate through the shelter side of zone. And I mean, as much as the car skins look nice, Juice, that doesn't mean they have more HP. You got to keep those cars alive.
Yeah, that's true. You know what the crazy part is? We don't really talk about it, but we play Erangel more than any other map, right?
Yeah.
How many military zones have we seen so far in this tournament?
I mean, 0. I mean, we got baited with the one, right? That went right back to the north side to Ferry Pier. All those teams that opted to the south really got punished for it. And it's crazy because the 2 teams that drop on that south side, one of them is the first place team. They don't mind that the zone's so far away, but the rest of these squads, I think they're kind of almost pigeonholed on where the zone goes, and they're not just playing these games that well.
Yeah, we haven't really seen them like crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's not like we're seeing them every game or every other game. And because of that, we think about it. Team Liquid, they land there.
Yeah.
So there's no excuses for these other teams when it comes to like being able to rotate. They're the #1 team, and they land in a place where, yeah, they get looted up, but it's a difficult rotation to make. No one's camping them out. Nobody is, you know, challenging them at all. And look at this. Somehow they're still going to beat NRG to this position. I'm telling you, like, that's something that I think a lot of teams need to keep an eye on. Is like, how is Team Liquid doing this? How are they having so much success on a map where they're not getting favorable zones?
I think it's almost just you give them too much respect. You got to kind of check them every once in a while in some of these matches, but we don't see NRG. We don't see Team Queso holding bridge camps. It's just letting them rotate in. And I mean, if they drop military base, somehow they're getting into a central spot in zone as a 4-man. Now, wait a second. We're actually seeing it. NRG catching out Chief, the caboose of Team Liquid, getting caught out on rotation.
About time. I mean, I think I agree with you, right? You got to check them, and it's early. Sometimes it's good just to, like, hey, one game, camp out their rotation, just make them second guess themselves. Make them just like be like, oh, we shouldn't just full sand on in, and that little delay could be the difference for them getting a center position or being stuck on the edge. You know, so. Yeah, I do agree with it. I mean, you got to definitely give them the business here because they are running away with this tournament. 424 points on the day, and third place has 299. So that is a 125-point difference there, folks. Jeez. That's pretty insane.
Hopefully, though, after this match, obviously they only lost the one player of Team Liquid, but NRG kind of was a check in my eyes for it. I wish we saw it more in kind of that first week of the tournament, not waiting so long to do these sort of plays now, because maybe Team Liquid would have been down 50, 60 points. This leaderboard would be a lot closer, but for the most part, the squads are still going to have to rotate in business as usual. And Hyper, we saw as well when the map was up all the way on the west side, so they honestly pull the same idea as NRG a lot of these games. Eat the blue zone for what it seems like the first 3 stages.
Okay. All right. You know, playing it a little close, I may say.
Yeah.
All right. And Entity 7 over by Mansion. They always go to that Mansion side.
Hey.
They go there so often. I'm surprised nobody's even trying to check them in this position. But this is what I'm talking about, right? Everyone's playing the same game. It doesn't seem like anyone's like trying to do some different strategies, different rotations. Everyone's kind of go into the spots they're comfortable with.
Yeah, and the only 2 teams that can confidently say that, you know, they're fine with playing the same game, just working on those little mistakes, are first and second place. They have the 100-point gap. All these other teams, when I hear errors and stuff like that, we're playing our game, we're over 100 points back. Like, let's put that into perspective. We've had 1 week of play, and we're still that far back in terms of gameplay. The 2-week mark and even the end of the tournament, it's going to be disastrous for some teams on the point spread.
It really is. It's going to be really, really tough. Well, let's see what ends up happening here. Is Nunez trying to get that bounce nade in? That should get the confirmation.
Oh,
does catches Colgoat just like that. Oh, what happened? Oh, it was Colgoat that threw one on the Nunez, and now Nenebete. Wow, what damage? What damage did this man take?
I mean, it's an elbow shot, if that. Now he's in a 1v1, of course, but the rest of the squad is already fine. And Nenebete, he was the last player alive in the first 2 matches. He's kind of the player you want in these spots. And look at this, he's just running away, Jukes.
Out of here.
Not even going to take the 1v1. And he's like, yep, later, I'm just going to let my teammates shoot you.
Out of here, dude. And let's see if Victex can't get the nail. He throws it up top. Oh! Man, he could smell that nade. That was so close to him.
Oh, another?
Victex throwing another one. This man's on point. You can see him staring close. Through the window. That is gonna hurt. Vitaly's gonna try to get this res off, but yeah, move out the way. Don't put yourself in an obvious position to just get naded once again.
Yeah, I mean,
jump shot.
You have the players there and stuff like that, but you gotta force Victex into the shots. Where's the cover fire? Barely any damage going down, but the shotgun only takes 1. Barely still any damage going off. I'm worried there's gonna be a third party maybe coming in.
Victex is making plays. I gotta say that. Oh, nice. Finally taken out. But the man definitely put up a fight. I gotta give respect where I see it. And Worlds of War been doing pretty good. I mean, they're in 4th place. They're doing very good, actually.
Yeah.
They could definitely make a run for that 3rd slot here. Who knows? They have a crazy double points day. Anything can happen. Anything can happen, folks. But it's going to be hard to do here. Is Titan Gaming now on the move. Tire getting shot out. Spun out. And now putting some shots on 87. But, it was all the way from across the way. All Glory Gaming that was putting in that work on him.
Yeah, this is what happens when you wait so long on your rotation. You still just end up forcing a fight with Entity 7. Now it goes 1-for-1, but is it really worth it as a squad? I mean, Red Ox getting tagged up. I'm not even sure if he's going to be able to use the vehicle in this spot. And with the congestion so much on the south side, everyone, I mean, Entity 7 now down to a solo, AGG forcing the fight. It's a bunch of casualties.
Bunch of casualties going all over the place. Entity 7 getting taken out. And Hyper putting in some work onto Team Liquid. And they take them out. So, and Hyper, 3 eliminations, but they did lose a couple players as well. That, yeah, that's going to hurt.
I think NRG just wiped them as well. Yeah, they actually just kind of caboose behind Team Liquid, just steamrolling and Hyper afterwards. So 2 eliminations for the NRG squad. They have 3 actually right now in the early game. So these teams finding the eliminations. But Team Queso, 1-man army on the stairs right now. Jukes, you do not want to be pushing this DBS.
Oh, no. He's going to be holding that stairs pretty well. He has no coverage at all, though. No nade. Oh, he actually has his mollies.
Oh!
Mollies are going to be... getting caught. And the boxes get shot. Wow, David, I'm telling you, this is the man for Be Bold. He really is. I mean, he is definitely shown that when it comes to like clutch plays, he can do it.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, Team Queso not even getting a single player thirsted on the Be Bold squad. I wasn't expecting Be Bold to really be popping off like this, Jigs, but they're kind of making me start to eye them a bit more. We could see the zone shift as well, and with that fight from Royals of War and iNCO Gaming, the whole west side is actually completely free. Everyone on the south is moving in.
I think NRG needs to start focusing on just like doing a little bit more scouting and just getting central, you know? Yeah. Like they could definitely push this, you know, instead they're going to be fighting on the edge with Titan Gate. Actually, it looks like it's mostly going to be Spec alone. Again, the team's so separate. They never... when's the last time you saw NRG be able to fight as a squad early game?
Never. I mean, I can't point to any game, and it's kind of a little bit embarrassing that we have to say it so many times. Now, in my mind, you know, it's the highest potential for early eliminations. If you scare away Titan Gaming like what Spec did, I guess it works out, but now you got to worry about Death Wolves below you. We're seeing FURIA now as well rotate onto this north side to the west. All these teams could start seeing you, and if you're not paying attention, you're a free knock and elimination point for them.
And that is not what you want to be. That's for sure. FURIA trying to get some more of them double points. Let's see just how many they're going to get. No eliminations so far, but they're trying to find that position. They're on the north side. Most likely to be making a push against Alpha7.
Holy.
Let's see what they're going to end up doing. Oh, Mafioso getting taken down by Be Bold. So, Be Bold, I'm telling you, these guys are in the mix right now. I mean, yeah, they're in 11th place, but I think we're finally starting to see them, you know, fire on all cylinders.
Yeah, I mean, it's a marathon, not a sprint. We're talking 90 total games. We're reaching that halfway point, like you said, and you'd rather start feeling better coming into the midpoint of the tournament and not still feeling cold. Be Bold now, they were holding that edgy as now pushing up onto Alpha7. They did get the reset, so it's a matter of if you can find the nades. David, another game where he's getting an opening knock for a squad, now forcing the pull-up.
All right, let's see what happens here. Be Bold, staying true to their name. That's exactly what they're doing, especially if you're going to challenge Alpha7. But FURIA, man, helping out Alpha7 at the last second. David's just saying, hey, dude, what are you doing? Right? This is Alpha7, second place team. We're trying to take them out. Why are you shooting at us?
The frag grenade as well. I mean, getting a finish. Ray is 1 HP. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get the heal off in time. McGrone and stuff like that. Trying to piece them down. And FURIA, they're still being the thorn in the side for both of these squads. Ray is now being knocked on Be Bold. And as much as I like the push, maybe just staying a bit too long on this ridge.
I mean, they tried, but I mean, the good defensive smokes, right, make it just so difficult for them to push. And FURIA was able to save Alpha7, that headache right there, very quickly. So, meanwhile, Playzone catching All Glory Gaming 7. Oh, we're trying to hop on the roof, not able to do so. Gonna get that parkour going. Oh, yeah.
Come on.
Nope. One more shots are gonna say, yeah. Let's just go ahead and stick to this side.
Yeah. Well, this is the beauty, though. When you win the early game fight, you can just start spraying down everyone on the edge of zone. And this is the NRG split we were talking about. They're condensed on the hill, but still only a duo here. AGG, though, worrying about Death Wolves, eliminated, but still a 4-man next to you. You cannot be given a knock still to Death Wolves.
All right, well, now it's just Fate. You see Fate by himself. Malaz now looking to catch up with them. Let's see what they're doing. Everybody just kind of playing solos right here.
Yeah.
Bait and Malaz very close. Oh, maybe Spec might get in the mix because it looks like they're going to be battling Death Wolves here. But Death Wolves, I don't think they're trying to avoid this fight at all costs. Maybe they're trying to send it onto that building. It'd be interesting. Let's see what they decide to do. Uh-oh.
Ah, man.
Mini's out.
Death Wolves, they had that south compound, and they chose to fight NRG instead of taking 9Z's spot. Maybe actually just kind of blocking themselves into the zone by waiting so long. NRG, now I'd like to see them just leave to that compound to their north, leaving Death Wolves between both squads. And I mean, if you're a 3-man, I think you got to make the call at some point. The zone's coming in, Jukes. You cannot be waiting an edge.
Well, that's what they're planning. That's what they're doing, and they're smoking it out. They are planning on dedicating this spot. So let's see how it works out for them. They're going to be battling Death Wolves most likely here, taking their time. Now they're starting to smoke out, but is it too late? No, not yet.
They made it.
They are going to take these reds now, finally. Ooh, very, very close call.
See, I would have liked the other building, though, Cheeks. Like, I know I'm nitpicking right now, but, I mean, now FURIA's on this western side. If Death Wolves choose to actually take the building next to you, they just hold you down. But Titan Gaming, they're trying to hold down this Wizard Tower. Influence Rage pushing in. Someone's got a nade pulled. It looks like it's just Wancho alive, having to dodge a nade, a molly, and he's actually going to jump out. He's got the shotgun again, Jukes. What can he do? But looking the wrong way, unfortunately. Influence Rage wiping Titan Gaming. A big win for the squad.
Big win indeed. Meanwhile, you got Death Wolf still here on this edge. Zone's closing. They're going to have to move soon. Rato Boy trying to find a way in. Yeah, that compound right there is wide open. It is a little weak from that hill, though, so we'll see how they end up playing it. Death Wolves are going to... Oh, full reverse right here. Wow. Okay, putting in reverse, baby. And that's exactly what he's doing here as Rato Boy's going to get meted up because he's ready for a big push.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be ready to push. We're talking stage 5 coming into stage 6. Obviously, there's 30 players live, but you don't know that there's 9 teams remaining. A lot of these squads are still 4-man. If my math's right, I think that's 5 teams as a full 4-man squad. So you're needing to make sure if you take the fight, you're setting yourself in the best situations possible.
Tire got shot out. That's going to make Elite spin out. Going to throw out some smokes here. Nades are starting to come his way. Trash! Catching Connor, and Elite getting shot in the back by that AUG from Koi. Man, Koi from long range could definitely put in work. That's exactly what they're doing. Maybe we could see some more SLR dominance after that win. Maybe that's the buff they needed. Meanwhile, Guazal just gets his head taken off there by Vitali. Quick revive. Next zone pops, and it goes right on to iNCO Gaming, dead center. That is the place to be. So we could see an iNCO Gaming win, but at this point, they got to make sure that nobody pushes up on them. It's going to be very difficult because that's a hard compound to hold.
Yeah, it's a reminder of the first game. Maybe you just condense down and give up half the compound. There's too much room for you really to be watching. But a lot of these teams, we have the map. Thank you to the talent team and stuff like that for getting it for us, because we can see all these teams on the outside, even though they barely have to move, there's not really any cover for them to go towards. I'm calling out Influence Rage, SLR, 9Z, Death Wolves, even NRG. They're fighting for scraps of a building. Not even the whole room is going to be in this next zone, and now we're seeing it. NRG is going to be the ones tested.
Oh, Fate was on the outside, though. That nade does help out a bit. He's able to spot Rato Boy, so he's going to give those calls outs to his teammates. Malaz running out in the open here. Ooh, almost gets naded. And you can see him trying to go for those confirms. Oh, it's just Malaz. Last player up for NRG. Little bounce nade here. Can he hit it?
I mean,
doesn't. Not looking good.
Bates got the pings, but I mean, it's only going to be a matter of time before, he's thirsted. And it's not even going to be just this squad. 9Z pulling in, but it's looking like a 1v2 spot right now. 1 HP. I think he's just going to blow up the vehicle. It's smoking. I think you got to just commit to this. Rato Boy pulling out the molly, missing it because of the stun. And I think he actually made it with the frag, but oh my goodness. Barely making it around. Now just full sending it into the building. There's actually 2 players up. NRG getting wiped, and the building is completely free now for the taking.
Oh, wow. Death Wolves. This is why the team's in 3rd place. Man, they know how to make these pushes happen. Rado Boy, this guy, he is sneaky. Maybe that's why he does have Rat in his name. He was sitting in that car the whole time. They drove up. They didn't even check the vehicles for people. He popped out. Boom. Gets the knock. So, beautifully done there. SLR down to 2 players, folks. And they're going to be holding this ridge line with everything they got. Koi with the long nade. Does he catch him?
Oh, I think he did good damage, though. He's got 6, though. I mean, all it takes is 1 really to connect for you to be on the front side, but not hitting the read, thinking someone snaked to the left. Luckily for them, iNCO hasn't been able to push over just yet. We're seeing Be Bold as well. They do have just 1 solo left alive. Alpha7 condensing down, but all these teams are working with really just a ridge on this roadside right now.
Yup. Meanwhile, we got Be Bold, final player up. Staying quiet. Oh, he got spotted. He got spotted 100% and gets ran over. Koi with a double nade. Oh, actually, Federal still lived, but that was an eviction notice. And there it is. Full sender. What?
I think he got the heal off there. It had to have been. There's still Lil Boy as well, but Influence Rage, they are on the back seat. And the smokes, it's not like you have an infinite amount of them. There's got to be a limit to what's in these players' backpacks. And as I say that, Federal's actually got 2 to his name. They could maybe kind of ease the waves out of this bombing zone SLR's throwing on them, but with the zone closing, this isn't going to be the ending spot. They're going to have to move again.
Yeah, let's see what happens is Federal going to be trying to play from the edge, pushing in the best he possibly can. Things looking very, very scary here. Oh, Little Boy with a beautiful nade on the Koi. That is how you do it. And there's another one. Dragon actually in big trouble, and SLR is out of there.
Yeah, and look at that. INF actually was able to keep a vehicle alive. Federal moving in instantly for the cover. Alpha7's trying to make this sort of move on this eastern side, but both of those teams got to move in. It's either you play for the eliminations or you play for the spot in zone. And, I mean, a lot of these squads were even including FURIA now in this conversation of having to work into this next shift. The pressure's going to be on iNCO in my eyes.
It definitely is. Yeah, they are the team to beat. They're central zone, but it's so difficult to hold that compound. Alpha7, I think they're the team to beat, to be honest. Even though they're on the edge, they have 4 people up. You could never count them out.
Yeah. We'll have to see, though. The zone is shifting. FURIA looks like they're taking shots on Alpha7, and they're going to commit to the building. They're going to try to weasel their way in along the wall into these buildings. And we talked about this building or this compound being maybe a little bit too big to hold. iNCO actually looks like they're going to try to hold Alpha7 back. I'd like to see them almost just forfeit it here, Jukes. Just give it to them.
Let's see what happens, though. Let's see what happens is Mafioso got that M4 ready to put it to work, as they did get to this broken wall. And that's all they need, to be honest. Now they're going to have coverage. I think it's smart of iNCO to just give up this side. Let them push up. Let them work it from here. And then deal with them later. But now Deathwolf still up. Ooh, getting shot from all angles. And that's how you do it. FURIA really taking full advantage of their double points day. 3 eliminations so far. But they need a lot more. Let's see if they can finish it off here. Is Alpha7. Yeah, set up, posted, and ready to go.
Yeah, we can see him actually being able to keep 4 players alive. They will be able to get that reset, I think, on Kayowski. That's a big player you need in the game. And with this being stage 7, we'll see the next zone shift, and then it goes into nothingness, Juke. So we're talking Alpha7 on the north. We're talking iNCO Gaming in the center compound. INF still scraping by on this east side, and, of course, FURIA on the hill. So all these teams, they still got to keep inching their way closer together. Someone's going to start losing players.
All right, well, let's see who's going to be able to win this match. FURIA are going to have to make a crazy push here. Actually, yeah, this zone is terrible. None of these players are in it. McGrelling gets a crucial knock here. This zone's about to go into nothing, folks, and nobody is really in this zone. It's going into the wide open. Anyone's game. It's all about timing, right? Which fights are you going to be able to take? Who is going to be the lucky one to just sit and watch and clean up all the eliminations? And FURIA, they need these points so bad. And it's not looking good because all eyes are on them right now.
Yeah, I'd like to see FURIA just ditch this hillside, just fully commit to the south. I mean, we saw Rose of War on the pull-up on the south side of the compound. That could be the play, but we're seeing it again. Alpha7. These players with shotguns on the walls. We already saw what happened in the first Erangel, Cheeks. You now want to be near them, and The nades are raining over. You can't even run away from the squad. Now iNCO Gaming trying to condense down, getting caught out.
It's an all-out war. What's FURIA doing? It looks like they're going to try to hold that edge and just let this fight happen. Revo is going to try to get this first aid off, and Carrillo's full sending it on in. Shotgun in hand, catches, and then they bet down that corner, but he didn't see. They put up a gas can trap. Beautiful gas can lay down, and iNCO trying to turn things around. Dealing with two different teams, though, it's going to be difficult, especially when you got to deal with Alpha7. But 7 actually going to go ahead and get that thirst. So, and Alpha7 are out of here.
Yeah, and I mean, FURIA pulled up at that same time. iNCO Gaming down to a trio. Nenebete is alive, though. Never mind. The Molly spreads into the room. 7 getting naded out as well. It's down to just a solo. They don't know. Vitali's on the edge of this little one-story granny, but 3v1 situation, 4v1 situation, it's going to need to be a miracle for him.
Well, let's see what happens as iNCO Gaming 11 eliminations so far. Get the one. Try to gets the thirst. He gets the confirm. Gets shot in the head though. Not looking good, and it's all over. FURIA, look at the pop off because they know they needed these points so bad.
Yeah, the double points coming in clutch. They weren't the team at that compound. They rotated all the way from Yasnaya all the way to the west, and at the end of it, they sponged up a lot of those elimination points in those last zones. So amazing plays from the squad. I'm really happy seeing this on their double points deck.
Oh, beautifully done right there. I mean, great game for iNCO as well, right? I mean, we can't count them out. They're going to put up some big points on the board. Taylor, what do you think about that finish?
Yeah, excited about that finish, right? It was exciting given the fact that iNCO, I was watching them from the very start. And center zone, stage 4. Then you transition into stage 5. Still center zone, stage 6, center zone. But they weren't stagnant that entire time, were they? No, they had 4 eliminations staying center zone that quickly went up to, I believe, 7 or 8 before they started getting challenged by Alpha7. And that's when things started to kind of take a bit of a pause. You know, do we really want this fight? Should we back away? Which they do. But then 7 sets up this beautiful gas grenade. All right, gas can down. Alpha7 gets that first blood, but then 7 just capitalizes off the gas can grenade. Beautiful setup, wonderful trap. Alpha7 surely falls right after that. I was just watching iNCO's positioning that entire time, just hoping and praying that they would perform well, and they absolutely did. It comes to show you positioning absolutely matters. But let's go to the very start, right? And we talk about B-Bowl. David is on fire, shooting the bodies of Team Queso, Hot Jukes. David carrying his intensity from game 1 to game 3.
This is his day. It really is, right? I mean, he is playing like crazy. He's taking out so many squads all by himself. So, I mean, and I can't stress how much of an impact that makes for your entire team. When you have one player just going crazy, it just, it brings that energy up a notch on the whole squad. So, I mean, great time to do it as well.
Great time to do it indeed. Team Queso would ultimately fall in 12th place with 0 eliminations. That's obviously due to the wonderful efforts of B-Bold and David overall as a whole. NRG Galaxy falling a bit shorter than they probably wanted, but 6 elimination is still something to be proud of. Now, Death Wolves, I think, had a decent performance. Enigma Hotchukes at one point was complimenting Death Wolves, saying this is why they're in 3rd place. What did they do well this game 3?
I mean, they made sure to just play together as a squad. We're seeing a lot of these teams taking fights, isolating themselves out. I mean, people just overlooking players in the passenger seat of cars. Rata Boy, he literally has Rat in his name. He's pulling off some nice plays in my eyes of kind of either bait and switches or, you know, just playing quiet for the most part. It's super underrated to have a player like that, and it's allowing them to accumulate points when other teams are missing those opportunities.
There was 7 with the gas can grenade. That was a good call for both of you guys. You know, obviously Vaughn tried to move in, but it just didn't work out. 7 was holding it down. You love to see that in Abite as well, doing everything he could. Alpha7 would fall. This was the final fight, though. FURIA versus iNCO. FURIA's time to shine. They come in for that third party just in the nick of time, Hot Jukes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they played it perfectly, and look at the point.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's double points. That's what you want on your double points day, and that's what we've been looking for. 3 more games to go. They're pulling up on game 3. That is surely going to help them, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, they were quiet for the most part, but both of these squads were talking 30-point games out of two of the four for Group A. And obviously, the other teams in Group A, they've been a little bit quiet for the most part, but amazing stuff to see out of the squads. And the one thing I'd like to note is both of their elimination counts are essentially in the top two of the lobby. So those points, not only is it the placement getting doubled, those eliminations really start to add up on double points.
Without a doubt. And also take note of Alpha7 with 8, and then you look towards the bottom at 15, Team Liquid with 1. Team Liquid's still going to be in first, but it looks like Alpha7's looking to take over that #1 spot, something they haven't had for many days at this point in time. I believe off the rip of the series, they had first place, but then ultimately they were dethroned by Team Liquid, who have refused to give up that first place position. Let's take a look at our overall standings and see what that point gap is now going to be. And 425 to 413. So it's, you know, it was 19. Now it's getting even less. Alpha7 starting to come up, but now we've got a new third and fourth. Hot Jukes, FURIA in third, iNCO in fourth.
Hey, right on time, too, because, you know, we got to remember, Death Wolves, Rolls of War, all these teams are going to have their double points day coming up soon.
Right.
So you had to put some big points up here and now, and that's exactly what happened. There's still 2 more matches left to go.
Yep.
And honestly, I would like to see FURIA and iNCO get a lot closer to Alpha7 and Team Liquid. And then on their day, they're going to have to hunt them down.
I tell you what, Enigma, I'm getting excited. If we can get 3 more, and it's got to be perfect, all right? But if we can get 3 more 30-point games, FURIA iNCO Gaming could be just behind Alpha7.
Oh, that'd be a blessing for the most part. And I think, you know, a lot of us, because it's new to us, it's foreign for these double points days, we're not really sure how impactful these points can really be. But if FURIA, if iNCO Gaming, they have another first, second place, maybe in 2 out of the 3, maybe even 1 out of 2 or whatever the case may be for them, it could really shoot them up the leaderboard. But I'm still looking 10th place, 14th place, and Hyper. I believe they had 3 eliminations that last match, but only getting 6 points. I mean, we're still looking. I think they just now broke the double digits on bonus points.
Yeah, you know, it's hard to look at because we talk about that point gap from #1 to #2 and then 2 to 3. Now that point gap from even 9 to 10th place where Hyper sits is now 40 points. It's only going to continue to grow. And again, I urge a sense of urgency for the teams who are down there 10 and below. I would even throw, number 9 and below to get a move on. It's double points. Don't do what you've been doing. It's not working. Do something new and risk it all because you've got to get desperate. Claw your way up the leaderboard, especially on your double points day. So for Hyper at this point, this is your time to move up. This is your time to shine. Let's see you do it. Well, that's 3 games down. Our halfway point has been reached. I'm excited for the next 3. Sanhok is coming up. A map, again, we only see 1 time a day. Today will be the 7th time we have seen it overall as a whole, and it could shake up the leaderboards quite a bit. We're going to have to see. But good news is we've got Zarpatch once again on site to talk with Dragon K from Super Lazy Reflex. Let's hear what he had to say.
Let's go, SLR with the win. You were celebrating up there. I was like, yeah, let's go, SLR. I saw you celebrating. I was like, I know the guys who I'm interviewing. I know the guy who I'm calling from. How you guys are? How you guys feeling this victory?
Okay, for this match, I think we are really lucky actually, and but we know like we on the mountain. We know each side on the top there has the enemy, so we just waiting for the chance to kill them until they're fighting, and you can easily see they're running outside, and the gun was coming. The chance was coming.
The chance was coming. You are in that small hut in the circle, in the middle of the circle.
Yeah.
One from Team Queso, I saw him. He was going, what are you doing, bro? You're gonna get. And you guys killed them. It was a great match.
Yeah. Appreciate. Yeah, we do.
You can do it, guys. We can do it. I'm really happy for you guys. Well done. Let's go in 8.
Who is most likely to stay up all night practicing?
I think it's me. It's like I'm new for the team. I need to practice more to get in touch with my teammates. 我最认真了。
He said he's the most hardworking one and he practiced a lot. I think
it would be me because I actually practice a lot after we do sprints.
Who is most likely to become a coach in the future?
This Koi, definitely Koi.
I agree.
I think it will probably be Koi or me myself. I'm actually already coaching a PN club in China right now, and Koi has a lot game understanding and experience as well, and he can communicate very well through his strategies. So I think it would be me or Koi.
Who is most likely to rage quit during a game?
Okay, I know. So definitely our manager, his energy. Yeah, cause like he's more focused on the game. I think me, I will be the more raging person because I took everything seriously, and sometimes even when our coach said it's not a big deal, but I still think it's a huge deal. And also, Xuan, maybe a little bit, just a little bit. Yeah.
我说你有一点点。
不会. He doesn't want to admit.
Who is most likely to become a famous streamer?
Xuan.
I don't know.
没有人. He think it's nobody in the team because we don't have a lot like desire to publish anything. But I think he has potential to do it because he has been participating in the Olympic Games in China, in Asia, and he has a lot of fan base, which means if he's willing to publish something in the future, he might be a huge influencer. 主播。
内向，因为比较内向。
Okay, so he said he's a very introvert person.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflection Snowball, joined by Hot Jukes and Enigma. About to hop into Sanhok, game number 4. Hot Jukes, meet Enigma. We're talking on the break. We're like, who performed well yesterday when it came to Sanhok? And number 1 winner chicken dinner was FURIA, right? So right. FURIA coming off a win already on Erangel. If they could go back to back, that second spot might be up for grabs. I'm excited.
Yeah, I think that it's totally possible, especially if that zone goes to that top left side of the map, right? If it goes to that island, they like dropping there, their chances of winning are ridiculously high. If it doesn't, it's going to be very difficult. At the same time, you got a lot of momentum coming out this last game, right? So how are you going to utilize it?
Utilize it well, hopefully. Enigma, you mentioned iNCO Gaming. I think, they ended up only getting 2 points last Sanhok, so a big improvement needed here if they need to finish strong in the last 3.
Well, I mean, the last match, we did see a lot of signs of life out of them. Unfortunately, the Sanhok is only played once a day. And for the most part, you don't have the experience until yesterday, so to speak. So these teams, you're really hoping that Erangel, luckily for both of those squads on double points, they came in strong. Hopefully, like Juke said, they're able to bring it into this next match.
All right, well, we'll see how it's going to unfold as well for NRG Galaxy. This was the point that Hot Jukes brought up yesterday about NRG Galaxy taking the 1v1s. They're good at doing that, but they're not good with the team effort. So NRG Galaxy hopefully has improved enough going into this Sanhok that their 1v1s are going to be powerful enough to converge together to make for a stronger push forward. I think the person who gave them an issue last time, or at least yesterday, was Malaz was picking up E7, but then he ended up going on his own, ended up falling apart, and then ultimately Energy Galaxy didn't look too good from that point forward. I just want an A. Come on, an A. Let's keep it going today. Today it's in Hyper though, Hot Jukes. That's who we need to go big on map number 4.
Yeah, well, I think at this point we need to see some lucky zones. That's what they need. They really do, because as far as team cohesion, it's just not there. They're making the simple mistakes that Stars mentioned himself, and hopefully they're going to be able to resolve it. It doesn't look like it'll happen today. I'm praying for that crazy, just all of a sudden something just clicks and they don't stop. It's just that it's not likely at this point. So hopefully they just get a good zone, right? Are able to utilize it, and then maybe they go off the momentum off that. That's what I'm hoping for, at least.
Hoping for that as well, man. And one final point, Enigma, Alpha7. They were a team that impressed both of you yesterday. Remember that mountain fight? They were going against Death Wolves, and there was this wonderful double push from Alpha7. With the way they've been playing today, that double push yesterday was child's play. They're going to be bringing the heat from map 4.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, Alpha7, they bring the heat to every match. Let's be honest, okay? I'm kind of almost scared if I'm a squad, if I'm knocking a player or seeing them thirst one of my teammates and seeing that A7 tag right at the beginning. It's all up in the air in terms of how these teams are feeling.
All right, well, how are the teams feeling? We're about to find out as we head into map number 4 on Sanhok. FURIA, that's the team to watch out for. They took it yesterday. They took the map before just a second ago on Erangel. They're looking to follow it up with another winner chicken dinner. Let's see who takes it. Hot Jukes Enigma, take it away.
Yeah, let's see who takes it indeed. All right, we're now halfway through the day here, folks, and big day for Group A. We've said it once and we'll say it again. These double points are huge, and we saw how impactful they could be, Enigma, in just the last match, right?
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it was 2 of the 4 in terms of those Group A teams successfully, I'd say, having a second Erangel. And today, I mean, for the most part, Sanhok, this is the map where teams like Hyper, Entity 7, if they don't fight each other, this is the map where it could be a huge momentum changer, because we both know anything can happen on Sanhok. Hopefully they'd be able to use that momentum if things go their way.
Yeah, let's see if they're going to be able to do so here. It all depends on where this first zone goes. Yeah, if it goes to that Camp Alpha Island, they're going to have a good game. If it doesn't, they're going to have a bad game. That's pretty much how it goes, unless, right, they're able to make something happen. Let's see. Where's it going to go? Who's going to get favored?
I'm saying it's going north. I'm looking Titan Gaming, towards Cal and stuff like that. As much as I wanted on this west side, I don't think it's going that way.
I'm going towards Hyper. Let's see. We need to see one of those go down that southern island. But baby, FURIA. Hey, right? They needed it. They needed it, and they got it. SLR versus 9Z. Who's gonna win this one? Simple. Oh, he's got the guns to do it. The perfect weapons. Bow! Goodbye.
I mean, just stuck in the corner. Might as well not even shot. You're kind of at that point. He was as good as dead. White Elegy trying to come in, not even hitting a shot, though. Getting immediately thirsted. SLR now down to just Koi, unfortunately. Seems like a repeating factor for this squad. But 9Z, this is a team that we've questioned a lot over the last week and 2 days and change. But starting to win the fights now in some of these teams.
Yes, they are. Koi all by himself. If anybody could do it, it's Koi. Simple's about to get beamed right here. Goodbye.
Wow.
Yep, and thirsted. Never mind.
Gotta go for it. Yep. Gotta get it. No helmet, though.
Get the point.
Come on, let's...
Oh, he's jumping.
We gotta relax. There we go. Just take your time.
Yeah,
get
just
the one
relax.
extra point. Look at this. I mean, it's still kind of split. No meds, but he does have a good set of guns to possibly win this. It's just, does Koi hit those shots or not?
Iron Sight Legend right here. It's one of the hardest weapons to hit with the Iron Sight.
Yeah.
Now, 9Z should be able to do this 2v1. As long as they don't give him 1v1 opportunities, he'll be okay. They know exactly where he's at.
Yeah, but no utility.
Hey, don't doubt the Vector either. The Vector, that... Oh! Koi Gaming! Koi is saying, thank you! I really appreciate that one. And he's going to live for just a little bit longer. Connor's like, are you kidding me? I mean, where did he come from?
One in the piggy bank. That's a free point for him. Now, if AGG keeps going, which we both know they will, I mean, you got to be going for SLR. You get the other kill on the 9Z. Both of these squads, I mean, you like taking these early game fights. We're fighting for one compound here, Jukes. Ultimately, both of them looking like they're going to get wiped.
Yep. It's not looking good. And I'm telling you, like, if we notice, we said it before, right? Titan, I'm sorry, not Titan, Team Liquid and Alpha7, they avoid those early fights so often, right? And it just shows just how effective that is, you know. And I think a lot of teams need to try to replicate that. Just, hey, unless it's an obvious one, right? Unless you know, like, hey, they were wide out in the open, they're driving away, let's take them all out right now. Okay, go for it. But if not, you know, just try to avoid these fights at all costs, because it's just not beneficial. The chances of you getting away with a full squad wipe without losing one person is so low at this level, right?
Yeah, and I mean, we see it time and time again. After you lose a player, some people try to do that sort of hero save where they go for the 1v2. We saw White Eulogy go for that. Unfortunately, just giving the free knock over to him, not even getting damage down. So some of these teams, you know, it's always us going to be questioning their ideas of what they want to be doing. And unfortunately, SLR is kind of near the top of that list for it.
Yeah, let's see what happens here with this next play. And Hyper need these points so desperately bad. I mean, we're now in game number 4. There's this match, 2 more left to go. And man, so far they've done nothing. Let's be real, right? They have not had a good day at all. So they need a crazy pop-off game literally every single match after. And you know what? I'm going to say that goes for 10th place on down.
Yeah.
Literally. 10th place on down, all of your bad games, you've already done them, right?
Yeah.
You could still end up in top 3. You really can if we're being honest, right? Just mathematically, there's plenty enough games left to be played. But all of those bad games, you've already spent them. You have to go crazy for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, but we know, you know, PUBG Mobile's not set up like that. You're going to have good and bad games, and as much as you wish that's the ending point of it, we know it's not going to be the case. And even looking at Hyper's spot earlier, I was honestly hoping they'd shift more to that north side of the river, because we saw Team Liquid driving by them. We saw Entity 7. They're actually making the swim around Hyper. So the team that ultimately is able to farm points on the bridge may be fumbling, but we'll have to put a point on that, because Be Bold actually taking the fight with AGG, already having an elimination early on.
Oh boy, Laura's in. Trying to get that nade off. Oh, he does. Beautifully placed. Be Bold started to turn things up here. And yeah, he's going to go for that quick little first aid. They hear the shots in the distance, so they realize that, hey, we got to take this player out quickly. And Fran.
Wow.
With a beautiful angle. That's why you don't get on top of rocks, Enigma. Do not get on top of rocks.
I like the view of it, but, you know, I'm not a lion, so I'm not going on top of it. Cardix, though, he's kind of working the smoke a good bit, but not enough ammo. All AGG now down to just a solo, and I mean, I think he's just too far to even make a play, but that's not even going to be the end of it. Alpha7 hearing the commotion. This is the team you don't want to be pulling up on you. Now we're seeing the frags come out.
Here they go. I mean, that's what I'm saying is after a finish, you need to leave. Like, you need to either push, get the finish done, or take off. And Be Bold is now in a very, very bad position, because here comes Alpha7.
Wow. And I mean, just one pumped out of the DBS. Furio not even alone. And I mean, I like the idea of running away, but I wish all 3 players made it out. Being just a solo, there's really not much you're going to be able to do. And look at this, NRG actually completely spread here. May be able to just blow up the vehicle for a free elim.
All right, well, let's see if Lorenzen is just trying to find something. Maybe he can find a shack, get lucky with some circles, but it's not looking good. Not looking good at all, especially with the zone. He's just in a bad spot.
Yeah.
Period. Next circle about to pop. Where are we headed? And oh yeah, this is a FURIA circle. This is what they hope for. This is why they land in that spot. You know, if they get the zone, they're gonna go crazy. If they don't, they're most likely gonna lose. So they got it. Let's see if they can truly utilize it, because we don't play Sanhok very often.
Yeah. And the main thing I'd really like to note is, you know, playing these zones in scrims versus tournaments is completely different. The beauty of it is they played it literally yesterday. They played this exact zone. It ended on just the western side. They know what teams like to do when they work around them. And I think now we're starting to see these teams, especially Alpha7, they've been doing the research where they see these teams fight, where they're dropping, what they're trying to scrap for. They're starting to exploit it. And now a lot of these teams are feeling the pressure.
Yes, they are. Rolls of War now taken out. That's going to be pretty brutal there. But it is Sanhok. You can't always guarantee a good game on this map. Influence Rage definitely needed those points, though, and that's the team to do it against, right?
Yeah.
I mean, considering that they're right below them on the leaderboards.
Yeah, I mean, you're only 3 points ahead now. Influence Rage still a full 4-man. A little bit of a rough day out of Rules, where I believe they were, top 4 coming into today. So not only are the bad performances maybe catching up on the bonus points today, but also Fury and iNCO stepping up in that last match, being able to really start closing the gaps and remind teams that the bonus points are starting to add up.
Yes, they are.
Oh.
And now, yeah, look at that. Adrian from FURIA catching some players. I mean, and that's what they should do, right? They have all the sight lines in the world. Now it's time to just get some points. Another one! Are you serious? Inactive. Getting caught out. That hurts.
Yeah, you can't be doing that. Thirsted immediately. I mean, I know some players would just be screaming, why are you out in the open? But hopefully that's not the case. Juancho, now, I mean, he has to try making this end, but I think there's maybe 2 players of Furia looking at this. You also got to worry about Team Liquid maybe kind of hearing the commotion. Oh, you got to hit these shots, Rax. And Juancho actually getting knocked. He's gotten 3 out of 4 here, Jukes, onto the Titan Gaming squad.
Oh, boy. Let's see right now. It's Red trying to get some shots off, and this is just crazy.
It's embarrassing.
FURIA, this is embarrassing. This really is. I mean, you have vehicles, right? Just drive up, get these reses. He's coming.
Oh, no.
Don't tell him he's going to get these shots off, too. Oh. No, okay. Yeah, that's all you got to do. That's why I'm like, hey, just use the buggy, full send it on in. But if Adrian hit a back tire, oh, that would have been crazy.
I mean, if you spun him out, you got to run in the open. And the embarrassing thing, too, is even we got to note Juancho out for it is, there's a whole ridge line on this back part of the wall. They opted not to even take it. They just ran straight in the open. And Adrian's like, okay, I did this once. I did it twice. And then he ended up doing it 3 times for a laser. So nice plays out of them. They do only get 1 thirst onto the Titan Gaming squad, but definitely not what you want to see out of the NA teams.
Oh, man. That is... that's how you do it right there. Play zone catches Carrillo. Oh, Connor going to get caught out right now on the moped. Full sending it down. Oh, the boost.
Don't flip.
Don't flip. He's gone.
And
yep, that's it.
Early game fight.
Gone. Just like that. Oh, NRG. Stuck in the blue zone. And look who they're going up against. Alpha7. Oh, but guess what? It's not all of NRG.
It's 2.
Because J7 is taken out by E7.
Yep, and what do we got over here? I think it's just a duo on the west, and Alpha7, they're a full 4-man. They're just going to pull up on you. On the zone shift, though, Furia was centered up, so the Mountain reaping rewards right now. It looks like they're going to get pressured a bit. Not sure if anything like that's going to be too significant. Spec, though, I mean, he said it, Juke. Split up. He's knocked the zone, actually. Not even going to be making it into the next circle shift.
Oh, man. Brutal. That has got to hurt. Adrian. Oh, getting caught out on the pull-up. FURIA, this is a big mistake. The rest of the team's got to be there to support your squad. You have the best position. You can't afford to get pulled up on like the way they just did. And they're losing Adrian. That is brutal. Deathwolves looking to shut them down. And now they realize it is FURIA. They're going to stop them 100%.
Yeah, they know the player's all the way far on the south side, but he's not even going to have a weapon out. Igor maybe getting a little too aggressive. 1 HP almost. Now Furia, I mean, they got to make the push. You got the damage down. Keep them stagnant on the HP bars. Do not let them get anything away, but they're still taking their time. No real aggression. This is taking way too long of a fight. This needs to be ended 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, but guess what? Deathwolves don't care. They don't care. They're going to do everything they can just to hinder FURIA because FURIA is above them on the leaderboards, right? By 2 placements now. They're very close together, and it is FURIA's double points day. So if Deathwolves go out here, their loss is not going to be nearly as hard as FURIA's is, especially considering where FURIA's position is. I think this was a set play from Deathwolves.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to reap dividends when they come into their own bonus point stays because if you're a unit, if they win the fight, it actually looks like Team Queso, I think, pulled up. So they understand the mountain is being fought for. I'd like to see these teams almost disengage, but Milo's taking the aggression now down to just a solo Deathwolves player. If I'm Furia, I'm also even giving up the mountain at this point. Play for the next zone shift.
Yeah, you're right. Sometimes that is the play. But you know what? Deathwolves knew. Like, hey, this is where FURIA lands. Right? Let's just go give it up to them. If we take out a couple players, that's good enough, right? That's good enough to punish them. And now Team Queso, I think, is in the same boat. Team Queso said, hey, we got to stop FURIA as well.
Oh.
They're coming up onto this mountainside. Augustus got that third-party action going. And, yeah, FURIA either needs to leave and give up this position to try to survive for another day. And I think that's what they're going to do. Yeah, they're going to, like, you know what? Let's just take off, man. There's too many people here. They're hunting us down.
Yeah, don't make one mistake after the other. Obviously, we saw Adrian just getting a little bit too aggressive. Maybe thought it was just one Death Wolves player on the pull-up. Don't throw the game yourself. You know, the mountain's still in play. You can always share the mountain if you hold enough pressure in certain spots. And thankfully for FURIA, they're doing just that. Now my eyes are going to be turned on where that zone shift happens and it actually goes to the south. So I could honestly even see FURIA leaving the top of the mountain and going to that middle compound just above where Alpha7 is.
Oh, yes, indeed. Yeah, that next zone centering up in this area. And FURIA doing a very smart thing of just moving out the way, just letting whatever happens happen in this area because it's not worth getting taken out early. It's double points day for you. You got to utilize it. But I do like this now, Enigma, because we're starting to see some heads-up plays for teams, right? We're starting to see teams hunt down squads. That's something I've been begging to see. And it's good to start seeing it, even though, yeah, it's still at the almost halfway mark of this tournament.
Yeah, unfortunately, the team that still hasn't learned from their mistakes, we see it solo and RG player out in zone. But iNCO Gaming, they actually are looking for the mountain portion themselves, getting thirsted immediately. Nunez being finished. And okay, so they did have one player knocked. Titan Gaming's in the area. I'm interested in seeing if any more squads are going to look to try to climb the mountain.
Let's see what happens as M2M's holding down the spot. They're just going to camp it out. Yeah, just try to survive, hold the position. You're dead center of zone. No reason to go crazy or move out of your position at all. Titan Gaming rocking a split right now. Alpha7 holding that compound on the south. They're definitely the team to keep an eye on. Where's Team Liquid at? Oh, Team Liquid is set up for this match.
Yeah, and I mean, they love that compound down at the bottom of the mountainside. The first Erangel of week 1, I believe, on one of those days, they had a miscommunication. Maybe one of them was knocked in a vehicle and thirsted, but I believe they still got a top 5 finish in that game. So them being a 4-man center zone and you know the mountain isn't actually able to focus on you, you could rotate right underneath and just steal all the elimination points.
All right, you are. That is something that can definitely happen here in the next few minutes. This is the calm before the storm, folks. Stage 4. Next zone is going to be a big one right here, especially if it goes to that southwestern side where Influence rages. All these teams are going to have to move. So they're hoping it centers up. Not the worst.
Centering up, I mean, it wouldn't be too bad. One thing I like to see, though, is a lot of teams changed up their game plan from yesterday to today. The same zone, a lot of people focusing the fights. I mean, you even noted it yourself with Death Wolves. Focus the team, especially after that Erangel. You got to be putting pressure on them, checking these sort of teams. And we're going to see the zone shift in this next second or two. And it stays on the mountain, Jukes. Influence Rage on that bottom right side. Going to have to start coming up the mountain themselves.
Yes, they are. And the perfect zone shift for all these teams. Influence Rage is the one that's got to move. Alpha7 are going to have to move here as well. Entity 7 is going to have to be the team that's going to probably gatekeep these squads. And let's see if they're going to be able to do it. And look at that. Federal, he's got his climbing shoes on right now. Could you imagine trying to run up that incline?
I mean, I wouldn't be able to do it. Maybe like to that first rock, but, you know, reason why it's a video game and not me having to do it in person like VR or something, that'd be kind of crazy.
That would be brutal right there. I'm trying to stick to the high ground all I can. That's all fact. But let's see what Mafioso can do, because Mafioso is the only player right now inside for Alpha7. So they're rocking a 3-man. But Alpha7 has already 7 eliminations, so they've done enough. They really have.
Yeah, the nice thing, too, is with Mafioso in zone, they're looking to actually gatekeep Entity 7. He heard them on the pull-up. Again, this is the thing we talk about. Good teams from great teams. The good teams, every once in a while, forget to hold the edge of zone and come in with it. They rotate too early. Looks like Alpha7 is not going to be making that mistake, leaving Revo and McGrone in the back. And wait, actually, it looks like Influence Rage is moving in. They're forced to start running in the open.
Yes, they are. And they are full sending it. We see McGrell in there throwing the smoke walls, and they actually got around Entity 7, but Law, right, all the way from the blue zone, says, hey, we're going to give up our position. But we're going to go ahead and at least take that point. Oh my gosh. And now Entity 7 has eyes on them. Yeah. Sometimes it's not worth shooting because you just go, you're going to go out right after. But sometimes you got to get that point as well. Law, the last one up for Influence Rage.
Yeah, the issue is just Influence Rage. They took a long time on the rotate. Didn't even realize Entity 7 was there. Now it's just going to be Dublin. And, you know, Alpha7, they lost 2 players, but Mafioso is still alive in the zone as a solo. Both of these teams kind of just holding each other in blue zone. And for the most part, it looks like La is going to just be going for that last elimination. Yeah, I mean, he's not even going to give the point. 7 to their team. It's a nice performance, but with 9 teams left alive, that's going to be 0 placement points for that squad.
Yes, it is. And you can see right now, FURIA trying to continue with those double points. They have 4 so far. So that's going to be 8 total. They have 3 players up. They're doing a great job. I'm glad they were able to eject from that position. Definitely the smart play. As Milaz, last player up for NRG. And Hyper got taken out extremely early. So looking at other teams, iNCO, right? iNCO have a big opportunity here. They're still up. And FURIA is taking down E7.
Wow.
These are some critical eliminations. That's another one to their total. And they're actually in a really good position here. And that is Entity 7 out of this match.
Yeah, and they just completely kind of separated themselves from the very top of the mountain. There's a lot of different spots you could be playing. Actually, looks like Mafioso's found out, unfortunately for them. 7 eliminations to their name is good, but oh man. And Gaming, he's got the MG3. Is he going to hit the shots? 1v2 situation. Good nade damage, but Titan Gaming, they're the ones that have to get around the mountain. NRG's in front of them. Actually, looking like a 1v1 situation, needing to hit the shots. And I mean, the blue zone, it's doing too much damage, Jukes.
Yeah, it's just punishing right now, especially stage 6. It just ticks off like crazy. Milaz, yeah, just trying to make a last-ditch effort to get some points for his team, but Team Liquid is still in the game. Alpha7 getting taken out. They did 7 points, and that's what you want to do, right? Even if you don't get a good game, a good zone, putting up at least 6 points, that's the ticket to victory, and they do it every single time. Oh! Look at this. Oh! Getting ran over by Potro. That's gotta hurt. And their double point, Sanhok, is looking pretty dim here as Team Queso is on the push. Actually, FURIA's on the other side. Nenebet is done for. Nothing he can do. And now it's Team Queso versus FURIA. FURIA, man, back-to-back solid games for them.
Yeah, I mean, they're still 3-man up. They lost Adrian early on, over-aggressing onto the Death Wolf squad. But, oh, wait a second. We might see a player getting ISO'd out. Oh, he didn't go in the building, Jukes, thankfully. But FURIA, though, they're still holding this western side. I'm kind of interested more so in seeing what Team Liquid chooses to do if they're going to move up the mountain. But I'm really also just worried there's a solo in the building, and he's not even going to see it coming. Unfortunate for Team Queso, making a lot of great plays, but now no team has 4 players up. We're talking 3 trios and a solo in the lobby.
Guizal's so smart, too. Look at that. He got that instant knock. He gave away his position. Stick and move, right? Hey, move to the other side of these rocks and just survive. Well played there from Guizal. Death Wolves, they know that Team FURIA is still alive, so they want to be able to negate as many points as they can away from them, and now Team Liquid has activated, right? They've been silent this whole time, and they say, okay, it's time to get a chicken dinner now. Let's get it.
We got to challenge your inner bush, especially when it's Gillian, and they're actually going to stand up. The DVS reigns supreme. It's going to be an instant trade, though. But with these fights going on, it's going to allow Team Liquid to start third-partying. And your FURIA, you had all the options in the world at one point, just being down to a solo. And
the patience. Be more patient. Just wait. Yeah, and that's exactly what he's doing. Don't give up your position. That trigger discipline is so critical because now Team Liquid thinks this area is completely safe.
And I mean, no backpack as well. It just shows the micro decisions that players have to make. And that's why this team, they won the last match. They're coming in for it. Look, Death Wolves, though, they actually just kept moving. They've realized Team Liquid's going to come at them. Force the 1v1, though. Team Queso is going to come on top. We're down to just the top 3 teams, Jukes. And Team Liquid, they've got 3 players strong. It's just a matter if they can hit the nades, and it's now going to be 1v1 situations for these solos. Are they going to be able to hit the shots?
Mythic trying to go ahead and take out Team Queso. That's going to give more placement points on the side of FURIA, and that's exactly what is going to happen. Beautifully played. The trigger discipline secures a second place position. He might even go for first here. Here he goes. Stands up. Lets his position known. Oh, but Team Liquid, they were waiting for it. They get the chicken dinner in Sanhok, and we get that fist pump. As, man, this team is just looking unstoppable here.
Yeah, the first game, you know, was maybe a little bit more luck on the solo staying alive, but here, I mean, 3-man strong, they had to move up the mountain, and they took the fights when it mattered most. A lot of these teams crumbling under this team cohesion Team Liquid has, and there's a reason why they're first place is because this team is the most dominant force in the lobby.
Oh, man, that is how you do it. That is how you do it right there. Team Liquid, so strong, Taylor. I'm telling you, once they activate, there's no stopping them.
That's right. It took them a while, though, to activate, didn't it? They took their time. I mean, they ended up landing a little bit more south, but come stage 1, going into stage 2, they were already rotated up and basically center zone to join the likes of FURIA. So I actually thought FURIA, as well as Team Liquid, were going to be fighting much earlier on. And you could even throw Titan Gaming in there as well, because they were all three within the same vicinity. But now Team Liquid stayed where they were. Nobody came to them. Nobody wanted to challenge them. But they struck just when they needed to, right in stage 8 to start their dominance towards first place. Winner, winner, chicken dinner from Team Liquid, their second one of the day, right? First one started off in Erangel, just when Alpha7 was starting to catch up. Team Liquid says, nah, it's time to take it all the way back. So let's actually talk about FURIA, the second place team. Hot Chooks, 8 eliminations, a solid second game, especially after their first place on Erangel with 7 eliminations. FURIA establishes center zone early. Like I said, they had to watch out for Team Liquid, potentially Titan Gaming, but really their first test came against Death Wolves.
Yeah, and you know what? Death Wolves hunted them down, and that's what you got to do, right? If you realize that you're right below the leaderboards, hey, give them a push. It didn't fully work out for Death Wolves, but I appreciate the effort. You know what I'm saying? It's a smart play regardless. You hindered them, and who knows? That one elimination could have been the difference between FURIA getting double the eliminations and the chicken dinner, right? So, I mean, that's what you got to do if you know that it's their double points day.
Obviously, we're reaching the tail end of these, of the replays where Team Liquid ultimately take it. But Enigma, just to compliment FURIA once again for their 28 points, right? Following a 30-plus point game. FURIA had an opportunity, right, when they were fighting up top. They were going against Death Wolves. They had one more member remaining. TQ rolls up. FURIA backs away. How hard do you think that was for FURIA to make that decision as opposed to egoing Team Queso?
I mean, it's an ego check. There's nothing else to it. FURIA, the IGL's got to just admit, you know, even though we lost a player, there's one player in the building, it's not worth throwing the game. I really enjoy that they chose to go south side.
Yes.
There's that whole kind of mountain that they were able to span out and play on. Farmed a few teams down below, like the likes we saw with Influence Rage and stuff like that when they were coming in. But the team itself was just, I mean, they cut their losses and they made sure to use the most of the 3 remaining players.
If FURIA doesn't back away from that fight, I strongly feel they do not get second place. That fight from Team Queso doesn't go clean, right, Hachuk? So good job from them. I love that FURIA is evolving, and that third place spot is getting a little bit more comfortable as Death Wolves will fall down. Well, actually, I technically move up over iNCO Gaming, but still remain in fourth place. They started today in third. They now trail 24 points behind that of FURIA. Still a big gap to go for to catch up to Alpha7, but they're making progress. FURIA, the biggest winner of double points today, Hot Chooks.
Man, if they keep playing like this, they're going to be a problem. I'm going to tell you that right now because we're seeing them level up. They're making excellent decisions, right? Even though other teams are putting in effort to try and take them out, right? They still secured a second place and got some serious points in this match. So there's still a couple more games left to go. They've had a phenomenal day today. And if they continue playing like this for the rest of the tournament, because there's still a lot of games left, who knows? They might even be able to challenge those top 2 squads.
They're just playing so intelligent. Like, that's the key takeaway. FURIA is playing intelligent PUBG Mobile. And that backing away from Team Queso in that moment, after they've already lost a member and not trying to ego child the last member of Death Wolves and not trying to ego child Team Queso, speaks volumes about what they are willing to do to play for placements. On the second page, nobody moves up or down. It's going to be the same story there in Hyper. Continues to struggle just a bit. E7 as well needs to start coming up. They've had glimpses of, wow, this team is incredible, but not consistent enough to move forward to the top 8 at this point in time. FURIA, again, the biggest winner today. 2 more games to go, and we're going to be hopping back into Miramar for game number 5. Will FURIA continue their trailblaze up the standings? I hope they do, because I want things to get interesting. But if you are a Death Wolves fan or a Team Queso fan, you're hoping FURIA makes a mistake, so Team Queso or Death Wolves can move up in their spot for 3rd place. Good stuff all around, and Zarpatch is on site conveniently to talk to one of the members from FURIA. We're going to be talking to Archazin and getting his thoughts on how today is going.
All right, guys, here we are with Archazin from FURIA. Congratulations, you got the victory. Double important because of the double points. How are you guys feeling? Como se estão sentindo? Doble ponto, double importante para vocês. Como vocês estão?
Cara, estamos muito tranquilo. Nós sabemos que tipo precisava desses pontos, então nós tínhamos que pontuar sim ou sim. E nosso objetivo é ganhar, é ser campeão, e é isso.
They're very happy to be able to point. He's been telling me that their objective is to be champion, and they're working for that. But you guys are a bit lower in the table. There's still time, of course. Is there something that you have changed from days past to now? You have been doing great, but still you have some room for improvements. Have you changed anything? Vocês ainda precisam trampar mais para chegar mais em cima naquela tabela? Se estão mudando alguma coisa ou estão jogando do mesmo jeito?
Não, estamos jogando do mesmo jeito, porém tipo, não mudamos o nosso jogo. Só aumentamos um pouco a agressividade que precisava e a calma. Então acho que isso eram os fatores principais para nosso time encarregar as vitórias, e acho que é isso.
He says that they're trying to be more calm, but also to be more aggressive, to be able to get more points on the matches and try to go up on the scoreboard. Archazin, thank you very much.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
of June. There is a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Enigma. And our map rotation, we're getting towards the tail end of the day. We have Miramar and Erangel on the back end, but you'll notice two familiar faces, but one of the same. Team Liquid have taken drop 1 and drop 4. Erangel and Sanhok, can they be our first team throughout the 7 days here of the America Spring Season to win 3 winner chicken dinners? It's entirely possible. Team Liquid is that team, Hot Jukes.
They are. I mean, if anybody could do it, it's definitely them. They're just so smart. They're just chilling, early zones, avoiding those fights, avoiding, losing people early on. Then they get into end game and just dominate. They play so well together as a team, and it's just a step above everybody else. So at this point, just, hey, hold on for your horses, right? Because Team Liquid is just on a run.
That's right. They're chilling, but they're not chillayin'. Enigma, let's talk about it. We're hopping in back to Miramar. Miramar was exciting before because of SLR, Super Lazy Reflex, right? They took the victory. And I will say, SLR, although they haven't been the highest impactful team today, they've been challenged by 2 distinct teams. That's in Hyper and Team Queso, and they have held their ground both times. SLR is still a serious force to reckon with, but where are they falling short in your mind?
I mean, for the most part, it's got to be just keeping 4 players alive into the late game. We're seeing time and time again, a lot of these bottom 8 teams are only having 1, 2 players alive. They're trying to go for an extra placement point, when in actuality, we should be going all the way back to their first engagement in the match and being like, look, how are we losing these fights? That's the biggest part of the game. That's the hardest part of the game, unfortunately, in the sort of competitive scene. But you got to get up to the task. You got to get on the horse, or else you're going to get blown away.
Get blown away like Wancho was doing, right? Hey, Titan Gaming, Wancho on Miramar to start, or at least a second map, Hot Jukes, blasting the competition away with perfect shots.
That's what I'm talking about. Back to back, baby. Well, they need a hero. They definitely need a hero for sure. One of these players, Wancho or somebody else, need to do a crazy match. And they need something to happen at this point, because that cohesion, it takes time. It really does take a lot of time to develop. And I like to see that we're seeing some incremental steps little by little. I'm just waiting to see that fire on cylinders, just group gameplay like we see from teams like Team Liquid and Alpha7.
Team Liquid, Alpha7, I'm always going to be the poster child of any great example that we give, right? They're just that wonderful. Be Bold, though, has been on a tear today, Enigma. David is that guy. He was the one shooting bodies when it came to map number 2, Miramar, earlier. He's now returning to Miramar. Be Bold, 3rd place. NRG Galaxy in 2nd. I'd love to see both of those rosters perform well here on map 5.
I mean, you have every right to shoot bodies. He was dropping, 5 or 6 that Miramar game. A lot of these teams as well. Obviously, FURIA is having a good performance on the day, but when it's other teams' bonus points day, you want to prevent them as much as possible while you yourself, like Be Bold, are getting points in the matches that matter the most. So I'm hoping that a lot of these teams really start digesting that first week and applying what they've learned from all those unfortunately failed experiences in some of these matches to make the positive start coming out.
Said David, three or 4 eliminations. I just checked. He had 7 from that Miramar. 7 eliminations, which is better than quite literally almost every other team outside of Royals of War, Team Queso, Alpha7, and NRG Galaxy, man. So to have 7 by himself is pretty spectacular. He's just been on a tear today, and it excites me when individual players like that perform so well. It's one thing to be performing well as an individual, but Be Bold as a team have been playing so well. I would hate to go against them and run into them on the map at any point in time. I don't care who you are. Be Bold. They're looking to come back and better their performance from 3rd. So what do we got here, right? Team Liquid trying to win their 3rd game of the day. They'll be the first one to do it. And a lot of firsts for them, right? The first to hit 400 points. I think they were the first to hit 300, if I'm not mistaken. They're already in first place. Can they also win 3? And they were also the first to win 2 in a day. So, I mean, they've done everything pretty much. So if we were to give them, trophies for that, their whole trophy shelf would be absolutely stacked, right? So Team Liquid trying to go for 3. I don't know, man. There's just a lot going on in Game 5. I'm hoping Furia takes it, though, because Furia continue that momentum, baby. And I'll be buying your jersey, I promise you, tomorrow. Hey, let's hop into it. We're going back into Miramar. Game number 5. Let's get it. Hot Shoots Enigma, take it away.
Let's get it. And you know what? I will say this. I think that Team Liquid's on a tear because they're just mad. They're just mad that Mythic didn't get the little bonus prize.
The MVP,
one, you know? Yeah. Revo stole it away from them, and I think now they're like, nah, dude, we're going to secure this 100%. But I mean, Alpha7 are having some crazy games as well. But Team Liquid, when it comes to consistency, they're just ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, they're the cream of the crop. There's a reason why they're first place. One team, though, that I really have liked seeing, at least on the day, has been Furia. But, you know, I know that, like, Taylor likes to see maybe Team Liquid get a 3-peat, get 3 out of 6 on the day. But in my mind, they've already got enough points. I want to see a team from Group A at least get another win. And unfortunately, Entity 7 and Hyper, they're out of it in my mind. So I'm hoping for this game, at least iNCO Gaming shows up and gets another high point game, because they were the best for week 1 on the bonus point streaks. You've said it many times yourself. I'm wanting to see some signs of life out of them, not just Furia.
Yeah, I agree. I want to see it, and I need to see it now. There's only 2 matches left today. I mean, if you're now is the time more than ever. So hopefully we can see that, you know. But at this point, it's hard to really just expect it, because we're seeing too many simple mistakes, and I'm not seeing any sign of adjustments.
No,
if I'm being really honest, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, especially from, you know, NRG right now, it's been really hard to watch, because I would be happy to see, like, all right, hey, they did a full send together and they lost the fight.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's different, right? Different than just 4-man stratting, everybody playing for themselves and just getting bodied over and over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost the way they're playing. You might as well see them just drop 4 corners, you know, like a solo in the top left, the top right. And it's just because you're not even playing as a squad. Why even bother loading in to the lobby as a 4-man? You might as well have different tags, and so be it. But looks like now they are going to be somewhat together, but we know that they like change in that first zone rotation. And I think kind of unfortunately for most of these teams, the zones today have been kind of away from the playing path. So a lot of these teams having to make these rotations, which normally I don't think they really have to experience too much.
Oh, yeah, they don't. That's for sure. Oh, boy, man. It's, what do you think about 9Z? 9Z is like a team that's like really hard to kind of put my finger on, right? Because I see them kind of make some kind of crazy plays, like the bad decisions when it comes to pushes, but they do play together as a team, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's just kind of, you know, like what better of both worlds you want. Is it you want a team that's got experience but not together like NRG? Do you want a team that maybe just doesn't understand what they're doing like 9Z, but they play as a squad? It's all up in the air. Maybe you don't like it's a team without brains, so to speak, quote unquote. There's a lot of different things, and we get to really see all of that kind of unfold with so many teams in the lobby. But for the most part, it's kind of just up in the air of what these teams are really doing.
All right. Well, it turns out it looks like we got some words from NRG. So let's hear what they have to say. That's something I'm really looking forward to hearing for sure.
All right, guys. End of match 4. I'm with Melas. 6th place. You were right there at the cliff. It was hard to go up.
Yeah.
Tell us a bit about the match.
We started at the beginning trying to isolate BBD. We lost one guy, then we tried to leave that engagement. After that, another team wrapped from our back, killed 2 of our guys, and I had a lot of heals. Tried to play a little bit out of zone, get some heal done, and better positioning for my team later on.
How are you guys feeling this week?
Yeah, some mistakes again at the end of the games, but still, yesterday we did good. We did around 44 points, and today we're still on 30 points, which is okay. We have 2 more games, and I think we started this week better than last week, for sure.
For sure. Okay, that's 2 more matches. Let's go. Let's get it.
Go for the chicken.
Let's go for the chicken dinner. Let's go.
Let's go for the chicken dinner, man. That's what we need to see. We need to see it, and sooner rather than later. I mean, it's not their double points day, you know, for NRG. At the same time, though, I mean, they got to be able to put up points, and we got to see progress, right?
Yeah.
Especially in a day like today.
Well, the nice thing is they did note that, 30 points on the day so far. They still got 2 games left. That is kind of an improvement. Obviously, we're not seeing it too much, maybe in that 50 or 60 point range on the days, but I mean, something's better than nothing. We can even note Hyper. I think they're still in that 10, 15 point range total with bonus points. So we're seeing some teams struggle. NRG, thankfully, is showing some sort of gas movement in the engine, but unfortunately, we're needing to see a lot more with it being week 2.
That is for sure. All righty. Well, SLR going to go ahead and pick up their teammate. He may have hopped out the vehicle just a little early. Oh, actually, going to go ahead and run him on into the taco shop here.
Hey.
Get a little recharge.
Little snack.
Yeah,
little snack.
Like to see that.
Oh, wait a second. Titan Gaming, Alpha7, Jukes. Titan Gaming a little bit spread out. Juancho actually in the front. And I mean, we're seeing it time and time again. This double stack in the vehicle is way too deadly if you're on a buggy.
But look at Alpha7, right? This is what I was talking about. Go for an obvious play like that shot, and if they get him to spin out, they're going to take that elimination and then go from there, right? But they don't get it. They leave. You know what I'm saying? They don't take dumb fights, and that's why Alpha7 is in second place. They know what to do.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, too, is Titan Gaming, they have the reads themselves. They have to make decisions as well. They're so far back just from those little pod shots that were nowhere close to Juancho. Alpha7's rotating completely in front of him. And now if you're Titan Gaming, are you even looking in the right direction if Alpha7 comes from this eastern side? Or are you going to get caught in the open with no one around you?
That's a good question there. Yeah, and I'm telling you, Alpha7, they have such a big awareness of this game. Well, what's best to do, right? When to take fights, when to avoid them, how to drive. You know what I'm saying? They know what they're doing. And I think that's why we see so many teams struggling. Cunha, he's got a good idea what to do, and that's just pop on out.
Interesting decisions, to say the least.
So what was it that Hyper said they're struggling with again?
Small mistakes or something. Starlight's not too stressed about it. Something like that.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that's what was going on. All right. Well, let's see if those can get fixed. It doesn't look like it's going to happen in this game, but it could happen in the last match of the day,
Yeah.
Progress, baby. Little by little. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Come on, NA, USA, USA. Let's get it.
I mean, the candle's already blown out, Jukes. We can relight it at some point, but I got to see more than just, one day of hope out of our teams.
Yeah, one day indeed. Radaboy on the move. Radaboy and Death Wolves have had a good day today. They've really been putting in a great effort. It's not their double points day, so of course they get passed up by FURIA and iNCO. But I don't think they should be too hesitant. They want to put up some more points on the board, but more importantly, right, try to hinder FURIA, iNCO, all the top teams from just going off today.
Yeah, and iNCO is a team I kind of put on blast for this match. I'm wanting to see them have that sort of high elimination match. The Sanhok, they had the opportunity, but forced themselves in front of Team Queso and ultimately sandwiched from FURIA. So their early game in the zone right now, they are on that northeastern side. The zone is about to close. And for this team, I mean, Death Wolves, this is the beauty of, PMSL and stuff like that, Jukes, is Radaboy and stuff like that. Obviously, Juancho. A lot of these players are having the opportunity to really make a name for themselves and start to stand out. So even if your team isn't performing too well, obviously Death Wolves is performing, in my mind, greatly. Almost not perfect, but, better than most teams. It's great seeing players really stand out and make a name for themselves.
Yes, sir. That's something I enjoy seeing right there. Is teams and players, right, doing whatever it takes to make it happen here. Especially since, we're about halfway, right, through this tournament. Yeah. There's still a lot of games left to be played, and hopefully we see these teams just grow, get better and better and better. The problem is though, as you grow, everybody else does too. You know what I'm saying? Everybody levels up. So we have to see a complete spike in just gameplay, especially from the teams 10th place on down, because, man, that gap is insane. If third place is the mark, 338 points is where it's at right now by FURIA. And you can see FURIA on their double points day trying to catch Victex. He goes rolling. And goodbye, Victex. That is the worst thing that can happen to you.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he blows up the vehicle, but there's no way you get out of this. The rest of the team's not even going to be turning around for him. Just cut your losses. And unfortunately, Miramar is one of those maps where if you land the wrong way off the mountain, your vehicle just instantly starts flipping. And it's kind of a surprise to see with him being in that sort of bus, but it won't matter too much. Unfortunate stuff for Big Tex. And FURIA, for most teams, it's 1 point, Jigs. That's actually 2 to their name. Of course, it is the bonus points for them on the day. So, unfortunately for these teams, seeing FURIA still accumulating points isn't going to be sitting well.
Okay, well, I got a question for you.
Okay.
All right. Royals of War just got taken out by FURIA. They know where they're at. Do you think that Royals of War, considering they're in 6th place, do you think that it's worth risking, like, trying to hinder FURIA at all here?
I think you got to maybe wait for the zone shift to happen because in my mind, I don't see it shifting southwest. I don't see it going on. I think it's going to go either north or to the east, maybe to the city. So if you're Royals of War, it's easier to hold a team out in zone rather than just taking the fight to them. So if they could hold FURIA, we obviously see Titan Gaming just to the north of them as well. Both of those teams could potentially gatekeep FURIA and prevent them from getting eliminations. But the issue at that point is, are you going to be able to hit the shots if you choose to make that play?
Yeah, I don't expect them to go and just do a straight push, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But, they're going to keep in mind, like, oh, FURIA is right there, and we need to take them out. So maybe their decisions go towards trying to prioritize taking them out rather than just trying to win the game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's kind of hard, though, because they do need points right now. The next zone goes north, right?
Yeah.
Royals of War are in the Royals of War are in this circle. FURIA is completely rotating away, so that storyline is done for because FURIA is battling it out right now, and let's see if they can hold on. Oh, they're taking out Titan Gaming.
Oh, that's tough. I mean, double knock from the squad. FURIA Kowski, he's kind of the spearhead of the squad every time, inactive now. 1 HP in the back, and Titan Gaming, I like their positioning, but I don't even think they had an idea. FURIA was there just giving them the knocks over and over. Now it's just Juancho and 1v4 situation. You gotta just tuck tail, but I don't even see him making it out of this one.
Yeah, he's on the run right now, just trying to survive. Inactive getting just eliminated, and Titan Gaming, right? Just even though they did well in Miramar yesterday, not able to do good here. It's Coach Juancho versus the world. He's got his nade locked and loaded, trying to maybe get a little pre-nade action here. Oh, and he's in the worst spot to be.
Oh, no. And I mean, the nade ticked him a bit. 1 HP. You might as well just molly yourself if you got it. Don't give him the points. It's double. And look at this. FURIA, though, they didn't even opt to go in the building to give him the 1v1. The utility comes out and 4 free points from the Titan Gaming squad. No eliminations on FURIA.
Hey, double points day, baby. Take those to the bank. 5 eliminations for FURIA. This is going to be 3 back-to-back good games from them. I mean, FURIA doing exactly what they need to do, right? On the most important day of the week for them.
Yeah, I mean, they got to keep the momentum going. Obviously, a first and a second place back-to-back game. So really getting the elimination points for them. Unfortunately, it's Alpha7 and Team Liquid in front of them while the zone shift's closing. But Team Queso, that's another team. They've been kind of quiet on this eastern side. A lot of these teams choosing to play around the mountain.
Playing around the mountain. That is where they go. And 9Z, they're going to battle it out here with Elite 7. And let's see what ends up happening. This is all the way over here by El Azahar. Uh-oh, looks like Death Wolves punishing and Hyper.
Wow.
One by one, they go down. Last player's up. And that's looking like Hyper is going to be eliminated here. Yep, it's just Cunha.
I mean, he almost had the one, but that had to have just been some sort of pull-up. We saw Hyper was in zone until basically this zone. So a full send in, I think they all just got beamed out of the vehicles, to be honest. Really unfortunate stuff to see, but that's not the only thing happening. Entity 7 still taking shots on the 9Z, and both of these squads, they're trying to have to get these elimination points, but every team's looking at you now.
Yes, they are. Let's see what happens as Franco, trying to take some shots to the blue. We're going to go ahead and hop into the vehicle. A smart play. Just go ahead and leave. Oh, spun out at the last second. That tire pop hurts.
Yeah, I mean, Joko, he almost got knocked as well. Obviously, they're the ones closer to zone, but with NRG, with 9Z next to you and stuff like that, you got to make sure that they don't get around you. And 9Z actually looks like they're going to maybe be able to get a full 4-man reset. So 3v4 situation, you got to apply the pressure.
Apply it now, and you can see Hate on the move. Joko gonna be doing a drive up most likely. Oh, he sees him. He's got to just go for the run over. Oh, never mind. The nade is gonna do it, and yeah, there it is. Quick little run over finish. 9Z knows who they're going against. So if you're gonna battle it out, might as well go for it here. It's a 2v3. Not impossible though. Gotta watch out. Joko with that. Yeah, Joko with that. That buggy, I mean, very deadly.
It's too much information you get. I don't even know if 9Z has vehicles. It looks like they're going to have to run in. And NRG, they heard the commotion, but FURIA, they got to force the fight with B-Bold, 2 of our hot squads on the day, Jukes.
B-Bold's going to go ahead and full commit on this. They have to take out FURIA. Their double point stay. They're already so strong. And Adrian gets knocked. Oh, Augustus, though, with 1 HP. Going to have to make it happen. Try to get this first aid off. He's not gonna get it in time. That's it. David's got his number locked and loaded. The bounce nade's about to come out. Never mind. He actually gets across that broken wall. He's doing everything he can, but Erangel shuts down the crazy FURIA run.
Yeah, I mean, at least he got that sort of thirst, that elimination point onto the B-Bold team. And now since there's a duo, SLRs making their aggression play, we're seeing White LG just send it onto the building's 4v2 spot. But with B-Bold, they've been on fire and unfortunately not in the best ways for this match. David being knocked, 1v4 spot. And Razin, he's going to have to make the moves now and hopefully at least pick up one thirst.
This is the SLR we've been waiting to see, right? Aggression. We needed to see some pushes from them. And now they're starting to utilize it. Okay, SLR, they're at the bottom of the leaderboards. They know they don't want to be there. And let's see how they're going to be able to get out of this. Nade goes on in. And Lorenzen is gone. So SLR, finally, right? Making the right play. And they take out B-Bold.
Yeah, now they've got a prime spot in zone. They don't have to worry about anyone third-partying yet. And since they didn't have anyone knocked, they should be looking for more aggression plays either towards the west or their north. But with it being kind of, you know, foreign to them, they might be taking a bit slower. But Team Liquid, they are still pumping out the damage even in this roadside spot.
Carlos,
what do you even say?
He's like, what is that? Oh, that's a nade. He just shimmied over to the right and just got destroyed. So nice nades there from across the way. Team Queso putting in some work. And Revo getting knocked as well. Man, we're starting to see battles go all over the place, and we're seeing some of the top squads get punished here.
Yeah, AGG a little bit spread. It looks like Alpha7, even though they have 2 players knocked, they might get a full reset off. AGG, yeah, I mean, they're just cutting their losses. This is one of those spread ideas, Jukes, just too far away from each other. Alpha7 just 4-man sending it. Zone shift happens. It does go towards the west, but you're iNCO Gaming. You're still having to make the fights. I wanted them to pop off this game, but 1v3 situation. He's going to be caught out at some point, and 0 points for the squad.
Yeah, that's going to be it for iNCO Gaming. So, not the Miramar they were hoping for, and Alpha7 hangs on once again. Oh, beautiful play. Revo has to get it perfect, and he does. Able to get the res, and Alpha7, full squad, still up.
7 eliminations. A lot of these teams, I mean, Team Queso's got 9 to their name. We're seeing the likes of AGG. They fought earlier. 0 eliminations for them. So the 2 hot squads is going to be Alpha7 and Team Queso. And it looks like a lot of these teams, they're whittling themselves down just for them to get the elims.
Mythic with the Groza and Ghillie suit getting taken out by the legendary squad of Entity 7, man. Entity 7 holding it down right here towards the end. Here we go. Franco going to run across the road. He should be able to make it safely. Now he decides to pop the smoke and throws another one across the way. Maybe a little bit of a bait smoke there. SLR. 4 players up. Eliki getting naded all the way across from Mafioso.
On the dome. And I mean, what was on? He's got to get the trade on this, but.
That was right between them. And does damage. Not able to get the finish. McGrellin now pushing up.
Yeah, I mean, he took 0 damage coming in. He's trying to get the thirst. Even if he was to get knocked, his teammates are so close. I mean, he wouldn't be getting thirsted here. Alpha7 in zone, and now we just see it kind of like a tidal wave coming around this mountain, Jukes. Just a full 4-man roster peeking you. At this point, I mean, do you honestly just leave him down? Never mind. You're giving him another knock, and now this is the full aggression.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, this fight wasn't necessary, you know?
Yeah.
You know you're down and out, you're getting beat. It's better to try and just run away and leave. But maybe that's what they were trying to do and got caught out in the process. Koi is still going to hold this angle for now. Yeah, you know he's gone. There's nothing you can do. Just take off and live to fight just a little bit longer here. And now they know it's Alpha7, and let's see how they move from there. Because I think once they realize it's Alpha7, they're like, yeah, let's just completely leave this fight at this point.
Yeah, you got to just look to the east. Just completely ignore him. I'm also seeing it looks like Team Queso starting to constrict down on Entity 7. Entity 7 made that nice play on Team Liquid to get into the zone, but Team Queso, they're the ones with the vehicles. They have all of this roadside to work with, Jukes. Entity 7 could be in for a world of hurt if Team Queso chooses to aggress.
Yeah, here they go. Team Queso moving up little by little. Oh, they're looking at their Golden Marauder. And, starting to put some shots there. Oh, they saw Franco. Franco is trapped by that tree.
Yeah, I wish they stayed on the western side of the road. I don't think they have that many smoke grenades to their name. So you're getting pinned down like this. All it takes is one player to rotate around. And it actually looks like they're going to go for the strong arm kind of play. And no one, I mean, SLR, they took that 2-man loss earlier on the west, allowing Team Queso to just crest the hill. And everyone now, I mean, Entity 7, they're on the back foot.
Yeah, on the back foot. Franco with a beautiful smoke wall. Got to give the heads up. That was a nice play. Able to make it to safety. And now they're going to be rotating away from this fight. That's a smart thing to do. Just avoid this fight almost entirely. And just move into zone. Hate going to throw some nades. Yeah, just to try and distract a little bit. And, oh, never mind. Second thoughts. He's going to try and hold this spot. Maybe try to do a little bit of a back-end play. Interesting to see the split from Entity.
Well, you can't move too early. These teams are going to be aggressing if you allow them to move up. And it already looks like Milos might have a pressure point he can go on to. If he actually pulls up, his team has enough support where I think he would just be able to shoot every Entity 7 player on the side. But we're seeing as well. Koi, he's starting to move towards him. And Franco, I mean, it's just landing on him. Nade after nade right now. Entity 7 now a duo. And
oh, that's it. Full push.
They're not stopping.
Yeah, a couple knocks. That's it. That is a full push from Team Queso. Here they go. Potro running on in. Full sending it. Double checking, make sure there's no one behind them. That molly might just do it. Oh, just a little bit off the mark there. Hate gonna try to get this res off. It's all up to Franco up close. Not even able to get that first aid off. And that's Entity 7 done for.
Yeah, 1-for-3 trade. If SLR can maybe get a thirst, it'd be worth it for him, but not going to be the case too far along the ridge. So SLR, maybe a chance to pick up 1 or 2 extra points there. Not getting as expressive as I'd like to see, but no, come on, let's slow it down a bit here, boy. You're not that guy.
Koi saying, I got this, guys. Don't worry. I'm going to full send it onto a full squad of Team Queso. And no, I'm kidding. That is not the play for sure. At this point, SLR, I mean, they won the first Miramar, right? They're going to, it may have been by luck, in their words, not mine, you know?
Yeah.
But they are trying to hold it down here. They're already in a top 6 situation. It's looking good. Death Wolves are in the mix, but you can't count out Alpha7. 9 eliminations so far.
I was going to say, them and Team Queso, they were the
Team
hot
Queso with a
seeds.
dozen.
Team Queso's got 12 eliminations to their name. And, I mean, both of the squads, I think, are 4-man still. So everyone else is, I think you're kind of trying to steer clear of both of these squads.
Yeah, that's going to be the play for sure. The problem is this zone. There's not a lot of coverage here. There's a lot of hills, a lot of dips that you can play, but, you know, you're not trying to play them unless it's absolutely necessary, and that is exactly what's happening. We'll see where this next zone goes. That's why we see so many teams playing on the edge right now. And we're going to see Colgoat head towards the center, and you can see not very much coverage here.
Wow.
A lot of open angles.
I mean, open angles is kind of light. I mean, he's basically just in the wide open for people. Team Queso, I expect Milos to spot this at some point. He should be able to get shots down on him, but...
Little hill. The smoke is a dead giveaway. Smoke's just like, look at me, look at me.
Oh, he's moving, though. Oh, I like this. But if he had headshot, and it's not really going to matter. I think maybe a few seconds too late.
Yeah, just a tough play. And that's why nobody's playing the center, folks. Oh, Dragon getting headshotted as well. These shots are just insane. the control from these players on another level. Next zone, dead center onto Alpha7. Carrillo and Revo are waiting for everybody. It's looking like an Alpha7 win already.
Yeah, I mean, they're 2-2 split. AGG, they were forced back by Death Wolves, but with Alpha7, they were holding, I think, the roof of that building still, so just raining terror over every single hillside. And Artix, I mean, it's only a matter of time.
Only a matter of time, indeed. Cardi C, what is he going to do? Waiting for trash. Because Death Wolves are going to push up eventually. And let's see how they decide to do it. But instead, yeah, clear your backs. They're just trying to clear their backs out first, make sure nobody kind of sneaks up. And they're going to move in at the last second.
Yeah, I think it's going to be up to Rataboy, just making sure you clear this little hillside with the buggy. But you also got to worry, Team Queso's got to make this rotation across the open field. Hopefully you don't overlook too many of these small ridges, because it's like you said, there's a lot of nooks and crannies that these teams can be playing. But AGG, I mean, he's moving a lot. I'm really hoping that he kind of just stops moving, because that's way too many sound cues.
Way too many sound cues, indeed. Every little shimmy. Oh, I think they heard it. Yep, yeah. They heard it. Rataboy had to heard something.
He's looking for it.
On the
He's
move.
not committing yet, though.
Patience. What's going to be the play? Cardi C.
Oh, he's going down.
Oh, back it up. Little shimmy to the side.
Wow.
And Death Wolves are leaving him alone. They're saying, you know what? Let's go focus in this direction. And that could be a good idea, because Team Queso are set up on this edge. But I think it's going to go all the way to Circle 9 here, Enigma. What do you think?
Yeah, it's going all the way to the end. It'll be like yesterday with the Team Liquid squad against NRG, but those teams are not alive. SLR getting eliminated. The duo, when they were fighting Alpha7, reminding themselves that, hey, there is still this duo on the south. More eliminations for the squad, now up to 11. But the AGG solo, he tried to bring one down with them. Unfortunately, the anchor of Alpha7 getting knocked, but looks like he might be able to get rest.
Let's see if he's going to be able to. And yeah, Revo pushing on up real quickly. Oh, that nade.
Wow.
Looks dangerous. And yeah, they're going to back it on up. McGrellan's going to be holding that choke point. Oh, but he gets shot right on the side. That is going to hurt. And that takes away that angle away. And now it's up to Carrillo. Yeah, he's trying to just apply that pressure. Mafioso does get picked up and naded instantly once again. That is the trouble with these late game knocks. It is so difficult to pick your player back up. Now they're just going to go ahead and just leave him be for now. And another nade comes on down. Oh, Carrillo gets pieced up. Deathwolf's doing a great job of controlling Alpha7 from this 3-1.
Yeah, but the issue is it's not just a 4v4 jukes. Team Queso starting to come in on the east. Alpha7, they haven't finished the player just yet, so Alpha7 could potentially get a full reset, but as I say that, Revo getting knocked 2 players down. Team Queso's really starting to reap the rewards of them fighting first, and it's starting to look like a steamroll.
Yeah, that fight's taking so long. Team Queso are trying to get this third party going. Mafioso with no helmet on.
Wow.
Popping up, gets the knock. The shimmies back and forth, and he's going to go for that reset.
Wow.
Meanwhile, yeah, Death Wolves are taking out Team Queso on a full push to try and take advantage of a hurt Alpha7.
Yeah, I don't think Team Queso really has
15 eliminations.
I don't think they have any frag grenades to their name, and the key component is McGrellan still has a bit of an overwatch for the squad, so even though they were knocked to, 2 players down on this ridge, they were still able to keep all 4 players, and now it's just a straight 4v4.
Oh my gosh, Alpha7 with the Baker. Stuns in. Revo starts the fight off with a critical knock, but Potro with the comeback gets a big one here. If they take out Carrillo, it's going to be good enough, and it is a Team Queso chicken dinner with a whole lot of eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, they needed that. They were in that top 8 range, and then even though it wasn't their double points day, I mean, they're going to be blowing everyone out of the water other than Alpha7 in points. And the team, I mean, they just ran up to every squad that was 2 or 3 man, and they just picked them apart. And at the end, obviously, it was a 4v4, but the teamwork was something superb. And Taylor, were you really thinking, Jukes and I were counting 9, 10, 11 eliminations? To the ending 2 squads had double-digit elims.
Woo! It's always possible, but are you counting on it? No, you can't count on something like that, right? We've seen Team Liquid take wins without double digits because they take their time, but Come on. At this point, Team Queso, Alpha7, we're not taking their time. Anything but that, okay? We're going to talk about it. Team Queso finishes off with 19 eliminations. 19 could very well be the record, at least when it comes to America's spring season. I don't know. I'm going to have to do some double checking on that one. Alpha7 with 13. And then Deathwolves drops way off at 5. In fact, the closest to Alpha7 at 13 and Team Queso at 19 was FURIA, who finished off in 13th place with 6 eliminations. So you want to talk about wiping out the lobby. Team Queso, Alpha7, they did exactly that. Incredible stuff. Very impressive. And Team Queso says, man, you know, we've lost our spot. We're looking at FURIA takeover. We're looking at Rules of War, you know, challenge us. Now it's time to get back on top. Team Queso doing exactly what they needed to do. So let's talk about it. FURIA on your screen, Hot Chooks. They get finished off early, 6 eliminations. What went wrong for the boys?
Oh, man. I mean, it was just a crazy play. I think teams are trying to shut them down. So I think when they realize it is Team FURIA, they're going to be doing a little bit extra to try and just kind of tide them a little bit. And I think that's what happened here. And it started off with that elimination onto Deathwolves, and they were just waiting for him here. And it was just an all-out battle, I mean, from all these squads.
Yeah, it's tough, right? When you start to have success, teams start to take notice, especially on your double points day. FURIA was just on a bit too much of a terror. Teams knew they needed to shut them down. This was a great push from Team Queso, I believe, onto E7. Enigma taking them all out. It was a shame that player behind the tree couldn't pop the Medi in time.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it's just Team Queso going in and out. You might as well call them a tidal wave at this point because they just work as a team. It's always all 4 players on the same page. It's not people making solo plays, and even at the end here, we could see it. Obviously, after the Deathwolves fight, it got to a bit of a reset, but the team itself stayed calm, they stayed composed, and since they've been one of those namesake teams, they were fine with the pressure on this fight, and ultimately, it brings them to close to, obviously, those 19 eliminations in the round.
Wow.
29-point total game for Team Queso without double points. I'm not going to do the math, but that's at least, what, a 50-point game? Something like that?
Oh, yeah.
Coming out from them, right? I mean, that is massive for TQ. I'm excited, right, moving forward to see how well they're going to perform when it comes to their double points day. Alpha7 just below them at 19. A big win, given the fact Team Liquid finishes off in 8th with just 2 points. Alpha7's been trying to come up, trying to catch up to Team Liquid, and they're getting that much closer, game in and game out. Who knows? Come game 6, we could have another first place team. E7 with 10, and then FURIA with 12. Still happy with that result, given the fact that the rest of Group A, Hot Jukes, haven't been performing really well today at all. So FURIA getting 12th, that's still a win in my book.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they did what they had to. I mean, if you're not going to win the game, put something on the board. And 12 points, are you kidding me? That is solid, right? So, especially considering how well they've done all tournament long, you know? Well, not all tournament long, but specifically all day long, right? Team FURIA have been putting in that work. This could be the start of, you know, the rise of this team.
Good. Oh, there it is. 1 point separates Team Liquid from Alpha7. That huge 19-point game is paying off. So game number 6 is going to decide it. Who's finishing off in first today, Team Liquid or Alpha7? It can only be one. FURIA, still with their good effort from earlier, will maintain their 3rd place position. But on the come up is Team Queso after a huge pop-off game without double points, still earning 29. They move up to 319 points in 5th place, just behind that of Deathwolves. So getting very close. FURIA still an opportunity to separate themselves from the pack. Will they be able to do so? We'll find out in game number 6. We take a look at 9 through 16. We do have some shifts, Enigma, and E7 will move up over 9Z at 190 to 189, but even still, that gap, man, continues to grow. Maybe not 16 through 10, but 10 to 9 and up, man, is just getting crazy.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, with it being double points, you expect Entity 7 and Hyper to be moving more than just one placement. We're not wanting it to be just a one day, a one-hit wonder, one game even you do well, and you gotta be good in every day of every week. And these squads on the bottom 9, they're really just almost handing it over to these top 8 teams.
And they get over Indeed, man, which is tough because it's like you don't want to do that as a competitor, but sometimes you just don't have a choice. You know, it's just being taken by force. Good games as a whole. That was honestly one of the most entertaining games we've seen all day outside of map 1 Erangel, which takes the cake. I mean, with Alpha7 playing as well as they did on that map, I mean, hot geez, it was just nutty. I see your smile. I was still smiling from it too. Game number 6, we're going back into Erangel. Do we replicate what happened in map number 1? I surely hope so. But remember, Team Liquid Alpha7, who's going to be in first place by the end of the night? And also, will we see FURIA continue to rise from their 3rd place spot and separate themselves from the pack? We'll find all that out and more when we come back from our break.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
welcome back everyone to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflection, Snowball, joined by Hot Jukes and Enigma. Game 6 is about hot and ready. We're about to hop into it, but Enigma, we just got a stat line that's pretty nutty to say the least. What did we hear?
I mean, for the most part, from production side and stuff like that, I'm looking at Revo 20 eliminations on the day, and we're not even through the 6th game. Alpha7 star player, the MVP of week 1, looking like he's trying to have a repeat in week 2. And unfortunately for these squads, we're talking now, I believe it's around 88 total eliminations on a player alone. So that 100, that triple digit mark for elims, it's definitely reasonable.
Whoa. Crazy Hot Jukes, right? Trying to reach 100 as an individual player, better than some teams have done the entirety of all 7 days.
This is ridiculous, honestly. He wants that MVP again. What can I say? You know what I mean? Team Liquid are going nuts, but what could you do when you just have the aggression of Alpha7? And that's just, you can just see the difference in play styles, right? Alpha7's like, yo, we'll just push anything, take him out, and Team Liquid's like, yo, we'll just chill back and win the game. It's crazy to watch.
That's kind of what they do, and I mean, it pays off. Granted, they did earn some extra money, but Revo's earning some extra cash too, right? Becoming MVP, elimination leader, trying to hit 100. Alpha7's looking really good, and Revo is a large reason as to why they look so good. Incredible stuff. We'll see how well they could do in game number 6. Hey, chat, the PMSL pass is active today to the 30th of June. There is a message pinned at the top of chat with a code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arch Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. Well, here it is, the final game of day number 7. Who's going to take it? Let us know. Get your predictions in. Hot Jukes Enigma, take it away for our final game.
Final match of the day for Group A's double points. All right, how's FURIA going to finish off here? They had a great run so far, and man, they are looking confident, Enigma. Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really enjoying seeing that those sort of Group A teams, at least one of them is performing well on their bonus point days. We saw a lot of teams, they perform well on the off days. When in actuality, you should be aiming, I mean, honestly, praying to the PUBG gods at this point, hoping that everything goes your way on the bonus points days, because they started at 8th place, if I recall, coming into these matches, and now they've already shot up to 3rd. So these teams, especially for those bottom 8 teams, this should be a motivational point for you. You should recognize that, hey, these bonus points, they mean business. They can shoot you up the leaderboard, and we can see when teams struggle on the days and when teams perform well on it.
Hey, these double points are no joke. That is a fact right there. And, you know, kind of the benefit I would say that FURIA has by going so early is that since they had such a great day, they can spend the rest of the days, right, putting a little bit of effort to try and, you know, stifle some of these other squads. But we got to talk about this zone, Enigma. Are we finally going to get that big southern shift down to military?
I mean, it was 50-50 last time we saw this, and it went to the north. Hopefully it goes to the south, but we're seeing teams like Team Queso, they're really grouping around the bridge. Team Liquid, though, I'm expecting them to move to either side of Millie. They're going to take their time. They're going to be the cool cucumbers, as always. And why are we always seeing this, Jukes?
Oh, he's going to live? Yeah, Vitaly survives.
Teammate.
There we go. The ejection being effective. I will say this, though. You know who my eye is on right now?
Who?
SLR.
Okay.
Can you guess why?
I mean, they had a few elims. That's the only thing I could really think of, Jukes.
No, the reason why is because of this zone.
Okay.
Enigma, right? Remember we saw them last time with a zone like this? They decided to take those buildings rather than the hill.
Yeah.
And they were just kind of going back and forth, and then got taken out. I want to see if they commit to an area, right? Do they commit to that hill that we saw Team Liquid take, that Death Wolves took, right? Or are they just going to continue to do this kind of crazy split nonsense?
I mean, you got to condense down. SLR, we're not the individual players we think we are. Maybe Koi is, but you still want to have players around him if he gets 4-man sent. But people are taking their chances.
He ran over him?
How did he hit him?
The tire.
Oh, man.
Oh, and he survived. Wow. Victex running through Team Queso, and now he's going to have a back angle. Yep, Potro gets taken out by Victex. Team Queso with the bridge camp not working out.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Milos not hitting the shots. Maybe it's because of the iron sight, but all of Rose of War, they're on you like swimwear, and for the most part, these players, it's only a matter of time. Yeah, Milos is down, and I think the last player's all the way to the south, so really unfortunate stuff for the squad after a 19 elimination Miramar match, possibly being the first team to get eliminated.
Wow, what a play there from Royals of War, honestly, right? You got to give it up to them, and that hurts if you're Team Queso, considering that Royals of War is only 2 positions below you, right?
Yeah.
And they just got outplayed. Honestly, it all started with Victex. Victex being able to cross the road, getting that knock on that buggy. I don't even know how he did it, man. He put those extra wide tires on, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And was able to just clip the toes of that Team Queso player. Let's see. Watch. Victex.
Okay.
Got him!
Oh! Literally was the back tire.
No, he stuck his arm out and just straight up decked him on the way out.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? That is how you do it.
And this is the crazy thing is we could look at all of those players' gear and stuff like that. Even 9Z. I mean, we're seeing no vests. Some players didn't have helmets on. Like, for the most part, all it takes is 2 or 3 bullets on these earlier rotations to get the knock. And now, I mean, 9Z's testing their strides for it for the most part. They're needing to pick up this sort of bridge cross if they have any chance of making it into the next zone. Oh!
Yeah, it's going to be hard. Oh, okay.
God, he almost hit the barricade.
That was a little close. Now, other teams that I'm looking at, right? Is Hyper's last chance to get points. Calling out again because they're in Group A. This is their big day, and they've had a rough one. Man, these guys have been getting taken out early all day long today. They are over by Lipovka right now, so they have one thick rotation they're going to have to do. Alpha7 have the biggest rotation. They're still all the way in North George, so they're going to have to start heading down here soon as well. And it's going to be interesting to see where... Honestly, that's what I want to be. My eyes are going to be on. Alpha7, right? Where do they end up on this match, considering that they have such a crazy rotation? Now, the only thing that they're hoping for is the zone goes north, because if it does, they're going to be real good.
Well, I think a lot of teams are hoping it goes north. Obviously, we were talking about SLR's choice of spots. They crossed to the south, maybe even swam it. Furia taking that sort of coastline position. Team Liquid still holding it down in the military base. They're obviously betting it goes to the south side, but we know how these zones are, Juice. We've seen a lot of teams really just get almost screwed over by the zones for the most part. And with this being Erangel, everyone knows every nook and cranny of the map. We know how water plays go. We know who chooses to do the boatations and who's really just kind of making poor decisions at the end of the day.
Right you are, man. These guys are ready to go. And I'll tell you who's really ready to go. It's Team Liquid, right? They've been waiting for this circle. They're like, come on. We land here. We've been waiting for this zone. They are looted up to the max here with all that beautiful Sosnovka loot. But let's see how they utilize it. Meanwhile, look at NRG. NRG did cross the road.
Yep.
They took that boat because they let... Oh, J7!
What are we doing here?
What are we doing?
I mean, he's off in Narnia right here, dude. He's all the way to the west side of the coast. His teammates are, what is that, 300 meters away or so?
We call it extreme scouting. Extreme scouting.
I mean, I don't think it's scouting if you're on the kind of the edge part of zone. I don't think that's really how it would go, but thankfully for him, he's not going to get camped out from the vultures. But
hold that breath, baby. Hold that breath.
He's got to get up at some point.
Breathe,
and look
J7.
at this now. And now NRG, they made this play to go all the way to the south side, having to fully commit back. Thankfully, J7 wasn't camped out, but that could have been a disastrous start yet again.
It already is. It already is a disaster start. This puts them just like, it's just so much time wasted. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you lose scouting time, you lose looting time. Yeah, I mean, you're clear in this area, but it's still just, it just so puts you so far behind. And it puts you in the back foot, right? Uh-oh. Rato boy. This guy, sneaky as always.
Now this is the bridge spot, Jukes.
That's what I'm talking about right there. Look at that. Making sure there's no boats in the water. He's ready to pop them on the way over.
Well, this is the crazy thing is the rest of his team, one of them's at the compound all the way south. on the other end of the bridge, and then the other two, they're still looting Novo. So he's completely isolated, but if anyone was able to play these kind of rat spots to perfection, he's been doing it every single day of the tournament. So if AGG comes in, we're looking at...
Oh my gosh! Are you kidding me? What is going on? And I'll tell you what, this is ridiculous. What a circle. Team Liquid are like, again, right? Again. And imagine NRG right now, how they're feeling, because this is like the worst possible shift, and Alpha7 are just laughing all the way to the bank.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you see the zone shift like that, it had to have been at least 15, 20 just driving icons on the players. They all understood, yeah, we're going to have to start driving again, guys. This is exactly like yesterday or whatever. Like, we're going to be in for a world of hurt.
What a shift. And I hope people did their homework, because we've seen Rata Boy take that exact spot before on that same bridge. So team should have an idea that it's possible he's chilling there. And he is, all right. Death Wolves are going to start splitting it up. Team Liquid is going to be taking this bridge here soon. We'll see how they decide to play this. All Glory Gaming laughing again to the bank, because this is the ultimate shift for them.
Yeah, I feel bad as well. Like SLR took that swim across. There's a lot of names we could think of where they took that early bridge rotation, either lost players or, you know, just had to sacrifice their cars. And then for it to go all the way back north, I mean, it can't get much worse than that.
PUBG Mobile Super League Americas, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's what we've been waiting for, that toxicity. Yeah. And we've seen it here. There's always something about competitive land circles that are just give that little extra spiciness, and we definitely see it here in this game. By far, one of the hardest shifts all tournament long. Influence, Rage, Big Chili. This is actually a huge break for Hyper. Like the biggest break they could possibly ask for. How are you going to utilize it? That's the question, right? You don't get blessed like this very often. You cannot squander it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to really be worried about your north side, though. You can't focus too much inward because there's teams like Be Bold coming in. I'm seeing iNCO Gaming, Titan Gaming rotate around the edge. Everyone's going to have the same idea, and unfortunately for a lot of these teams, I think they're going to opt into this northern side instead of going all the way around, because this full eastern side jukes with the hard shift still completely open for the taking.
Yes, it is. Let's see what Adrian's going to be doing. Adrian keeping some eyes out here. Beautia. Man, their double points day, a very fortunate zone for them. Rolls of War decided to go all the way late on the eastern bridge. Actually, on the western bridge, I'm sorry. Yeah, Rolls of War on the western bridge going to be crossing through. Yeah, you can see this right here. Meanwhile, SLR... unfortunately... Koi.
He's all the way out in Narnia.
Oh my gosh. What is going on with these zones? What are they going to do? And then Chief is laughing now because Team Liquid are going to be in a really good position as we watch iNCO Gaming fighting it out for their lives here. And this is going to be against Titan. Nenebete. Oh, the shotgun. Juancho almost gets the run over. But those tires just not wide enough. And they're gone.
Yeah, it's a big fight for iNCO Gaming. They're a team that, you know, they had a solid second place on the second Miramar of the day, but the rest of the matches have been somewhat quiet. The bonus points need to add up, at least in this last game. End the day strong for your double points, but unfortunately for a lot of these teams, they still got to move into the next zone. Everyone's looking at the water, I think. And while all this was going on, Jukes back towards that south side, NRG got in front of Team Liquid. Team Liquid full throttle towards SLR and zone. So a lot of players now really kind of struggling with, you know, people in blue zone holding you out against each other.
Oh, and that's the hard part, because a lot of the higher IQ teams, they won't do that, right? They'll just say, you know what, guys, let's just do a little temporary handshake and fight each other once we get in zone, you know? But the teams that decide to commit to this, it just totally destroys those other teams. So we'll see how this all plays out here. Again, now the zone is like, might as well be circle 6 at this point, just because of how much water is still in play. Spec, and not near the rest of his team. Very, very predictable.
He crashed as well. All of his teams to the east. I think you'd honestly figure the whole team would be with you. And
where are they?
Ayala took the hill. I'm expecting Team Liquid to just full slam Spec, but it looks like they're going to fight for the hill. NRG does make their way there. It's going to be a 3v3 fight for the mountaintop juice.
Here they go. Ayala popping out. Let's see how the team play is going to be. Molas just wide out in the open. And that's got to be a miscommunication. Oh, the run over. Spec coming in for the rescue. And I believe Cardoso gets taken out. What a play. Pre-fire coming out. Goodbye, Team Liquid.
Spec, absolute clutch. He butchered the driving at the start, but comes in when it matters most. Huge fight for NRG, and that's the #1 team in the lobby. They were close with Alpha7, who currently sits dead center of zone. So NRG throwing a bone potentially to the second place team, and fortunately for them, still being able to keep 3 players alive in the zone.
Oh boy, what a play. Reyes, almost getting naded there. It's going to be over here right by farm. Nade's going out back and forward. Play zone catches silence, and that is, Team Queso eliminated right there. Next zone about to pop. Where are we going? To the water. Might as well.
We're going north, baby. Come on.
Psych! We're headed towards the bridge. And guess who's in the center of zone? N87. Once again, I'll tell you what. These guys, they got that lucky hat on. They always find themselves dead center. But man, this is a tough zone. Good one for NRG, because NRG is going to be able to swim, and they'll be in that circle all the way at that edge. So they're going to last a little bit longer here. But meanwhile, all these teams up north, man, there's very few positions left available. I think we need to start seeing some swimmers. Just go for the placement.
You got to send it in. NRG has a bit of a ridge on that eastern side, but I would have loved to see if Rataboy is still kind of on that top part of the bridge. Koi, ratting out Spec. That's, unfortunate to say the least for the NRG squad after doing such an amazing play. But look at this, NRG is actually just full driving up. You got to get the points. Every point matters.
Spotted.
Splattered on the windshield.
That's right.
Unfortunately.
Oh, that's one of the worst ways to go out. Cunha and Hyper on the they were able to make it all the way on over to the beach. Okay. But they still got to watch out from that other direction. But I think that's too far distance, right? I don't think Fate and J7 are going to be able to see them from across the water.
Oh, no. The south can definitely see them. The east side is what's more kind of out of render with Death Wolves. But NRG, if they take their time, they might be able to spot them. We'll have to wait and see. Stars. All the NRG players are out of it. Star is proning on the edge, but ND7 as well. It's kind of awkward because now you're the focus point for all these teams. And look at that, J7. One of them's knocked. Cunha jumps in the open. I hate seeing players panic jump. Gives you a bit of extra airtime for someone to knock you. And now in Hyper, I think they should have kept swimming in the water a bit longer before committing to the shore. But now down to just a duo, 0 eliminations to their name on their double points there.
Yeah, or they should have at least tried to make a car wall right behind them. Anything. Yeah, and they're just going to get picked apart here. Very tough. Big heads up play there for NRG. Big points for them, but man, this is double points day for Hyper. And they finally get a somewhat central position, but it's just too wide out in the open. They can't utilize it at all.
Yeah, unfortunately, and I don't think it's going to stop just there. A lot of other teams are going to be looking at this. Influence Rage is taking shots at people. It actually looks like someone sent, iNCO Gaming sent onto the ND7 compound down to just a duo. Full 4-man, 3 out of 4 up for the ND squad.
Well, what's going to happen, right? It looks like iNCO Gaming, they want these eliminations. And once they realize it's ND7, they're going to press extra hard, I guarantee you. We'll see how they decide to play it. Nenebete and Nunez are down. That's that thirst. They definitely know who they're going against right now. 7. Going to get that first aid off. Do they make somewhat of an agreement? I don't think so. Oh, actually, All Glory Gaming, is definitely in the mix. Now, they're not too far away from this. It looks like they're close, but they're at that other compound, so I don't think they're going to be traveling here.
Yeah, the big thing, though, I don't think you really spotted it, but Vitaly was actually in a 1v1 situation, wins it, and then 7 was able to leave the other kind of barn building grouping up, so that could have been actually a solo on iNCO Gaming, only alive, but now with them being a duo, I think if you're ND7, you gotta share now. You can't be pushing this because everyone's looking at you, but Fate, I don't know what happened, but he made full swim.
No way.
my goodness. And now it's just the one. J7's 1 HP. He didn't actually get enough shots down through the smoke. Fate losing the 1v1 when it mattered most. Unfortunately, NRG only 6 elims. And I mean, you're going to have to start swimming soon.
He hit it. He hit him.
More than one, though.
Unbelievable. And now J7's got it. He has to go. He has no choice. Blue zone stings too much. You can't try to go for a bridge play. There's nothing you can do. You got to swim. Smoke's coming out. J7. We're going to have to use that buoyancy and start swimming all the way across. As Alpha7 are still up here. Oh, Carrillo pops out. I thought that was an Alpha7 player because of the orange, but nope. That is Be Bold. David ready to put in some work here. Let's see how they do this push. It's going to be a tough one here. They're actually going to be going for some runovers, and they get them. Be Bold, always staying true to their name.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, Alpha7, they had to just send it into the water. 9Z was kind of gatekeeping him on the shoreline. He actually decided to swim, so both teams on the shore taking casualties, not being able to really stay alive. And Be Bold now, even though they're on the edge, they're a full man squad. They're able to work themselves, if they wanted to, into the iNCO compound, but they might also choose to just stay on the shore. But Influence Rage, it's not stopping there. AGG winning a big 1v1 for the squad, but now we're seeing Death Wolves constrict on them. 1v4 situation. Every team is dying right now.
Yeah, Elite. Just going to be swimming in the water, holding it down. Alpha7 forced to start swimming as well. I mean, I told you, right? We're going to definitely see some people going for a quick dip, and that's exactly what we're seeing. 7 got his eyes on there. Oh, he looked away, right? Yep, and he got the call from his teammate. He's like, oh, there's nothing worse than looking away right when they pop up.
Yeah, and I think if my math's right, it's about 5 players in the water. We're not going to be counting the Hyper players just yet. And then in terms of people looking at you from the water, it's at least 8 or 9. All of Be Bold. We're talking iNCO Gaming, Entity 7 looking at you. So I'm expecting a lot of these swimmers to start getting pieced apart.
Yep, Mafioso down to like 1 HP at this point. Yeah, he stuck his head up. That's it. And it was David once again. I'm telling you, that is the player to watch for Be Bold. Oh, and Revo popped out the water and wiped Hyper. Are you serious?
1v2. I mean, you just expect the player. Maybe if it was NRG or something, you win the 1v1. But Revo, you cannot give him room to get on the shore. He just absolutely steamrolled Hyper with it. And I mean, I feel like we're repeating his name over and over again, but it's with good reason. And it looks like there's a boat out there not blown up, Jukes. I think he's going to get a reset on his teammate in the water.
Revo, shark, so strong, dude, so strong. Popped out the water, wipes Hyper, and then goes to save his teammate. Next circle about to pop. Entity 7 locked on. Okay, let's see who's going to win this match. Hey, FURIA are still up, and this is their double points day. Only 1 elimination so far. They have to win this against Death Wolves.
Yeah, it's got to be a 4-for-0, maybe 4-for-1 trade. And Death Wolves are getting tagged up on the cross. 1 knock already from Augusta. Make that actually 2. A little bit of a reset going off, but the utility's coming out, Chooks. No connections just yet, and this has got to end sooner versus later. Even if you lose a player, you got to commit to it. The shot's got one player. Oh, man.
Got to hit these shots, and they do. Critical win for FURIA right there, and it was a tough one, but they are going to be able to still have 3 players up. They're now trying to look towards the zone. The problem is that is an open field right in front of them. Let's look at that replay. Through the smoke. Bop. Bop. See you later.
Yeah, FSS in the water. I don't even think he had a weapon out, so nice play out of them. Be Bold now forcing themselves into the water. Revo, he did get his teammate up with Mafioso, so Be Bold being held on the edge of the water. All these teams really feeling the pressure of swimming, and seems like to me Alpha7 going to be coming out on top of this.
Man, Revo, that's it's just so crazy. I'm telling you, they refuse to go down. There he is trying to blow up those vehicles. Yeah. And wow, David getting clipped there from iNCO. This is their double points day as well. 9 eliminations. Wow. This is the game that they have been waiting for.
Yeah, and I mean, it's only stage 6. They'll still have a bit of breathing room coming into the next 2 zones. They could stay alive for the placement. Now's the time when the points start to add up. We are into the top 8 teams. Make that 7. NRG getting wiped by Alpha7. There is the SLR solo and a 9Z Snake player left alive in the water, but you're wanting both those placements to go. FURIA and iNCO are hoping that all the solos get flushed out just for those few extra placement points.
Oh man, it's so crazy. Alpha7, even as a duo, it's like they're almost an entire squad.
Yeah.
Just how well they play together. You could just see them just like locking eyes on anything that moves all at the same time, almost like a sentry unit.
Yeah.
It is unreal. And iNCO, I mean, they had a great game number 3, right? They put up some good points there. This is a good one for them as well. FURIA is still up as well. I mean, it's anybody's game. And FURIA are actually in a really dominant position. Oh, did he see that player from SLR? I think he did.
Yeah,
he saw something. Oh, actually caught Elite way out there and got a hit marker as well.
Yeah, I think Adrian's watching, Artuzan just making sure, you know, 2 sets of eyes watching the water. Someone's going to be able to spot him. It actually looks like a second player now coming over. SLR, Huozan being down on just 1 HP essentially. Both of these players in the water, they will get eliminated eventually, but with the zone shift, they've still got 20 seconds left. There's a lot of breathing room left for them to get found out.
Hojuan in a big trouble here. Yeah, that shot is going to hurt. And he's peeking out little by little. Those lungs must be completely depleted of oxygen. Every time he peeks up, he's eating a bullet. And, oh, that nade from Kayovsky might just do it. So,
1 second.
Oh, just a little off the mark. It's just a game of gopher right now. As... let's see if he's able to survive. Nope, I don't think so. That shot's gonna do it.
And they know as well, Elite's out in the far side. Alpha7, the zone shift did happen, Jukes. It went towards the east. FURIA is gonna be in zone. Rose of War, iNCO, Entity 7, they're gonna have to start sharing that compounder fighting. Along with Alpha7, they're gonna have to move along the coast.
9Z playing a game of whack-a-mole as well. And FURIA, man, this could be their game once again. 5 eliminations so far. iNCO with 9. And this is double points day for both of them. They have a lot on the line here. And still, no matter what, Alpha7 in the mix, putting up points regardless of the situation.
Yeah, I mean, they're making the wrap. They're doing it at the perfect time. iNCO actually looked like Entity 7 left that southern barn. They went to the north 2-stack building, not watching the shoreline anymore. So a little bit of breathing room for the Alpha7 squad as a duo. FURIA not able to commit, but do they know if there's a solar? Oh, you got to keep going. You can't. No.
Yeah, he took the shot, and he's going to go out immediately. Yep. Sometimes that trigger discipline really comes into play, but you guys can see it on the bottom right. Alpha7 passing up Team Liquid. Oh, you got to turn around. Revo down to 1 HP, and look at that. Elite popping back in the water. Revo said, hey, hop in here, Mafioso. Let me try to get this res. Elite, are you going to pre-fire through it? Let's see. He hits the laydown. Oh, and he throws out a smoke.
Man.
Did he spot any of them?
Yeah, but Revo, I think he's resetting immediately.
Oh, he saw them. He knows where they're at. Oh, instant knock right there. He hopped in the water so he can get a better sightline idea of where... Oh, it's back and forth. Who's the better shark? Revo or Elite?
Gotta give it to Revo.
Revo
got 3 already. He's taking the shots. 1 HP, and look at this. He gets the reset in the water yet again. FURIA not going to be able to capitalize on this. And there's still a duo on the shoreline.
Oh, they refuse to go down. This is the final zone, folks. This is going to go down to nothing. And Alpha7, they said, we're tired of this Team Liquid dominance. It's about time we take first place. And I'll tell you what, with utter tenacity, that is how you do it.
I mean, you're basically born with that in my eyes. Just the grind and the absolute just grit that Alpha7 has compared to the rest of the lobby. Now, I do give credit, of course, to FURIA on their bonus points day. But with this zone, it's going to be a matter of where you're at when that starts shifting. It's going in the open. FURIA, they're trying to actually make a little bit of a vehicle wall. But in my eyes, Alpha7, they've got an amazing spot in zone. It's going to be right outside of the compound in the open, Jukes. It's still anyone's game in my eyes.
It really is. The zone's going to go down to nothing. It's one of those fights. It's all about timing at this point, right? Who's going to be able to make the first move? If 2 teams fight each other, that third team is going to be able to third party it perfectly. I'm going to have to give it to FURIA, though, because we're going to see Alpha7 and iNCO go at it. And we'll see how Alpha7 holds this down, because they realized Alpha7 said it's us versus FURIA. If we're able to take them out, we can clean up whoever's left over from E7 and iNCO.
Yeah, I mean, the compound itself, that's going to be a death battle in itself. FURIA, my only issue is if they get stuck on those vehicles, the blue zone is not going to be playing. You are not going to be eating that. But with them being on that eastern side, they won that fight against Deathwolves earlier. Hopefully, they still have some sort of utility use, because we've seen it time and time again, especially with the first game of the day. Utility in the end game is worth its weight in gold. And now, I mean, we're coming down to it, Chooks. The zone's starting to close.
And here we go. 6 seconds on the clock. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And here we go. The zone now about to go in another. Vitali popped out and got punished immediately. Seven's like, oh, this is not looking good. Those smokes should have already been thrown out a long time ago. And a little bit too late. Seven immediately taken out. So now that is perfect case scenario, because E7 can now set their sights in the center of the zone. It's anyone's game now.
Yeah, but FURIA, though, they're having the nades, the utility. One of them getting knocked because of the two-story. I don't think they expected Entity 7 to clear the compound so fast. FURIA now, what is the 2v2v1 situation? There's some resets going off, but you really kind of just got to working out of your positions. You got to get closer to the center of zone.
And the problem is, this is all open field. Honestly, Alpha7 have the only cover. They're going to have the only cover here for a few seconds. And let's see what happens here, because FURIA is going to end up battling Entity 7 as they run out. Who's going to win this fight? Koski hops in the vehicle. Nice shots there from Freako.
Yeah, but
anyone's game. Who's going to win this? Oh, Arthusin takes out Deblim and Mafioso. Who's going to win this? FURIA. Oh, nice shots through the smoke. Getting some good hit markers onto Entity 7. But where's Revo? Where is Revo? He's still up and running. Arthusin now with the DBS trying to get these through the smokes. It's FURIA versus Entity 7. Now he spotted him. Hits the mark. Entity 7 is gone. And it's just Revo somehow securing at least second place.
Yeah, I mean, the water plays, we did not expect them at all to be staying alive as long as they did, wiping out Hyper, the solos, and then ultimately getting the second place. But FURIA, though, they were the team on that northeastern side, Chooks. They had to fight Deathwolves. They had to rotate out into the open field, and fortunately for them, being able to secure themselves a first place as a three-man squad. Love to see it out of the bonus point squad.
I mean, seriously, we have to just give a round of applause for FURIA. Are you serious? These guys put in so much work. Third place, and then the chicken dinner to wrap it up, Taylor.
Hey, feels good for them, right? I mean, 2 wins today, both of them being on Erangel. FURIA made the most out of their double point stay, and they absolutely elevated up that leaderboard, and for good reason, right? FURIA has been a team that has been hyped up. Actually, not only from you, Hot Chooks, I remember you, Enigma, the very first day you're on the broadcast. Who are we looking out for? And the name that you said first was FURIA.
Yeah, and I mean, I like kind of pointing them out, being, kind of a kicker in the horse of, this team I have high expectations for, and they must have taken that to heart, making me eat my words, because they went from, 10th, 11th place on that first day. They finished strong on week 1. Week 2, they come in the bonus points day. I mean, it speaks for itself, and the squad, they couldn't have pressed me any more than they did today.
Shout out to the replays instantly showing 2 cars just violently going through everyone that they possibly can. NRG Galaxy in a big fight against TL. TL would ultimately get finished off. So would NRG Galaxy against SLR. It was chaos at the beginning. So many eliminations taking place, including another run over, Hot Chooks.
Oh my gosh, runovers like crazy. But can we just talk about this toxic zone, Taylor? What was your reaction when you saw that shift go back to the bridge? Very interesting. Very interesting. I mean, I tell you what, that makes sense. That makes sense. Just pure utter silence, because I was in shock as well. I couldn't believe that we saw such a crazy play. And FURIA, I mean, they really worked for this, right, Enigma?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these teams, this zone shift was towards Milta after that troll shift, and then went all the way back to the west, and then went all the way to the river. And FURIA, I mean, they were having to make the mad dashes around the zone, but this end game, I mean, we were talking 5, 6 swimmers. There was a lot of different stuff going on.
Yeah.
And fortunately for the team, Taylor, FURIA is able to secure themselves the win.
I was watching 9Z Elite. I was so pumped up for him because he sat out there for so long like a shark in the water, right? And he was just ready to pounce and eat up Alpha7. He got one down, and I thought he's getting the second. Ultimately, he doesn't. Alpha7 is just so hard to take out. Doesn't matter how many players are left. And then FURIA, here it is, the final moments through the smoke. DBS with the finishes. You love to see it. I mean, FURIA, again, just such a good team. 10 eliminations to finish off the day. And a 40-point banger. Absolute banger. So what did we get here, Hot Jukes? FURIA with 40 points. E7 finishes off very strong with 26. So does iNCO. All three on their double points. But let's also not forget Alpha7 with 12 is enough to pass Team Liquid. Game 6 was monumental for multiple reasons.
From downtown, man. What a day for FURIA. I think this is going to be the best double points day we've seen so far. I don't see how it can't be, because I mean, 2 chicken dinners, crazy performances. What, game 4 they had a second place. They did everything they needed to do. Now it's how do you play the same way for the rest of the week, right?
The rest of the week. I mean, how do you be consistent when it's hard to be consistent, right? Not only because of the competitors you're playing against, but also because your double points only last for one day. Now, how can you continue to work your way up when everybody else is going for double points? 9 through 16, not that exciting. I want to be completely honest with you. Hyper struggling again. 2 points. Only shouted them out. Look, we're talking about North America, and Hyper today, they needed to have a strong day. I expected them to be the front runners. Unfortunately, they were not. Well, there it is.
Okay.
Alpha7 in first place, putting Team Liquid in second for the first time in many days. FURIA also staying in third place. But Hot Jukes, I am so excited to say that gap now, which at one point was nearing 100, is now just about 54 points from FURIA to Team Liquid. There is an absolute chance now FURIA can catch up.
Yeah, but you know what's worse for the rest of the lobby? Look at the gap between third and fourth, right?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. What is that? 51-point gap?
Jeez.
That's crazy. So I was saying it was a battle for third place. You know, it's going to be a battle for fourth if these other teams are not careful. They got to keep an eye on these squads.
Fourth place, right? Only one spot, and then the spot you're fighting for is a qualifying spot. Enigma, not a place you want to be in, but the reality is, seems like that's where we're going.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, you got to swallow that pill of, we allowed this to happen. We allowed first and second place to get 150-plus point gap. We allowed third place to catch up at some point. And now it's going to be, 14, 13 teams fighting for one position. Right. Obviously, there's the bonus points, but a lot of the teams, especially today, they kind of fumbled on it. I'm looking at Hyper. I'm looking at ND7. Obviously, they moved up looking at this, but in terms of 11th place, that top 8, it's still a huge gap.
It's a huge gap, but let me say this about ND7, okay? They were at one point the worst team in this tournament. Okay. The worst team out of 16, okay? We were consistently talking about how bad E7 was performing. And honestly, at one point, even calling them one of the weakest teams to the point where, hey, if you want free points, land on E7. Yeah. Hot Jukes, they have managed to go from the worst team now to quickly working their way up to be middle of the pack. In fact, almost passing Hyper, something I would never have expected even just 3-4 days ago.
Most improved, baby. Most improved without a doubt. And it all started with that one chicken dinner against Alpha7. I think that was it. They just needed that. We talk about what is it that makes it click, right? All they needed was a win. They needed something to kind of get their confidence going and start playing the game, because positionally, they've always been great, right? But when it comes to fights, they've suffered. But now they're starting to fight back.
I'm happy for it, man. I really am. Again, the theme when we started this series was every day is a chance for somebody to improve and for someone to make a difference. And E7 now is that team. And when I start seeing one of the worst teams performing, like honestly, middle of the pack, and who knows how far they can continue to go, I get excited because it shows that any team, no matter how bad the start, can have a tremendous impact in this tournament. Now, how far will E7 continue to go? That's up to them, but you're absolutely right, Hot Chooks. That victory against Alpha7 was the catalyst they needed to continue to move up, and I hope they continue to do so. Enigma, it was a great day of action. You guys have been going through the gauntlet of casting just pretty much, 3 days in a row, I think it's been. We love you for that. What are your final words before we get out of here?
My final words, of course, are going to be shout out to FURIA. Obviously, I called you guys out. I called a lot of teams out over the last 3 days, but I'm going to give them the respect where respect is due. They absolutely popped off. And yeah, I'll take my words back. I love seeing it. And I hope the other teams take a page out of their book and start turning up to the competition.
Hope so, right? We always want the teams to turn up because when they turn up, we turn up on the desk. Hot Chooks, always great to work with you. By the way, didn't compliment you on your shirt. Love it. That shirt
thank
is
you.
Fresh as can be. Let me know where you got it because I'd like one myself. We could be twinsies. What are your final words before we get out of here?
Man, you know what? I gotta just go along with what Enigma said. FURIA was crazy. I always said keep an eye on this squad because they were kind of sneaky good, and now they're just really good. 67 bonus points on the day. I did the math, right? Last week, their bonus point day, they only did 25. So talk about a jump, no?
Big jump, a tremendous jump. I mean, come on. They continue to move up and up and up. The fact that they have now separated themselves from 4th place is tremendous. Something we didn't expect. The narrative now, which was, 1st and 2nd is locked down. Well, that could be changing come a couple of days forward. Now, I will sober the mood just a bit. Alpha7, they do not have double points coming for, I believe, until Sunday, okay? But Team Liquid, they start their double points tomorrow with Group B, okay? So Alpha7, enjoy the top of the pedestal because tomorrow that's probably going to change. Once Team Liquid hits the battlefield with their double points, they're coming back with a vengeance. But it's not just Team Liquid, it's also All Glory Gaming, Be Bold, and SLR. Well, that's it for Day 7. What a day it was. So much shifting on the standings. Tomorrow, more shifting will take place. For myself, Taylor, Reflections, Noble, Hot Chooks, Enigma, our production crew, thank you for being here. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. We're going to be back again tomorrow, 5 ET. We would love to have you.
Alpha7 goes for the push-up. Oh, with the shotgun, Carrillo in the mix. Jump shot hits it. Are you kidding me? Revo. Carrillo. These guys are almost unstoppable. It's Entity 7 versus Team Liquid. Who's going to win it? Ayala saw him. The nades. Oh, he's 1 HP.
He's got another, though. He's going to see him at some point. The blue zone's either going to tick him or he's going to be in the open, and he's not even going to shoot his gun. That should be it right there.
See ya later.
I don't know how they do it. Oh, man.
Uh-oh. What can they do? They're going to need to salvage it somehow. That nade. Oh, almost got a lucky bounce there. Just short. Pedrino gets pieced up a little bit. Cardi C going up to try to finish him off, though. Can he do it? Wancho with a shotgun.
In it right now at the M4, and if you're NRG, I really question why you're stopping in the open, but you're having to have J7 peek over. You're in the dead sight lines of SLR. 1 HP. Amazing win out of SLR, but you really got to question what NRG is doing in that situation.
Well, let's see what happens as iNCO Gaming. 11 eliminations so far. Get the one. Try to get the gets the thirst. He gets the confirm. Gets shot in the head though. Not looking good, and it's all over. FURIA, look at the pop off because they know they needed these points so bad. Trigger discipline secures a 2nd place position. He might even go for 1st here. Here he goes. Stands up. Lets his position known. But Team Liquid, they were waiting for it. They get the chicken dinner in Sanhok, and we get that fist pump. Oh my gosh, Alpha7 with the Baker. Stuns in. Revo starts the fight off with a critical knock. But Potro with the comeback gets a big one here. If they take out Carrillo, it's going to be good enough. And it is a Team Queso chicken dinner. Where is Revo? He's still up and running. Arthusin now with the DBS trying to get these through the smokes. It's FURIA versus Entity 7. Now he spotted him. Hits the mark. Entity 7 is gone, and it's just Revo somehow securing at least 2nd place.
Yeah, I mean, the water plays, we did not expect them at all to be staying alive as long as they did. Why do you think?